So since nobody's saying anything, can I speculate a tiny bit, please? Anybody?
It's on you if some globetard comes back in and jams it down your neck.
Okay. Antarctica is a psyop.
Well, this is going to be quick. If it's a psyop, why can you go and visit freaking penguins and take photos of the bastards?
I mean, it's not that it's fake. I'm not saying that it's fake. I'm saying they're using it as what as psychological operation because everybody talks about it. Every single question we have is about Antarctica. We always get that question. Ice wall. We've got it 20 times today, and I haven't been here as much as normal. Everybody talks
Sorry,
about it.
guys.
Everybody wants to mention. Everybody wants to
Sorry.
speculate. It's it's a psyop because they're scaring everybody into thinking they're in a cage and they're making everybody look at trying to get out. It's like a psychological operation of fear, and that's why they're pushing it because when everybody would be scared, feel about it.
Well, that last peanut, I don't think he was hitting it from that angle. He had a script, and he wanted us to drag it through his script because he's been to Antarctica. And if we go, nah, then he was going to throw that down you. So that was his whole point.
Yeah. I know. You guys were wise to it for sure. Yeah, I was listening. I heard him. I knew exactly where he was going with it, and you guys caught it because y'all were wise to that. He didn't know y'all were wise to that, and y'all called him out on it. So I'm just saying, in general, that's how I feel about it because everybody comes in talking about it. It's like they want to get out. They want everybody looking out. Oh, we can't get out. We're in a cage. We're in there's an ice wall around us. Oh, and they want to spread fear and give in everybody's face, and you can't prove it and stuff like that. So it just is kind of like striving fear, people trapped in a cage type of shit. That's why I think they're using it so hard and pushing it so hard and letting so much speculation go on about it, spreading so much information about it and speculation about it.
I think it's funny you should say that how they're in a cage and they want to get out. The sad and twisted part is the ones that are complaining about it would probably go back to their mum's basement anyways. Even if the cage was opened, they wouldn't get out. They wouldn't go free. They'd just go back to their mum's basement and Google what's out there.
I would break my gambling rules to put money on that for sure.
Yeah, there is definitely now a well-established flat Earth narrative that's presented to the majority. We are an exception here in this particular group, this tiny little section of the internet. Absolute 100% huge minority, like a tiny minority. I mean, just go on to YouTube, just go on to TikTok, just go on to any one of them and watch the flat Earth material that gets pumped out. It is all about Antarctica and ice walls and outer lands and what the sun does and doesn't do, models and all that. It is not addressing like what we talk about. Like occasionally you'll see a long distance observation, occasionally, or a zoom boat in and out, like a boat zoom on. That's it. You don't get all the other stuff. No, you know, nobody's showing the laser tests even. Rarely do you ever see anything about a laser test, unless it's to do with that giant bullshit. That's it. And it wasn't even a laser.
So that might explain why when a lot of them come in here, they have absolute meltdowns, other than myself and Radwan poking them. Anyways, that's another story. That would explain why a lot of them have absolute meltdowns, because they've come here with this preloaded idea from all the TikTok clowns, and they come in here and we're just getting their idea and just going, nope, next. So they just go into meltdown mode because they've got this script that they have to go through, that they've already pre-worked out this conversation. I've got my script. This is what the flat earthers say. I'm going to go in here and own these clowns. And then we're just sitting there going, yeah, nah, that's got nothing to do with the shape of the ground. Try harder. And it's breaking their brains.
See, I didn't know that myself when I came in here as a flat earther. Had a bunch of other stuff I've been doing, and then I came
Yeah,
in here, and so I hit a wall with you guys myself because I was super
yeah.
speculative, and I was like, "Brr," and you guys
You
like
were right
slammed the
into all
door
the
on me.
TikTok shit when you
Yeah,
first come
well,
in.
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah, and
I
but
thought
like,
someone was going to pull the stick out for sure.
well, no, I mean, it definitely I hit a wall, and I was confused, and I was like, "What the fuck?" But then, like, I had a really good talk with DJ and Yoder one day, um, in the middle of the day. Both of them were on, and I was out working, and I was talking to them, and they just, man, it was just a really good talk with them, and talking about how everybody has their place here and why we stick to the empiricism that we do, and what it means. And dude, it was like 20 minute go by Yoder, and it just changed my whole perspective on things and got me more understanding that I can still look into this stuff. It's not like we're not looking into this stuff. People don't understand, but we just dismiss it and throw it away. No, we're looking into it. We just don't put it out here as our stance. We don't do that. That's a different thing. We're willing to look into anything and everything. We want to keep looking. Always want to keep looking and studying and reading, learning, observing, and all that. Just we only put forth that stuff, the empirical things, and he made me understand why we do that here and what that means, but also what that means as far as to me in because I talk to people in real life. I actually found out an old friend of mine and a customer of mine are both flat earthers. I found two flat earthers yesterday in real life. And so that was really cool. So like I tell people in real life, so I don't want to bring a bad explanation to a person in real life because that's what's important to me more than even here. I think is in my real life, and if tell them like bad evidence, and they go out there and they talk to somebody and they get shit on, then they get confused, and then they're out there lost and wandering and confused and unsure. They thought something and directionless. So I can cause people a lot of harm and confusion with a bad proof or argument in real life too. So he was like, "Hey, it's not just like here, man. It's you got to be careful what you talk to people about and where you lead them with that stuff." So it just brought a lot of clarity to me, and I understood why you're doing what you're doing here and where my place is here, and stuff like that. So that was really cool. So I really respect that. I really respect it instead of reject it. But yeah, I had a wall for sure, but I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I've been retarded most of my life, so I'm okay. Y'all are cool. I love y'all.
So you hit a wall. Let me guess, it wasn't made of ice. Pardon the pun.
Nah, man. I got a big old dented head, lots of concussions, man. I ain't afraid of butting into ice wall. I got this shit all day.
Yeah, it's like it's caught between a rock and a hard place coming in here for some of the arguments.
I have to
Depending on
say
which one.
though, like I was confused, but you guys were like respectful. Y'all didn't treat me with disrespect. So that's a big difference, you
What I
know.
find
And
interesting is with all the different personalities through here, we can get the exact same argument and even have it written down, scripted, but just because of the way I put it out there, or just because of the way T Dub or yourself or DJ, that interpretation of how it's put out can make or break someone too, which I think is absolutely amazing. Even though we're all saying the exact same shit, just because my tone is slightly different, or I'm standing back and smashing it in harder, or whatever, who knows? It's just amazing how something so simple can totally affect the outcome. Like the amount of people that flip out because of me, and then all of a sudden they go and talk to DJ, and I could sit back, put my feet up, and go, "Yep, my job's done."
Either that or the opposite. A troll has been like DJ's been talking about he wants to troll and obfuscate, and then he just like turns it over to you, and you come in and just start swatting on him, and he's been so nice, and then you come in just over the top, and they're like, "What the fuck?" and just disorients them, and they get all fucked up and start losing it. It's funny
What
too. I
is
like
it?
that
What
combo.
is even better is when they turn around and actually ask to talk to the first guy again.
Yeah, that happened yesterday. I think twice.
Absolutely fantastic. It's like, bro, you can talk to Mr. Nice Guy or Mr. Nice Guy.
I want to talk to you.
Rich Evans.
Where's the other one? He was nice. Why are you yelling at me? You sound irritated.
Guys, who is speaking Spanish?
This is an English speaking channel, so
No,
nobody
I
should be
just
speaking
wanted to ask
Spanish.
something.
Yeah, no Pablo. Espanol.
How to say to love in Spanish?
Planetary.
It is amar. Amar.
Okay, what about planetary?
Amar.
What?
I'm asking how it's how to say in Spanish like love, to love someone.
I don't know. What did you say it was? Amor?
Amar. Like
Amor.
yeah.
What about flat earth?
What?
How do you say flat earth in Spanish?
It's in Spanish. Amar.
Yeah, what about flat earth? How do you say flat earth in Spanish?
I don't know.
Something like planetara. Something like that. Can't remember exactly how to pronounce it. Terraplana, some plain earth. Flat earth. Plain terra. Planetara. It's basically saying plain
Thank you.
earth.
No Spanish.
Yeah. The word plane, Plain, and Plane, you would suspect to have some, I think, would share some etymological roots, like, because plain is just ordinary, right? Plain, Plain, ordinary, um, without feature, really. It's like unremarkable. Whereas, like, a surface that is not has feature, it has, has it's not plain, it's not ordinary, it's not just like one thing, right? It varies. It has distinct changes, up and down, sideways, whatever.
But a PLAIN can also be a like a flat plane as well, like the abyssal planes and
Right.
things like that. So then it gets
Yeah.
even more confusing because a plane, PLANE, can also be that or something similar to that as well. Basically, gets extremely confusing, the English language at certain points.
It can be. Yeah. Did you know that all the land that's like not submerged, it's like sticking out of the water, about 50% of it is considered to be plain or plateau. Yeah. I think it's roughly 50%. And then 50% of the surface under the water is also described as plain, as being a plain. It's crazy. Well, no, it's even more than that underwater, isn't it? It's like 70% of the ocean's surface. Something.
Right, check this out, right? So I just looked it up. A flat plane, plane, and a flat plane, plain, are homophones. I don't know what that means, but that's what they are, with distinct meanings.
Sounds gay.
A flat plane,
They're gay phones.
sorry, yeah, gay phones. A plane, plane, is a flat geometric surface, while a plain, plain, is a wide open area of flat land. So I guess plane is more of a general thing when
What
you're
is that?
talking about a large flat surface, and a plain, a plane, is specifically talking about land specifically.
PLA?
What's that?
I don't understand. What are you talking about?
Yeah, like we're native English speakers and we barely understand it. So, well, I barely understand it. I won't speak for anyone else.
Okay.
I think probably what they'd consider to be naturally formed land areas that are flat, right? As a plain plane.
Yeah.
Although mankind could potentially like level out a great surface area of land, and then they call it a plane as well in that respect.
plane as well.
Yeah, yeah. Whereas if you fabricate like a flat surface, like you know, like with metal or plastics or whatever, you essentially trying to form it into a plane, a plane. Yeah.
Yeah.
But its surface,
I mean,
like I was saying, would be plain, ordinary, like not.
Yeah. So then
unremarkable.
you could even say, yeah, a piece of land that isn't flat could also be plain with the same spelling, and that would just mean, like you said just then, like it's uninteresting, it's boring, it's it's plain, it's not fancy, and then plane also has a bunch of other meanings as well, so it's crazy.
La tierra es plana.
So what are the different things that plain can mean? So plain can mean uninteresting, a flat plain, like a flat area of land, and then I guess it's a shortened term for airplane. Is there any other meanings for plain?
Like in terms of like flavor, right? Like, so I don't want it flavored. I want it to be plain. Like
Yeah, that's the
the
same meaning
usual.
as the uninteresting kind of
Yeah.
thing,
Though vanilla is not uninteresting. Like,
Well, it's not plain. Yeah, it's not really plain
but they
though, is
call
it?
it
It's
plain, don't
vanilla.
they? Like,
They
yeah, it's
do.
like vanilla's the plain flavor, right, of ice cream. That's
Yeah.
weird.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's interesting that vanilla in IT work is something that hasn't been modified. So a vanilla version of Windows, for example. Oh, look, he's back. Where's that little red flag tag thing?
Oh, I got muted.
Welcome back, Magnanimous.
Hello.
Great to see you. Welcome back. We're very excited that you've returned.
I'm excited as well.
Did you bring a new script?
I bring a full belly.
Someone texted unmute.
We know.
That was me.
Ah.
So who needs to be converted into round earthism?
What? Round like a
Really
record?
was. What the heck?
What?
I was converted, about around about the age of 5. So you want me to be reconverted?
What? The cartoons are just better now?
Just those who need it. Who needs it?
Sounds like you do, to reinforce what you think you know already.
Does it make you feel better if more actually are on board with you, or what? What's going on?
Well, I just like the process of conversion and watching people just have this epiphany, this aha moment.
Right. So what is it?
When have you
What is it that you
experienced
could,
this?
right? What is it that you could present to us that would do that for us already having been exposed to all the reasons that they give everybody for why they say that it's a big spinning ball in outer space?
First,
You'd have to
and
present
foremost,
something new, or something new or additional to the information that we've already received and rejected.
Are you finished?
Yeah, my mute was an indication of that. Yep.
Okay. So, the first step to be converted into round earthism is you have to have the intention to become one, to become a round earther. Do you have the intention?
No, absolutely not.
You don't
Okay,
have to
then.
have the intention. That's a load of shit. If you've got some kind of proof that is irrefutable, then whether they have the intention or not, the proof is there. You just lay it down and walk away. There you go, boys. Here's my cards. Read
Yeah.
them and weep.
Exactly. Try a different approach. The Jehovah's Witness thing isn't working.
So how do you guys explain how I just
You
spent a
need a
week?
change in your life. Have you heard the
I just
word of
spent
Jesus?
I just spent a week in Lake Michigan, and then every
Sorry.
night, we went out and watched the sunset. And every time the sunset happens, you have this dime-sized object that goes over the horizon. But as it goes over the horizon, it doesn't shrink in size, as if it was moving away
Yes,
from.
it does. It's all to do with the weather conditions, right? Sorry. Excuse me.
Yes,
It's
it
all to
does.
do
I
with
mean, I
weather
watched it.
conditions.
I could
Yeah,
see
yeah.
it 5 out of
You
7 nights.
saw it
ago.
at very particular weather conditions. Summertime, hot.
5 times in a row.
Yeah,
So
summertime, hot. We get weeks on end with very similar days. Hot, above 40. Hot, above 40. Hot, above 40. 5 days in a row is nothing for me.
Why would that be relevant? That's hot.
Because it's to do with the weather conditions, as I already said.
I know
Michael's
that's
having an epic yawn.
Why would it matter?
Why would it matter?
Okay,
why don't we just post little
so
videos up and show you? Because that's much easier.
I mean, every time I've ever seen a sunset, it's the same. So I don't know what to tell you.
Oh well, you've been shit out of luck then. Because
Look, I don't believe worldviews that just
if
aren't
anyone
Yeah, that's all right.
wishes
aren't in
You're only
line with
listening
what I
to
can see with
respond.
my
I
own
get
eyes.
it. It's all good, Magnanimous. Shut up. Let the other guy talk.
Yeah, I just don't believe in views that are just don't align with what I see with my own eyes.
So if I show you a video and whether it aligns with your eyes or not, you're just going to go, nah, I don't like it because it's not what I feel. Look in the
That's
side
probably a
chat.
flutter.
2 different sunsets where the sun drags out away.
Yeah, but why would I believe this video when I could just see Why would I
would you
believe?
believe? That's it. I don't want you to believe. That's the whole freaking point of
Well, can
this
you calm down?
exercise.
Yeah, but I saw it with my own
I'm
eyes. So why would I believe
showing
this video?
you that it happens differently to what you have only seen. Depending on where you go
Well, how do you
and
know that?
depending on the weather conditions, you will get different effects. For
Yeah, but I asked you about the weather
example,
conditions.
yeah, that's great. For example, the
Why
sun
are you crushing out, man?
sometimes looks like it's really, really big and going straight downwards. The sun, and that's
Yeah, but
setting,
why?
that is. The sun sometimes looks like it drags out and becomes a little dot and just disappears.
Yeah, but why? When does that happen?
Who gives a shit why? You're claiming
Who
it
gives a
doesn't
shit
happen, and
why?
I'm informing you that it does, and now you're looking for excuses to make so it doesn't.
No.
What's
Well,
wrong
I
with
said
you?
it's like
Do you
I
want to
asked
listen,
you,
or are you only
and
here talking,
crashing
waiting to
out, dude.
respond?
You're crashing out. I heard everything you said, and the
I'm
first
not
thing I
crashing
said.
out. You're just
Calm down,
listening
dude.
to respond. You're not listening
No,
to
I can repeat
understand,
it.
are
I
you?
can repeat exactly what you said if you want. Would
Yep,
you like
but
me
whether
to?
it sinks in or not is another thing.
Yeah. Would you like me to repeat what you said?
I
To
don't
show
want you
that
to repeat what I said. I want you to understand it.
Well, I do understand it.
Have I
And one way
seen the
to show you is
sunset
if you
differently
don't.
to you? Yes or no?
Have you what?
Exactly. You're not fucking listening.
I just didn't hear the last part. That's all.
Maybe if you shut up and listen, it might help.
I was
So
quiet.
not
I
so
just didn't hear
Mr.
what you
Nice
said.
Guy comes out now. Shut your yap and start listening.
You're running away. Your worldview is falling
I'm
apart.
not running anywhere. The only thing it's going to be running is you when I boot you out.
Yeah, you're going to
You're
boot
being
me
a
because you
fucking
can't
idiot.
answer my question, man.
So, as I was trying to inform
Like,
you,
why would
whilst
I
you were fucking...
believe
Look,
some
I'm just
picture
going to
on the
press the mute
internet
button
on my own?
so I can make it out. Shut up. Now that you're listening, because... run away, little boy, run away. Another preacher.
Mr. Bad Guy.
What's up, Ren?
I'm good. I'm afraid to talk to you.
I wouldn't be afraid to talk to me. That other guy was just an idiot. He came in with a script and he just wanted to preach. He had no intention of listening to anyone in here.
I want to share with you the 7-step conversion process into round earthism. Okay, so we
Yes.
have first, round earthism does not seek to convert through force, fear, or deception. Okay.
So this
The round
round
earth,
earthism. So
yeah, the round
basically,
earther.
from what I've established, you've just got to believe. I don't want to believe. I want your measurements of.
No.
Yeah, hold on. I want your measurements of round Earth. So when you provide us with measurements that are observable, repeatable, testable,
Just allow me
then
to do my pitch, and then we can and you can.
Magnanimous,
it's
we're not interested
it's
in
not
your
like pitching
stupid
your
pitch of
religion.
round Earthism. We just want you to
Yes, because
verify it, validate it, or prove it. So
it touches on all these things you're asking.
it touches on it.
Yeah,
Oh,
on all these
fuck,
things
I
you're
don't wanna go
asking.
there. So you've made
round
your
Earth
observation. Where have you
understands-
made an observation of the curvature?
round Earth understands that.
Yeah, no, don't go to your script. I don't want scripts. I want you to tell me where you've seen the curvature.
More precising it.
Look.
Look. That's what I want to do. I want to go there.
Round Earth.
That's what I want to do. I want to go there. I want to see it.
The round earthers, we think that in this whole
You don't think. We've established that.
Debate of flat Earth versus
it's
round
not a debate.
Earth,
It's a measurement.
In this measurement, okay, in this measurement on
Excellent.
the
So
shape
where's your
of
measurements?
the Earth, on the shape of the Earth.
He's scripted.
We
Magnanimous.
We
Stop doing the script.
The globe.
Yeah, Mac. We're not interested in your script. That's just shit, dude.
Yeah, like all this we stuff, like we from the globe hereby, like blah blah blah.
Oh, it's just
This is a troll. It's a troll, man. We the people unanimously unite. Blah blah blah.
Why do you come in here with these stupid scripts, Magnanimous? What's the deal with that? Like, seriously. Who's this border collie idiot? Get on the mic now so I know who you are, you coward.
Look,
Not
I
you,
think
Magnanimous.
it's
Silence. Silent. The other one, Broader
what?
Collie. Get on the microphone now. I would like to know who you are. Don't just sit in the side chat. If you can't mic up, kick rocks.
Um,
Hold on, Magnanimous. You can do it. Just wait.
he's not talking. You know,
Yep, that's
I'm
the
not. I'm not
problem. He
reading the
should be.
script.
Yeah,
I'm not reading.
I don't care. I said shut up for a reason. That's because you can wait a second so this other idiot can talk so we can find out who it is before we kick him anyways. Broader Collie, you are not going to get muted. You are just going to get yeeted if you don't speak up. You're not going to be sitting in the side chat talking shit and hide behind someone who's never spoken before. So speak up so we can find out who it is. Oh dear. You want to click your microphone button? I'd hurry up. Uh-oh. So that there, that's someone that we know is an anti-FE pain that's just in here to cause trouble. Because if it was anyone normal, they would have went, oh shit, yeah, hi, it's just me. Sorry, I just don't like talking much. So Magnanimous, now you can go on with your script.
All right.
Can't wait
So
to hear this one.
in this divided world where people are, very radicalized, we think that you need to have the openness and the willingness and the
So
intention.
radicalized people need to have openness and willingness. Dude.
Yes, because when you go and you talk to someone, if they're too closed to a different explanation, which for us is the truth, then you will resist
So
to
you've
listening
assumed it's the
and
truth.
seeing
How do you know
the
you're not one of
measurements.
these radicalized people? So you've instantly put yourself on the non-radicalized team and saying, we know the truth, when, well, if you know the truth, you'd
Yes.
provide us with measurements. So put the measurements down
Yes.
so we can validate that your truth is actually the truth.
Yes. But for
So you
example,
agree with
like
me? Excellent. I don't want examples now. I want the measurements. So we can affirm that you've got the truth and we're the ones that have been told lies. So then we can go, you know what? Let's fix this.
I think you broke him again.
Yep, that's
no,
2 from
no,
2.
I'm right. I'm here. I'm here.
Is he here?
Yes, I'm here.
No,
I'm
he's
here.
over there.
I'm over here. So we think like that. That's our way of thinking, right?
So you think people have been radicalized? That's fair enough. And
Yes.
you're putting yourself instantly on the non-radicalized team. So how do you know?
It's a delicate thing, It's a delicate
I didn't ask
subject.
if it was delicate. I didn't ask if you could polish it or anything like that. I just asked, how do you know that you are not on the radicalized team? The indoctrinated team. How do you know?
I know it because I know the reasons behind it.
Okay, then.
The logic.
How do you know?
I know, but you don't sound like a person that wants to listen. You sound like someone
You
who
sound like
is
someone who's
already...
making excuses now to not want to tell us. So that means
no,
you
you
don't
seem
know.
like
I can assure you now, if you knew
you're
Magnanimous, don't stop
you're
with that
challenging.
shit. Yep, you've been challenged, all right. If you know the truth, I can assure you now, you would lay it down on the table thick and hard, like how we put on toast. That's how you'd be putting that shit down. But straight away, your answer was to run away. Oh, you wouldn't be able to handle it. You don't know it. You don't want to listen to it. You're making excuses now to not put forward the truth.
I'm inviting you to see this.
I'm
truth, which
inviting
is
you to put the fucking
incredible.
truth down. You're choosing to run away.
No, because you have to have that willingness inside. Are you willing to
The
see
willingness?
that the
How
earth
much
is
more
round?
willingness do I need when I ask someone nicely and now I've got to fucking yell at them to get them to do the same thing I just asked nicely? Please present.
Back to that religious thing, you know?
Do you really want to see why the earth is round?
Do you really want to feel the power of God within you?
No, because if
You are
it's
so
true that the
bricked.
earth is
Seriously,
round,
man.
if it's true that the earth is round, wouldn't you want to know this?
We'd just like you to prove it.
We got a willingness to.
If this is the truth, if this is the truth,
we have a willingness.
are you ready
Yes,
to?
we have a willingness to receive truth. Yes.
If the proof is good enough, and I can make you see,
regardless
and I
of
can
what the
show
truth
you,
is, we are willing to accept it if it can be demonstrated to be true and to be true.
Excellent,
Yes.
excellent. I will be sending you videos. Okay, you can all add me, and I will send you material.
Oh
to
no,
read.
you can put that shit straight in the side chat. Straight up, so everyone can see the truth.
I have it on bookmarks on the computer.
We don't want the truth. We don't want the truth gatekept by one or two people. No. This can be laid down for everyone, so they can all see it.
Oh no, yeah, we can do that, but I have the bookmarks
The
on my
buffet is now open.
internet browser.
Some people won't like the curry chicken, but
I'll do it. I'll do it later.
Pick the chicken out of
do it right now. I'll do it in like half an hour. I'll drop it on the side chat.
He wants a private.
So that's when you're going to leave in 27
audience.
minutes, then.
What?
Why don't we give him a little break for a half hour then, so he has plenty of time to gather his materials, and then he can come back and pick back up after he does.
Side bets are open. Who's for no information at all? Who's for he gets yeeted before the half an hour's up? Who's for nervous breakdown?
Well, that's why I suggest just giving him a half-hour mute, so that way he can have plenty of time to gather his materials. It would be a nice favor to him, so that way he can focus on what he needs to accomplish next instead of just delaying the inevitable. He might as well have 30 minutes of productive, expectant silence.
Cool guy Cope is typing in the side chat. Wait for it.
I mean, if Reverend Mr. J. Ed Barrington's butt pain is eased by my muting, you can do it. I can help him.
Well, the problem is, Magnanimous, we understand that quite a few people have trouble doing two things at once, and you sound like you're one of them. He was just trying to make it easier for you, that's all. So he's just going to revert back to his son thing. So obviously, like I said, oops, not there.
Well, so can we take accounting of that attempt? If we call that 2, and he can come back for 2.1 or continue 2, I don't care. But what do you think of his attempt so far?
Of his attempt, I think it's a major fail.
I'll be back in what?
Now, is this other clown going to get on the mic, or is it going to get doubled? You know, Border Collie, it gets doubled every time it happens. It's a function of Globetardia. Very nice. Inverse band law. Proportionally amplified by the amount of time wasted.
Cool guy Jeff here sure has some things that he's bloviating on in the side chat.
Yeah. Yeah, little cool kid Jeff, he thinks just because he's seen the sun do one particular thing 5 days in a row and probably hasn't taken into consideration seasons or temperatures or weather conditions or any of that kind of shit. Just because he's seen it happen 5 times, therefore that's how it happens all the time. Oh, and it was on Facebook.
Of course, the Facebook and YouTube and TikTok are the arbiters of real truth. There's no truer truth than that on Facebook and TikTok and YouTube.
It's on the internet, so it must be true. It's 25 years old this year, I do believe.
Wow.
So he's our magnanimous fellow's gone again. So do we call that
He won't come back.
attempt 2? Do we call that attempt 2? And then he comes back and it'll be 3, or do we call it 2.1?
Yeah,
or...
we'll give him that. That's fair. We'll give him that. Oh, sorry.
He's lost the best
cool
2 out of
toy
3. We go the best 3 out of 5.
All in squash, we go best 3 out of 5. Yeah, first to 3. So look at this little cool clown Jeff here, or cool guy Cope. I'm gonna rename him. You're stun locked. Can't respond. You don't have a model, and your worldview contradicts what we see with our eyes. And this is one of the reasons why I'm getting kick-ass lenses so I can go and film this shit and show it all happening. So when these little clowns come in here with their random TikTok videos or Facebook clownery, I can just put mine down and go, oh, look, mine does this. Maybe because it's winter when I did this shot. Who knows? And then when they just say something stupid like, see, it is going down. Oh, by the way, this is the infrared camera that was sitting right beside it. Doing this. Totally different. Oh, but you did that on a separate day. Wrong. Here's the third camera filming the first two cameras side by side. That's what this shit comes down to. Having to have side views of shots just to satisfy some idiot that thinks it's not real, and then you've got to have a third camera filming both the first two cameras and the idiots hanging on to them just to validate the existence of the first two. What's next? I get your screen name, then go out there, write the shit in the dirt, film it, pan up and across so you can see the horizon after seeing your own name. So you know that we are directing the video to you. Like, when does it stop? Cool guy Jeff's been in here before. What would be interesting to know in his little video that he put up, that first one, at what elevation was it filmed at? Because it makes the sun look like it's, like, I don't know, only a couple hundred yards behind that hills or trees or whatever the horizon line. Who was posting up the cool sunset zooms the other day? Was it you, DJ? With the... Was it Mark Sargent?
Yeah, it was
Or
Mark
Jeremy? I can't remember
Sargent.
which. Sargent.
Oh no, David Weiss.
Weiss. I couldn't remember who it was. That cool one that was just faded out.
Yeah, man. The sun
that up
always
for him.
fades. The sun always fades out above the horizon. The only time it sets cleanly is when we have something blocking our view of the apparent horizon. right? Like mountains, elevated land, ocean swells. If we get a calm day, clear day, looking out over the ocean, just like this one, and you zoom in on it,
It drags
every
out.
single time the sun will fade out above the horizon. It'll turn into like a little football shape, right? Like a rugby ball shape, and then it'll get thinner and then it'll fade out above the horizon every single time. I couldn't find one video where it doesn't happen.
Yeah, the one that I saw the other day, that was just when I was going to work. The one I saw the other day was awesome. Like, it nearly looked like someone had actually had doctored it and done some kind of like a Photoshop fade out effect on it.
See, this is what happens, right? Like the Globus will pick an image like this off the internet. Look at this one. And they'll be like, look, it's disappearing behind the curve. But if you look closely, you can see that on the bottom corners of the sun there, it's unnatural. And if you look at a time lapse of it, it will eventually do this every single time. It'll turn into that, and then that little thing will just fade away above the horizon.
Yeah.
The only time that you'll catch it on a clear day, a still day, disappearing from the bottom up over the ocean is days where you have a crazy mirage. Like in this video, right? You can see the sun, it kind of shape shifts into like a pyramid shape, does all sorts of crazy stuff, right? And on this day, we can tell that there's some crazy miraging effects taking place. And it kind of looks like it disappears under the horizon on this day, but find one where it's not, right? It's not turning shape shifting crazy, right? Obviously, a crazy mirage. Just find like a normal looking sunset, right? Like this is what happens most of the time, and it's hard to see if you're standing at the beach. So you could be standing at the beach and it kind of looks like this, but if you zoom in on it, you'll notice that it actually looks like this. And then it will turn into this. And I'll keep posting what happens as it fades away into the vanishing zone, the horizontal vanishing zone. That's what happens every time.
See that the second last one and the last one? What that looks like to me, you know, when you get the ship images where they look like they're floating with the TIR in front of them?
Mm-hmm.
That's what that looks like. The actual horizon is up where that last little smidge of light is, and the rest of it's all TIR in front of it. That's why it's getting
Right.
that awesome.
That horizon isn't necessarily like a small area. It's kind of like a zone.
Yeah.
And yeah, absolutely, man. Yep, that's the case. And that's because upward refraction, well, we don't even have to call it refraction, right? Because it upsets some people. We can just call it that it's normal. The normal lapse rate in the atmosphere is that it gets cooler as you go up in altitude. And when we have cooler air up higher, that's what causes inferior mirages, which causes that TIR effect. And we can just do tests on a small scale and validate that that's exactly what's causing it, varying and manipulating the temperature. And we can just replicate this test on a small scale very easily. And yeah, this is what happens. And that's my challenge for the Globus. Find me one sunset over on a clear day where we don't have waves, where you zoom in on the sun and take a time lapse of it, and it doesn't do this. And also, there's no crazy mirage, right? Like it's shape shifting all over the place. No one's been able to present it. The only thing they can present is like a cherry picked. What's it? What's that?
Really?
Inaudible, my friend. Say it clearer.
Do you speak it English?
I'm Ron Burgundy.
Oh, you're Ron Burgundy. Okay. Well, congratulations, Ron.
That escalated quickly.
So
I'm
sounds
Ron.
like
I'm Ron Burgundy.
Well,
Sure.
I'm John Malkovich. How's it going? Okay. Come to a screaming halt, didn't it? It's like as if he's a AI bot that's just broken for a couple of seconds. I'm just waiting for him to reset and then go back there and
I'm
give me a
Ron
script.
Burgundy.
You say that again, you're probably going to get red flagged. Just throwing it in there.
Don't resort to threats.
Don't be stupid then. You got people trying to have a sensible conversation, and we got this idiot going, I am Ron Burgundy. I am Ron Burgundy.
You're just trying to spread some positivity in here.
No, that's not spreading positivity. It's spreading stupidity. Pretty close though.
Come on, it's a great movie. It's a great movie.
Do you know what non sequitur means?
Elaborate.
It doesn't follow. It has nothing to do with the subject.
Repeat
What's
the
the
word. What's the term again?
non sequitur?
Non
So
sequitur.
yeah. So how would what you said? How does that relate to flat Earth?
Oh, I grok the whole idea that you're trying to say. No need to
All right,
do
cool.
that.
But you get what I'm saying. It has nothing to do with
I
the
get
subject.
I get it. I get it. Sorry, I'm rolling here a joint so that I can spark some good ideas on the global subject.
Hey, DJ.
Yo.
Hey, thanks for sharing these shots, bro. It's fucking sick, man, dude. Earth is beautiful, bro.
Yeah, no worries, man. It's
If the Earth
Never
is
seen
flat,
this. I've
why
never
do
seen
people?
this, dude. That's beautiful, bro.
If the Earth is flat, why does everyone say like around the globe and not like on the, you know?
because they think it's a globe. Even though they live on a flat Earth that they experience as flat, and they could go and measure flat anytime, they were convinced it's a globe, and they probably never even questioned it. And they
What's the
say
point? What's
globe.
the point of this conspiracy of convincing people
Well,
it's a
it's not a
globe?
conspiracy. Well, who do you think's conspired? Do you think the teacher that taught them that it's flat was in on some conspiracy, or do you think perhaps that it's their job to just parrot the textbooks and
Oh no, but I'm talking about the source, the original source.
What was the original source? Do you know the history of the globe?
People that go to space, you know, the Greeks with their pillars and you know, and the shadows, you know, whatever. You know, there's many
time gap.
things like circumnavigation.
Okay.
You know,
All right. So
there's
who was the
tons
first
of things.
person
Seasons.
who was the first person to suggest that the Earth was a globe?
Oh man, I mean,
I can tell you all these
it's
things.
a Greek
you could just
guy.
say if you
It's a Greek guy. It's a Greek.
Okay. All right. Have you finished rolling your joint? You need to smoke that and then listen.
I'm almost
It'll
there.
help you listen.
I'm almost there.
Okay.
I'm almost there.
You work on that and I'll talk. Right. So it was Pythagoras is the first person attributed
No, it was
with
not him.
suggesting that the Earth's a globe. It was him. Okay. And he reasoned that the Earth's a globe not through any empirical evidence whatsoever, but because he was obsessed with balls, essentially. Right. And he thought that spheres were the most divine shape, and that the divine creator must have made the Earth the most, what he considered the most perfect shape. Therefore, the Earth must be a sphere,
Okay.
right? Because they kind
So
of
the guy is called Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes lived allegedly hundreds of years after Pythagoras. And he already thought the Earth was a globe. He wasn't trying to prove if the Earth was a globe, right? If he even existed, which there's very little evidence of. Okay, he wasn't trying to validate if the Earth was a globe or flat. Okay, it was Pythagoras that first suggested that the Earth's a globe according to what they teach people in the history books. Pythagoras is another person where there's also very little actual evidence of him existing the way that he's claimed to have existed and the things that he's claimed to have said and done. Same with Eratosthenes, right? But the globe wasn't created because people one day went out and started measuring curvature, and they were like, hey, everybody, these are my tests. You know, you can go and repeat these tests. I've measured that the Earth's actually a globe. And all of the ancient cultures were wrong for thousands of years, and we worked out in our togas, right, that the Earth's actually a globe, right? That's not how it happened. So they basically reasoned that because the ancient cultures needed a convenient way to map out the sky for navigation and that kind of thing, they made up a conceptual coordinate system called the celestial sphere.
All right, so there's another. I just pulled up here a thing, okay, just quite interesting, and I could tell you many different ways to prove it, but before you counter each of the things that I say, just let me read through them, okay? So, ships disappear hull first over the horizon. Number 2, Earth's curved shadow during lunar eclipses, right? When the sun is behind Earth,
Hey,
Earth
yeah.
is at
Okay,
the
cool.
center,
Just
and then
pause
the
for a second. I
moon.
will let you continue the list. I'll let you continue the list in a second.
Okay,
Right?
okay.
Do you know how many? Do you know? But just like, do you know how many times a day we hear this exact same list? Like these are crappy, like 101. It's so easy to debunk claims. Like we hear this so often, dude. You Globers all have the same script because you get like the same sources or something. It's so boring.
You'd have to come
Yeah,
up with
but there's
something
like
new or additional to what the information that
these
we've
things
already received
can
and
be
rejected, bro.
observed.
Hold on, man.
Well, why don't you
These
ask why we
things
don't
can
accept
be
it as evidence?
observed.
Why don't you ask us why we don't accept it as evidence?
I
We're
mean, these
not
things
unfamiliar with
can
that
be
information. I told you earlier.
observed.
Listen, bro, shut up. Shut up. I told you earlier that you're going to have to come up with either something new or a... Holy shit. Can I finish my fucking sentence?
That was somebody else.
You're going to have to come up with something new or additional to the information that we've already received and rejected, or ask us why we rejected that said information.
And now he's acting crazy.
God dang.
What the hell?
God damn it. All right.
You can't just be civil for 1 minute, dude.
Is he still here?
Yeah.
Mag.
Can I continue with the list?
You still here, buddy?
Dude, are we talking
Can I
you or are we
move
talking?
on? Can I move on? Can I move on?
How many
Okay.
things are on the list?
Artificial.
It's just a couple. I can read it in less than 1 minute.
Okay, go ahead.
Different stars at different latitudes. The changing altitude of polaris as you move in latitude. The sun's different angles at different locations, different times of the year. Circumnavigation, time zones, how the sun looks for different time zones.
Yo, who broke this guy?
The model of a round Earth.
Drop that shit immediately or get banned.
Yo, do you think that's what you should be doing right now? Just like naming random nonsense?
When you're in an airplane, why do you think the curved path of the airplane on the fucking map? That's proof. That's the best proof.
When does the plane curve? When does that happen?
Because it's a round Earth. That's why it looks like that.
When did the plane curve? When the plane's flying, it's making a curve. When did it curve?
No, you don't understand. It's a
When
parabola of
made
the
the plane
pace
curve,
of the
right?
Earth.
When the plane was flying, it made a curve. When did that happen?
It's a parabola. It's a parabola
When?
of the Earth. The
Where's
Earth
the
is round
parabola?
and the map is flat.
Right.
Well, it looks deformed.
You said
But
it's
I don't
flat?
know if this
You're
guy's rolling a joint, and maybe there's a slim chance that the joint might chill him out a bit to where he can have a normal conversation, or it's going to make him worse. It's the only interesting thing that we're going to find out in the
Everything,
next few
everything. The
minutes.
physics, for example, of the Coriolis effect. The physics of it. The
There you
You
go.
said it was
explanations.
just
Through
Like
1
honey
minute.
free.
We gave you plenty of time, right? So what you're doing right now is you're just scattergunning points. So what you should do,
Yes, I
what I
know. I
recommend
know
you
all
do,
of these
is
things. I know that. I just use the technology of
all right, stop
ChatGPT
talking in a silly voice. You're
for
annoying
it to.
everybody with the silly
I'm not
voice
annoying
thing. Just
anyone.
talk.
I just I use the
You're
tool of
annoying
the
everybody
AI
with
to
the silly
enumerate
voice,
the things
dude.
very
It's not
fast
funny.
and to
It's not funny.
save
Right.
cognitive load. Do you
You're gonna
understand?
get muted. I'm
Save.
just telling you that in advance. We don't want to
You
mute
don't
you,
let
right?
me finish my
Go
fucking
look.
phrase.
Yeah, but you're just talking shit, right? And you're saying it in a silly voice, right? So look, unfortunately, I had to mute you. What I recommend you do is smoke your joint, pick one thing on your list, and then we'll go over it until we come to some kind of logical conclusion, right? How's that sound? Mag, you there, dude?
Let's talk about surveying. Let's talk about how the Globers only want to look far away at an observation that doesn't match the globe. Like, why would you rely on something that actually doesn't match like what you're looking for? So dumb.
It is not dumb. I can give you a simple example of something similar. When you look at the moon during a lunar eclipse, you're watching the shadow of the Earth is casting on the moon. This is what the round earthers say,
Prove it.
right?
Prove it. Shut up and prove it.
Dude, let me speak, okay? Let me just have
No,
my minute
no,
of
you're going to
fame.
prove it. You
Can
just made a
I have
claim. No,
my
I'm
minute?
stopping you right
Can I
there.
have
I'm
my minute of
stopping your
fame?
scattergunning. I'm stopping your scattergunning, and we're going to address
Look
something
at this
specific that you said,
edgy
which
lord.
was that the Earth's shadow is upon the moon surface. Prove
Okay,
it.
yeah,
Prove
I'm
it.
giving an
Prove
example.
it.
When you go and you take
Prove
an
it.
X-ray,
That is not the proof, bro. Just declaring that you saw that the Earth's shadow on the moon is not proof. All right. You just want to move on to the next thing, like that's a given, and we're not going to do it. So you're going to prove that that's Earth's shadow. How are you going to do that? How are you going to prove it?
okay. The guy was saying it's ridiculous to. That's what he said. You know, he said it's ridiculous to look at something else when you want to measure this thing here. I'm saying, look, I was going to tell him, when you make an X-ray, you cast light that goes through the body, and then it's the same process.
Yeah, that's
Without
light going
looking at
through
the thing.
something, not light getting blocked by something. Not a very good example. Yeah, that's great.
Tell us how you know. Who is that that's doing that stupid noise?
It's magnanimous.
How do you know it's Earth's shadow on the moon?
Surely not.
What?
How do you know?
How do
that
you
is
know
Earth's shadow?
it's Earth's shadow on the moon?
Sorry, Tito.
Gotcha.
Is he having some
Right?
kind of brain malfunction?
Hi! That's amazing. That's amazing. Yeah.
That you're not listening.
Right, let's check if there's anyone else to talk to.
Oh, look, Border Collie's back. I wonder if he's going to speak up this time. Because that'll put him up to 80 minutes.
Look, I'm going to be straightforward.
You're going to be
You haven't been
muted.
so
That's what's
far,
going
so
to happen.
why should we
What?
even consider? Shadow,
Because
Moon. How do you know that's from Earth?
because the Earth is a round object between the sun and the moon,
How do you
casting a
know that?
shadow.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because the Earth moves in a certain pattern across the
How do you know
sky,
that?
right?
How do you know that?
Because you measure it. Like you can look at the sky every single day. The sun traces a similar
Oh, so it's the
parabola
sun moving.
on
So
the
the sun
sky, right?
moves. So the sun
Yes,
moves.
and then this
So not the
this
Earth then.
path.
So not the Earth.
Wait, honey, wait.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if I put you on a spinning wheel and I spin you around, everything appears to be moving, but it's you.
Okay, so we have two situations.
You
One
get
where
in a
I'm on a
car,
moving
you're
object.
driving
So
by, and
listen. So shut up. I'm gonna halt you right there. So we have two. We actually have three
okay.
situations, right? We're on a moving object making things that are stationary appear to move. We're on a moving object while other things independent of that moving object also move and have an effect on the way we see them move. Or we're on a stationary object and the things surrounding us independent of us are the thing that is moving. How do you distinguish the difference?
Why is it he has the necessity to talk through you, but when he gets pulled up and we all pause so he can have his minute of fame, he doesn't speak at all?
I'm telling you now, you would not know the difference between being on a massive object that is moving, making stationary things appear to move, and being on a stationary object while the things that you're observing are actually moving. You wouldn't know how to tell the difference. Prove me wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, y'all are lucky, man. DJ's being nice to y'all, man.
We got any other
Yeah.
Globers in here or what? Let's go through the list quickly and see who we got here. Beta. All right, who haven't we spoken to? We got tons of people in here, right? Look, anyone here in here that believes that the Earth is a globe, right? Ask us questions about flat Earth, or you can, you know, if you think you've got any proof that the Earth's a globe, let us know. So we got Nally, or even just open your microphone and just say hello. All right, we got Nally, or is it Nally? Nally, welcome. We got Al Mikdad. Welcome, Al Mikdad. Beta, we got Boy. Brodacoli won't seem to open his microphone, just wants to chat skank in the side chat. Who else we got? Ghosty. Ghosty looks familiar. Who's Ghosty? All right, welcome, Ghosty. I don't think we've spoken to Ghosty before.
I mean, for real, like, are y'all still
Sultan
to the globe? Like, are y'all like sitting here like these guys are so dumb, but I want to hear what they have to say? Like, or like, are you clinging to the globe? Like, what are you doing? Like, what's really going on in your head? Like, are you
and we got
stuck?
Sultan. We got Sultan at the bottom of the list there. Sup, Sultan?
You got magnanimous. Ugh.
Yeah, but he's magnanimous. He's kind of lame though.
What's up, Sultan?
Ooh.
Go smoke your joint, magnanimous. Wow, madness.
Yeah, it's like Lex Luthor.
Yeah. And Ippo. I don't know if Ippo's still a globe out there. I think Ippo's maybe on the fence now.
How's your sleep still hanging out?
What's that, Jesse?
You know that dude Sleep? I met him a few weeks ago. Is he still hanging?
Sleep. All right, bro. You gotta go on mute. Too crazy. Sleep. I don't know. I don't know who Sleep is.
All right, never mind. But yeah, I wanted to talk about surveying. I want to talk about maps because everybody thinks that everybody proved the round Earth with long distance observations, and you really didn't. Like you just really didn't. Like if you look at the surveys, if you find the angles that they claim, you know, when they're establishing elevation profiles, they're finding difference in elevation, right? And then there's refraction near the surface. So the ground positions are vertically displaced by atmospheric refraction while they're trying to make topographical survey maps. So they do differential leveling first. Differential leveling is the official method to get an elevation profile within like a square mile. And that is based on a mean sea level reference. Has nothing to do with taking long distance observations. The moment they take a long distance observation to try to find something like a difference in the level, it's displaced. The geographical position of things in the distance are displaced vertically because of refraction. So you shouldn't depend on it for your elevation profile. Therefore, they don't, you know? So, like, you know, they got all these leveling techniques and they got all these like ground measuring techniques like along the surface that aren't using long distance observations. And this is how they start their little square mile maps. All of them. This is how they all start, is with elevation profiles. Fuck your long distance observations of not enough drop over distance. That really doesn't matter in the map. You know? You know, Globers will just pretend like they just, you know, still love the ball. You know, what is there to love about this ball? I just don't get it.
I'm sorry, what's the title of Discord? Help needed? Please teach us about what? Can't read it.
About the globe Earth.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Right, so all you got is a difference in elevation in relation to mean sea level reference, which is a horizontal plane based on hydrodynamics. Like when it comes to the system, like the dynamic system inside of a container, like, you know, the edges of a lake holding a body of water, the vector of gravity acts on the center of mass within the volume of the container. And then that surface is an equipotential surface, meaning that the vector of gravity acting on the center of mass, that point creates a perpendicular, you know, plane. The plane is perpendicular to the vector of gravity. All points are at equal elevation, you know, relative to the center of gravity, all the way to the edges of the containment. And that is our physics model of water. That's how we make a construct of how water works. Then once that's established, you can, like, you know, other variables are like, you know, whatever motion, whatever tension, and, you know, they got meniscus, which has to do with like the edges and whatever tension happens near the edges. So those are the three forces acting on water. All right. That has nothing to do with curving around a ball. Like it really doesn't. And when you look out over water, you don't see curve. When you measure the surface of water, it's not curving. When you make a map, you don't treat it like it's curving. When you make an elevation profile, you reference water as if it's flat. So That's the foundation of making maps. Like, that's required. That's the most functional way. That's the most efficient way to make an accurate representation of the Earth's surface. So that's pretty much what you got. You got a flat Earth, and then in come the Royal Society of Greenwich, and they want to establish a longitude-latitude system, and the longitude lines bend, around 23 degrees south latitude and 23 degrees north latitude. That's when they really start to bend significantly away from the cardinal directions, where north is no longer taking you to magnetic north, and other such things like that. Royal Society claims that all those directions and all the cardinal directions and where you're going to see the sun and magnetic declination, all that changes in a very distinct way in those regions, and they don't let you go there to verify it. Nobody's verifying their claims about the top of the ball and the bottom of the ball. It's very easy to make an azimuthal equidistant projection just using, within the lines of latitude, 23 degrees north and 23 degrees south. In the Mercator projection, that's where all the land is projected most accurately and is literally projected on a flat surface. The Mercator map is flat, and where the land is most accurately represented, it's between 23 degrees north and 23 degrees south. And you can literally wrap that into an azimuthal equidistant projection, and it'll work. And Bacon proved that. Bacon actually did celestial navigation with that map. So, there's all that stuff going on, and people need to figure that part out, I guess.
Yeah, man, that's all good stuff. Interesting.
Dude, Disney Plus makes me pay through Roku. This is so stupid. I fucking hate doing this. I have to pay through this Roku website. Fuck.
Can I interrupt for a second? I just want to Brody Broder Cooler or Kohler or whatever his name is. He has been claiming that Indio was lying in a chat back in 2024. So I went and looked it up. And then I went on ChatGPT and I asked the same question. The question, Indio was right. It is cooler in the summertime in San Francisco. So he's been spamming the chat saying that Indio is lying. And I just went and proved it for him. So I don't know if he wants to come to the mic and defend himself, or if he just wants to hide in the chat.
All right. Well, I mean, if you can are you able to take a screenshot of that and post it in the chat at all? And then
Yep,
Brody
I
can
screenshotted
Brody can
the
apologize or get banned.
Yep, I screenshotted the chat GPT where it states what India was saying is correct.
I'm guessing Broader Collie is just someone that we're well acquainted
some
with. That
degenerate troll that doesn't want to speak up. That's why I was calling it out earlier.
Yeah, it's probably Rich Evans or something along the lines of that.
That ilk.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's still holding to his guns, saying that it's not true, even though I posted it. I even took a screenshot, sent it in there. Yeah, he's definitely just trying to get attention.
Where's the screenshot?
It's let's see the timestamp. Oh, right above 908, right above clipcord. It's like 3 paragraphs up here.
What's going on? What are y'all talking about?
Whether it's warmer or cooler. Yeah, what are we talking about specifically? Right. So I think Indio said it's warmer during the winter in San Francisco, and this guy's saying that Indio's a liar. But then Alpha Omega looked it up, and it said that that's actually true. So I'm just trying to find where he posted that, so then we can call out Broader Collie for his chat skanking lies.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, welcome. What brings you?
Nothing. Just checking on you, all flatters.
Checking out what?
Checking on all flat earthers, you know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's new stuff, man. We're destroying the globe every day. Any stupid thing the globe wants to, configure against flat Earth, it's just gonna get obliterated, because it's not a globe.
It is actually, and according to your belief, you believe that Earth is a flat, right? So where does this flat end? What is the end of this flat shape?
No, incorrect.
It's not
We don't have a
ending.
theory. We're not presenting a theory to anybody.
All right. So what is the end of your flat Earth?
Well, I would say that the continents and the oceans that we're told about, they lie along closer to a horizontal plane than to a circumference of 25,000 miles. Like, it's pretty clear that, water's flat.
All right. But
Yep.
what's the last known location? Like the last land.
I haven't been there.
Who knows?
You haven't been there. If you want to go from America to China, which direction you go to?
What?
From where?
If you're going from the US to China, where are you heading? According to directions, 4 directions: north, east, west, south.
Yeah, the Great Circle route that they take over the Pacific Ocean, they always go to Australia. They go to Sydney first. So that Great Circle route, apparently it like flies like very south, and then it like arcs. So it reaches Australia after it like comes kind of close to the Arctic Circle. That's what the flight route looks like in their projections.
So is it flat or circle?
Well, I don't know if that's the real path.
The thing is, if you want to go to China from the US, you can go to the east direction or the west because you're spinning. So
What? You're spinning.
yeah,
That's not what I've never heard that added into the argument before.
yeah, it is
Because
how
you're
Earth
spinning.
is
That's
going.
not what they say, bro. That's not why they
Coriolis.
say you can do that.
Yeah,
Gonna use Earth rotation to
going
get.
around the globe. This is the physics of the globe.
No, this is exactly why you're gonna be a flat earther. Is what you just said.
Oh. I'm telling you. Tell me how to go to China. Which way are you going to?
You are correct. You are
Maybe
correct.
to-
Coriolis would make it so where if a plane takes off of a rotating ball, you could in fact lead the target and
Yeah.
get to your location. Yeah, and guess what? Planes don't do that.
All right. Because yeah, why do they not do this? Because they are facing the big
Planes
ocean. So
don't take into account Coriolis as a variable in their flight route. And
yeah,
that is actually, completely contradictory to the physics that we establish, like what would be happening if you were on a rotating ball. So you're right, man. You would have to lead the target, and planes don't lead the target. So that should tell you something.
what is it telling me? Is Earth is a globe? This is what is it telling me?
To me, it tells me that it's definitely not spinning. Planes don't curve. Planes fly straight A to B to their destination,
Yeah,
and
of
no
course,
curve, no
you
spinning.
don't feel it,
You don't
but in the end,
incorporate spinning into
yeah,
any variable while you're
of
flying.
course.
You just don't.
I agree. I agree that when you are traveling by car or by plane, you don't feel like you're spinning. You're still going forward.
It's got nothing to do with the spinning, bro. They say the claim is that you can circumnavigate around the globe, whether it's
Yeah,
spinning or not.
of
Right?
course.
As our
I'm
friend
not.
here just pointed out to you, the spinning is not taken into account by aircraft control or pilots. Okay, so they're not going to factor in, because the Earth's spinning, we can go this way
Yeah,
and account for, like we can shave 2 hours off our trip if we go, against the spin of the Earth. No, that doesn't work like that, man. It doesn't happen like that. Nobody says that. Nobody
this
thinks
imply
that, except you.
this yeah this suggests that the Earth is a globe. So if
No,
you
bro,
go
you're
east
not hearing
or
me. Nobody thinks that what you just said about the Earth spinning and aircraft. Nobody says that or thinks that except you. Not even the globe side says that. You got it
right,
wrong, bro. It's got nothing to do with the rotation of the Earth.
I'm not referring to the rotation of Earth. I'm referring to traveling distances and how you navigate the world. Then, if you want to go from a country to another country, what is the end of your flat Earth? What is the last known location?
Now we're on to where's the edge. What would an edge have to do with whether or not it's flat?
Because show me your shape, and I tell you that you're
Look
wrong.
at. So I ask you a question, and
How
you
do you
go.
imagine? How do you
So show me
imagine?
your shape, dude. You're going into the incoherent zone. You want us to give you some kind of visual
Yeah,
representation of what we think the Earth looks like.
yeah,
Nobody here
please.
is making a claim of. Excuse me. Can I finish a thought without you jumping in? Thank
All right.
you. Nobody here is giving you or claiming any kind of model. We're talking about the surface of the Earth being measurably flat. Can you comprehend what I'm telling you?
No, I agree. The Earth's surface is flat, 100%.
Great. That's all we're talking about.
All right. But from the outer shape of this Earth, how do you imagine it?
I have no
Okay,
idea.
I'm happy to answer that question.
Yeah, please.
So yeah, until you actually go there, what's the point of imagining?
You're claiming that Earth is flat, totally, like a plate.
I imagine that it's just like what I experience on the ground, except
Nice.
bigger.
Yeah, and I believe that Earth is globe, and also it is flat. It can go both ways.
Are you okay with
No.
not? Are you okay with not knowing certain things?
Yeah,
Well, that's what I feel like. If there's a chance I may never know the extents, like how far the reaches really go. I'm cool with that.
all right. But the point is, I've discussed with so many people who believe that Earth is flat and so on, and they believe that it is like a plate with
Wrong.
like a total plate. So
Wrong.
when I try, yeah, all right, nice.
Yeah, wrong. We
Yeah,
don't
nice.
claim it's flat like a plate. We don't
All right.
claim it's round like a plate. If someone in here has said that to you, please name that person.
I don't remember the name, but what
Excellent.
No one in
So as
here would
far as I'm
claim that.
concerned, it didn't happen.
Yeah,
If you've had someone say that to you, please feel free to take it up with them. I will not stop you. Actually, I will join you so I can rip them a new one.
yeah. All right. What I tried to explain is Earth from the outside, it's like a globe. If you go to space,
You've never been to the outside to validate, verify, or prove such a claim. Please try
Okay.
again.
So you don't know how Earth looks from the outside.
You don't either.
No.
I know.
What outside? What outside?
Yeah.
Like space, like space.
Oh, space is fake.
You don't believe that there is an outer space and so on.
No, I'll tell you why.
me nor anybody that I've ever met in my entire life has ever been to this place. That's number one. Number two, it violates the second law of thermodynamics, the idea of a vacuous region surrounding a pressurized region with no exchange.
Okay, so where is the sun?
In the sky, where you see it every day.
If sun in the sky will be burning right now.
What in the world are you talking about? Burning? Why do you think the sun is burning?
If sun is in the sky, you will be burning. You will be melting, buddy.
Dude, okay, so you now have tried to shoehorn the idea of the sun from the heliocentric religion into what we're discussing. Why would you do such a thing?
I'm trying to elaborate that the sun is very far from us. Thank God it's
Okay,
very
great.
far.
I want you to prove that. I want you to prove that.
The
Prove
proof
it.
that you are talking to me and not melting. You know?
Brother, just prove to me that the sun is the size and the distance that you say it is. I'll wait.
What do you mean?
You know what's funny? It doesn't matter the distance from the sun. The reason that you're not burning up in the globe model is because of the ozone layer. Otherwise, if there was no atmosphere, you would burn up.
So you believe that the sun is
Right,
very
yeah,
close
that's
to us, that it's in the sky that we are looking at. You don't
No,
believe like
that's
it's very
you're
far
using relative terms. Excuse me. You're using relative terms. The sun is where it is. I don't know its distance. I don't know anything about it.
You just said
I
it.
know
You
that it's
said
bright.
you said in the sky.
Yeah, that's where I know that it is. I didn't claim anything about distances or relative distances. You brought that up.
Yeah, because the sun is
Why?
a big giant star. If the sun is really in the close sky that you're looking at and
Dude, do
feeling,
you have anything other than
not a big
rhetoric
giant
that you're
star.
just repeating? Please don't repeat rhetoric. I want you to prove any claim that
He's
you
not
make.
repeating it. He's getting it wrong again. Even
oh,
within the heliocentric paradigm, the sun is a tiny star, not a massive one.
it is a massive one.
Now, he's speaking in relative terms. He's saying it's massive compared to the Earth that he imagines he lives on.
Right.
So
Yeah.
he's buried in this relativistic rhetoric, and I'm kind of annoyed by it. Dude, can you prove anything that you're claiming?
You want me to prove that sun is in the sky? Is in
No,
the
that was
space?
my claim. Yeah, I
Yeah.
want you to prove to me that the sun is 93 million miles away and that you know its size. Prove to me that you can validate some of this information.
Well, I'm not like a scientist, but it is common sense to know that sun is very far from us.
No,
How do
you
you
mean
measure that?
No, it's not.
it's common rhetoric. You are telling me what is common rhetoric. This idea, this story has circulated through the earth, and you are one of the victims of this really bad story. You're repeating it to us, and then you're giving us excuses as to why you don't know how that's true. I ain't no scientist. Well, guess what? This isn't even a scientific question. So not only do you not know what subject matter we're talking about, this is not science. This is geometry. It's a distance that I'm asking you about and size. Okay. Number two, you have to prove any of the things that you're claiming. I know it's common rhetoric. I know everybody is chanting and singing the same song. I want you to prove any of these claims.
Well, space studies have proven that there's like outer space and
Great.
planets
Give me
and
one.
stars and telescope
I'll tell you,
images.
let me tell you how you prove all this right now. All the stuff that you're just saying, somebody else proved it. I have no idea how it works. Just somebody else really smart with a lot of funding did it. And so I'm trusting that whatever information I got online or in school, that somebody has done this. No worries. All you need to do is find me a demonstration somewhere of gas pressure being achieved without some kind of solid containment or a liquid. I'll accept either one. So gas pressure without containment. Can you demonstrate this for me?
No, I don't know anything about gas pressure or any of these complicated things, but do you believe in telescopes, for example?
So sorry, friend. So what you're telling me is that you don't have any evidence that Earth could be a spinning water ball covered in gas inside a vacuum, having pressure around it, and that gas not fill the available volume of the ever expanding universe. So you have just given me an I don't know. So looking at stuff up in the sky with a telescope is not going to help us with your entire story. Sorry.
So you think we're imagining, looking at things, dreaming about
No,
them?
I didn't. Oh, that's great. Now you've jumped to you think that we're imagining things. No, I think the part of your imagination that when you look up into the sky and you think that's something really far away, but just it's so far away that it's really small. I think that is what you're imagining, that something is really far away when it's just a light in the sky and you have no idea the distance.
No, I disagree with that because I
Okay,
see
Do you know
great. Give
how
me.
they get the distance?
I think
Do you
that
know how they've determined that it's far away?
no, I have no idea, of course. And
Well,
I'm
you would be
assuming
bothered if you actually knew like how they got to that conclusion. You would know that it's not based in any actual measurements.
all right. I don't believe that it's like
I'll tell you
100%
how they do
accurate.
it. I'll tell you how
I
they
know.
do it. It's based on redshift. It's based on redshift and stellar aberration and parallax relative to background stars, quote unquote, which is like outside of our galaxy. That's the claim. They say that certain stars move at a certain rate and others move at a very specific other rate, and they are also redshifted a very specific amount. They presume that they're in a vacuum, so as the light travels from the galaxy to Earth, there is nothing in the way. And the only reason that it shifts to the red part of the spectrum is because of the amount of time it's been traveling. So they presume that over time, that there is like a length of distance where like the light attenuates even in a vacuum. That's what a light year comes from. So, that's just, a theory. It's not a real measurement. Just saying, oh, it's redshifted, that means it traveled through a vacuum for 1,000,000 years. That's not real. It's based on like, a fake ratio table that they made. You feel me,
All
dog?
right.
So, yeah, you should just Google that question that you have about that. Like, how did we measure the distance to stars? So they didn't measure the distance to stars. You know what I mean?
I believe that there's no way to be accurate about it, of course, but there's like, a range, an acceptable range that they would measure in. And I believe that there are certain,
I don't know.
space trips that has, contributed in the science of, outer space and so
You
on.
just assume that, or have you looked into it? Have you studied this?
No,
No, you just assume it, right? You're just assuming that you've
no, I'm not
heard,
assuming.
you've heard,
I'm,
you've heard the
I'm
basic story that they're really far away. They're millions of light years away, and the sun's 93 million miles
mean,
away, and all that. You've heard those things. You have no idea how that's been drawn. Like those conclusions have been drawn. All you do is appeal to the experts and assume that they must have done something very specific and scientific to have figured that out, right?
yeah, I believe in like space trips and so on. That
Yeah, I know.
there
You're
are.
enamored with the whole romanticism of it. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't believe that there are astronauts outside and
There's no evidence.
international
There's no
trips.
evidence. Yeah, there's no
What about
evidence. This is something you
what
saw
about
on TV, bro. It's just something you
what about
saw on the internet or TV.
what about satellite images and intelligence
Yeah,
of
that's just
U.S.
something you saw on a
military?
screen. That's just something you saw on a screen.
No, it's like military, stuff going on.
Like they're gonna tell you the truth too, right?
No, it's like satellite images. Where did they get these satellite images to
I
serve
don't
them
know.
in like military
I don't
stuff
know
and
which ones you're talking about exactly.
like the American images and the Soviet images and
Yeah,
all
what do they show?
like,
What do they show? What do they depict?
they show big amount of landscape.
Yeah, you can get that sort of footage from high altitude balloons. A lot of landscape stretching out far in front of you. Yep. You might want to be a bit more specific.
Talking about like satellite images. I don't know what's the name of international station.
Yeah, that does not depict the Earth as a globe. That none of that imagery depicts the Earth as a globe. It'll sometimes the imagery that's claimed to, it's purportedly taken from the ISS shows a curvy horizon, right? Yeah, but you don't see the whole Earth. You just see a horizon that's slightly curved in front of you in that imagery, with the black background and a part of the space station, the exterior of the space station in the foreground often. But even those cameras that they claim to have mounted on the exterior of the ISS are wide-angle lenses, admittedly, right? They have a field of view of about 240 by 180 kilometers. Definitely, even at that claimed altitude, they would see only a portion of the Earth, like 3% of the entire surface of the globe anyway, which is not even high enough to for the human eye to perceive the Earth's curvature, according to the math involved. So really, you're just appealing to imagery that you have no idea where it really came from, how it was taken, the equipment involved in taking the imagery, or whether it was even a camera. Could have been purely fabricated using software or some other method. Could have been done in a studio. You have no idea. You just see it and hear the story that it's accompanied with it and trust it and believe it. Right?
Yeah, but you don't like believe that there are like astronauts and they've tested the like gravity of space. They were floating in space. You don't believe
It's
that
just a
there are
story you
astronauts?
heard. That's just a story. That's just TV. That's just entertainment. That's just what you saw on TV or on the internet. You don't know if any of that's real.
All right.
Like, why accept it? Why accept it? What's the reason for seeing that sort of footage and going, I believe it? Why would you believe it?
Like it's common sense. We're in a big galaxy full of stars, and
That is not common sense.
we have
That
like
is not
sun.
common sense. If it was common sense, then people would have believed that thousands of years ago. And they didn't. You had to be told that. There is no way that you would have been born and not having any foreknowledge, no one influencing how you view the world, that you would have looked at the sky and suddenly and instantly had the realization that you're inside a galaxy made of billions of stars, and that you're just on this tiny little ball spinning around one of those stars. There is no
So,
way.
have you seen one of the images of space and Earth from outside, or so on? And
I grew up with that, man. It's been
yeah,
over 50 years of me exposed to that kind of media. Yeah. All my
why
life
would
I was exposed
why
to
would
those
they like
images.
why would they lie about these images and deliver it to the world?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Why do liars lie? Why do liars lie? That's the question.
What is the goal of lying to people and saying, "Oh, we are in a big galaxy,"
The
and
goal of lying is to deceive people.
to deceive them in what purpose? To what purpose?
I don't know. I could not tell you.
I think they delivered like the true story of Earth and space
You
and
think?
planets.
Based on
So
what?
on.
Based on what? What
Based on their
evidence?
efforts. You think that
What evidence?
astronomy, this science of astronomy, is big fake lie, magic, and imagination?
Astronomy.
There is
Yes,
There's a science called
it's
astronomy.
admittedly so.
Yeah,
Astronomy
astronomy.
is just simply mapping the stars. Do you know how they actually you know map the stars? Do you know the method behind it?
No.
So what they do is they imagine that they are on a giant infinite flat plane, right, of Earth. It's just extends out in all directions, flat and level, right? And that's surrounding that that infinite plane is a sphere with an infinite radius, right? The celestial sphere, right? And so it's all based on you are at the center of the universe. So from whatever position on Earth you are, you're at the center of it. It doesn't matter where you go, you're still at the center of the universe. And that's how they map the stars. And that's how they perform astronomy with that premise, right? They don't believe it, they don't think it's true, but for all intents and purposes, practical purposes, that's how they do astronomy, right? It's center based, it's observer centered, it's observer central based, um, um, uh, you know, observations and mapping. It's not based on, it's not like you think. You think that they're using globe geometry. They're not. They're not using globe geometry to look at the stars. All their angles and measurements that they take, right, using the stars is all based on planar trigonometry and geometry.
I think in the beginning, like in the old times, they didn't have the proper equipment to measure and so on. So they relied on
Even
uh,
still today,
and
astronomers. That's the principles behind
there
astronomy.
there are rockets which is have sent to space, and it's proven.
No, that's not proven. That's not proven. You don't know where those rockets go. You don't know what the equipment does or doesn't do. You just see it on TV and you believe it. And you believe the story that's told. You have no way of verifying that any of what you're told about the rocket and where it goes is true. Did you realize that your experience of the Earth is of it being flat and motionless? That it's antithetical. It's the opposite of the story that you're told, and it contradicts that everything that you saw on TV and learned in school.
No, like what I said, I believe that Earth is flat when you experience like navigating as a human being. You don't feel that you're taking round and taking going in a
Okay.
circle. But if you are to look at it from the outer the outer shape of
Nobody's
your
ever done that. Prove that anybody's ever done that.
astronauts have
Yeah,
done it.
prove that. Prove they've actually been. That's their claim. That's not your claim. That's their claim.
Okay,
What did they do to prove it to you?
well, many studies, many photos, many videos, many trips, many people have contributed into this science of astronomy and
We know the
intelligence
story,
and
bro. What did
all
they
of
do to prove it to you?
like like what I said, images, videos, intelligence, wars
What's the
between
proof
countries.
What's the proof those images are actually representative of what they claim to have done? What's
Why
the
are
proof?
the, why would they fake it?
That's not an argument. That's not proof. Asking me why they would fake it, why they would lie about it, is not proof that they actually
Yeah,
did those things and that imagery is real.
you're claiming that there are a bunch of people who are uh you know who are accused of being actors to
It
prove
doesn't
that.
matter what I say about it. How do you know it's real?
Well, I'm not, as I said, I'm not a scientist. I'm like a normal person who trying to deliver, simple message. You happen to be all of you guys. You happen to be knowing the measurements and so on. I will
Yeah,
not lie about.
yeah, right.
I will not
It
lie
comes
about it.
back to
Give
it
you like
comes back
numbers.
to it comes back to credulity, right? So it comes back to your inability to disbelieve them.
What do you
Your
mean by?
inability to doubt their story and their imagery. That's all it comes
No.
down to. You really have no way. You don't have a standard by which you evaluate the authenticity of the information that's put forth to you. You just accept it to be true because it's the norm, right? You don't have any proof that it's all true, right? You just accept it to be true. You believe it.
Yeah, of course.
I would say that to heighten your standards and demand that they prove it to you because your experience of reality contradicts their secondhand story. And what's funny about it is that when we observe the Earth, it looks flat. But not only when we observe it to be flat, we measure it to be flat, and we also utilize it and use it as if it is flat in
Yeah,
all our
hard.
common everyday experiences.
Real.
Yeah.
So right? I've come to the point in my life where that is going to be my standard, not whether it's believable or not, or something. Not if something it's not. I'm not going to let it come down to a trust issue, right? Until someone provides me better evidence than just a story and some pictures on a screen or in a book, right? I'm not going to accept it. I'm going to go with my physical experience, my first-hand direct experience of reality. And if you don't have that standard, that's your personal agenda. We may be different in that sense. You're happy to believe. I'm not happy to just believe. I want to know. So if their experience is real, then they're going to have to make it my first-hand experience as well. Otherwise, I have no reason to accept that that what they claim they've experienced is even true. And it's such a small amount of people. You're probably thinking it's in the thousands. There's thousands of people that have this knowledge. Nope, not even close. Up to 600, maybe around about 600 people have claimed to have been in low Earth orbit, and only about 30 so people have even claimed to have left the Earth system into outer space to venture towards the moon.
All right.
That's the amount of people that you're resting your faith upon.
I'd like to
So if you would
thank
like to
you.
see, if you'd be interested, we can show you reasons, right? We can give you reasons why
No, I'm
we can
like
know
fed
that.
up with the reasons. I've discussed this a lot, and I'm still believing. But I'd like thank you, Buggy, for the attitude and being so polite.
Well,
and
look,
showing that
listen though. If any of that imagery, is actually real, right? Then that would have geometric consequences for us here on the surface. Namely, that we would experience the Earth as being curved. Its surface would be curved. We'd see things and behave and measure the surface
No, it's not felt, of course.
in a way that it's curving.
Yeah, it's not felt. This is my belief. I don't believe that we feel the curvature of Earth as humans.
We could measure it though, right? We could measure it.
I don't know about measuring the curvature, but as a feeling of human beings, if you're like going from a country to a country or across the sea, you won't see the curvature or feel that you are spinning or so on. But I'm telling I'm referring to uh, in the end or eventually, it is a globe, and my point is traveling and the end of lands. Like for example, you can go from the US to China by heading east or by heading west, both ways. This, suggests
Yeah,
that
that's just
Earth
going in a circle.
is a
That's just
globe.
going in a circle. That's just
Yeah.
going in a no. That's just going in a circle. That is
All right.
not
But
exclusive. That is not it's not
yeah,
exclusive to the surface of a sphere. Not exclusive to that.
my point is you will not feel that you're going in circle, but really you're يعني, how can I say it? If you measure the whole trip, you'll be spinning if you're crossing the planet.
What do you mean
let's say.
spinning? What do you mean
Like
spinning?
going in a circle. If you go from point A to point B, you'll be going around a ring, like
Yes,
going
that's
around the ring.
whether it's flat or a globe. Yes, that'd be true whether
Yeah.
it's flat or a globe.
It's a flat or a globe, but
Yes.
you won't feel that you are curving or you are spinning or you are inclined or going to fall, for example. People who live in the east or the west or or the north or the
Right.
south,
If you take
they
such a
don't
large
feel.
arc, it's like being in a car and you're going around a very slight bend. You
Yeah.
are actually turning the steering wheel, but it doesn't feel like it. It barely feels
Yeah.
like you even moved it. And
Yeah, this is
you're
my
right.
point.
Yeah.
So this suggests that
So that's not
it has a
exclusive to either flat or globe, right?
It is, but you'll not.
It's not. It's not
Not
exclusive
for
to
our
either
eyes.
flat or globe.
Not for our
It doesn't
eyes.
indicate one way or the other because you can go in a circle around a globe and you can go in a circle on a over a flat surface.
All
So
right.
it doesn't indicate either. It could be either, right?
It doesn't indicate, for your eyes, but from the out, which I believe there is an outside, of our planet, and there is space.
You believe
There
there
is a
is. You don't know if there is.
But this does not tell you or imply that Earth is a globe. For example, traveling, plane trips, and ship trips, so on. This suggests that Earth is not like an extended flat where there is an edge and
There you
to
go. You're
this.
going back on your word. You just agreed that it's not exclusive to either, right? It can work on both. Now you're saying now it indicates that it's sphere, not flat.
Yeah, from the outer
Maybe-
side. What I'm saying is like it's flat when you're practicing your normal life. You won't feel there is a curvature or a circle.
I don't think you understand. Even if you're far away from the surface of the Earth, whether it's flat or a globe, it would still be a circle.
All right.
So what do you do in your normal life, quote unquote, that necessitates a sphere?
You won't feel like you're in a sphere. Like if
No,
you're
I didn't ask if you could feel
traveling.
it. I asked, in your normal life, what do you do that necessitates a sphere?
Traveling.
Traveling from point A to point B
Yeah.
doesn't
For
prove
example,
anything about the shape of the ground. You don't want to listen, do you? Go back a step. I hadn't finished. Traveling from point A to point B does not prove anything at all about the shape of the ground.
All right. The shape of the ground will be still flat. This is my point. But it is maybe complicated. I don't know. But the shape of the ground, if you are traveling, if you are experiencing, Earth, you will not see any curvature, as I said. But eventually,
Excellent.
you are in a circle. Eventually, you are in a globe.
If you can't experience any curvature, how in your next breath are you going to tell me it is curved if you're not experiencing any curvature?
Like
it either
what's the
is
shape?
curved or it is
Right.
not curved. It can't be
Right.
both.
All right. So what is the shape of your Earth, the planet that you are on?
In totality, I don't know. But I am going
Okay.
to make a claim that it is planar,
So
stationary.
can you give me like any image or any like drawing of this so I can speak about it?
No, that's not what flat Earth is. Flat
There's
Earth
an
is the
image.
world you.
That's flat. Done. Solved. Next problem.
It's the world you can experience directly.
Like show me like any map.
No, that's
planet.
not. No. That's not what flat
He
Earth
wants an
is.
image of it in totality. Just after I said
No,
in totality, I don't know what.
there
Like a
is no
map.
such thing, my friend. There's no such
There's
thing.
no maps of the world. No maps.
That's not
of
what
There's
you
no
countries?
asked
such
for.
thing.
I
There's
want
no
a
such
map.
thing
Jumping
as a
around to
complete
different things.
overview.
Sorry, one guy at a time.
There's no such thing as a complete overview. No, there isn't.
So there's no map suggests the
There's
countries,
There's plenty of
borders,
maps. There's plenty of maps.
oceans.
You'll never find yourself in a situation where you're using a supposed world map to navigate the Earth, to do anything practical.
So
Maybe to
there's
look at
no
some
like.
graphs, but not
Yeah.
to do anything. Not you will not be relying on it to perform any actions within physical reality. You will use smaller localized map
No,
chart.
but the drawing of this total flat Earth, so I can
I just said
understand.
we
There's no
don't
such
know
thing.
what it is in totality. Why do you necessitate and continue on with something that I've just answered for you? Is there a
We're
comprehension
not
issue
making
here?
we're not making that kind of claim. We're not
Right?
making that claim. We're not
We
presenting
don't
that to the
know
world.
what it is in totality. It could be a great big triangle. It could be a great big square. It could be a great big circle. Nobody knows. All we are claiming is that the bit that we live on is planar with
Yeah,
topography.
and I agree with you. That's like it's a
Excellent.
plane.
So
Yeah,
you
and I
agree
agree.
with us? No, I didn't say plate. I said planar, horizontal.
Yeah, of course. Like flat. Like you don't feel any, curvature
It's not
or
about
like.
feeling. It's not about feeling. It's not about
Yeah.
feeling. No, it's not about feeling.
All right. I get you, and I
Listen,
agree with you.
can I
In
just
this
can I help you a little bit just with some extra information?
Yeah.
All right, okay. Just stay silent for a moment. I won't be long, okay? So they tell us that we live on a ball, right? And it's spinning and it's in outer space, all right? But the thing
Yeah.
is that most people don't understand is that it comes with specific numbers, values, like not measurements, but size, dimension, right? They tell us that it has a radius value, which is roughly 4,000 miles, right? With a circumference of roughly 25,000 miles, okay? Now that would dictate that the surface has to curve at a specific rate. That means that over distance across water, that surface is going to be continually dropping down and away from you, standing upon that surface or next to the edge of that water. Now, when we go and try and test for those values, right, because we know how much it should be curving over distance, it's never there. It's not there. It's not present. It doesn't exist in reality. And we can get into the specifics of how much it is supposed to curve over distance, and what methodology that has been employed to understand that there is no curvature. But that's up to you whether you want to investigate that far or not. But that's why we're here. That's why we're discussing this. That's why we say the Earth is flat. Not because of any other ideas that we have about the universe in its entirety or the Earth in its entirety.
We're 3,000 years deep with no globe evidence, dude. It's never going to happen. God didn't intend for you to experience a globe Earth. Nobody lives their lives like, oh, I got to watch out for that curve today. Oh, the ball's coming around and here comes the ball. Whoa. There is no curve. There is no curving surface in your day. There is no ball. You don't experience no ball Earth. It's just not happening. You can just give up. Give up your ball dreams. your pipe dream ball falling from heaven. Like seriously, what the ball belief requires, you're moving at 1,000,000 miles per hour, and you're rotating. You're in a 66,000 miles per hour orbit, and you're wobbling, and all those forces, you don't feel any of them. You don't experience any of the wild velocities that you're traveling in. Everything appears stationary. And then you're in a vacuum. You are falling. You're literally in free fall around a fireball forever, consistently, no change. Like it's an unchanging system, which defying thermodynamics. That doesn't make sense.
Is he still here? Or did he bail?
He's gone.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of bullshit. You say, oh, okay, I'm on a ball. So what does that mean? That means that you're flying at 1,000,000 miles per hour. You're falling around the sun. Eventually, you're going to burn up. You're a rock lost in space, and the collision of rocks formed a sphere. Somehow, in a vacuum, two rocks collided and created a sphere with all organic life on it that we're aware of. And it took 1,000,000,000 years. And there's nothing else nearby for billions of light years. You're like in an empty void. Like in the new globe model, the Andromeda galaxy is in a super void. So it is void of all matter around you. Because that's just where all the galaxies, they appear to be projected along some kind of like event horizon. And our galaxy is like inside of an empty vacuum, according to the globe. So you're in a vacuum, falling around a fireball. You have curving water. You're flying at 1,000,000 miles per hour. You don't feel it. Everything appears stationary. You know, two rocks smashed together, an explosion caused an expansion, which caused the contraction. You have a contraction during an expansion. You need space to expand, but you need matter to contract. And, you're just like digging like the deepest retard hole possible. Like at this point, like, why? Why are you there in your model? Why would you take things so far?
Yeah, that guy kept on using things like common sense, right? I think it was a misnomer because what he really means to say is it's common knowledge, right? It's common information, right? It's just well understood, right? Like I think he didn't really mean to like say that it was common sense. I think he was maybe confusing the two different terms, because it's not sensical. It's nonsensical, like Jamesy says. It's opposed to your senses. It's not
Yeah.
apparent. It's not obvious.
It's counterintuitive. It doesn't apply.
Right. Right. I like what you were saying too, but within their whole like cosmogony story, like they've got like they say that inherently, right, that hydrogen atoms repel each other. They don't want to be near each other. They just have this intrinsic property of getting as far away from each other as they can, right? Right, attempting to anyway, right? But is the big but. If there's enough of them within a space, right, they'll suddenly do the opposite of that and start condensing, like you're talking about, right? All this stuff, these little tiny particles, whose inherent nature is to repel one another, suddenly want to come together, and not only come together, but fuse and form new things, new elements.
Actually, it's because they hate each other. That's why they're condensing. They're trying to stay away from each other, but because you've squashed so many of them in such a small area, they've just said, you know what? If we can't get away from each other, we're going to make ourselves smaller, so we're still far away. Sorry.
Yeah, right. And we'll expel the leftovers anyway, right?
My thing about that has always been that the internet and social media and memes and stuff like that have allowed them to, within society, paint a picture of what a name is. So, like, a lot of things have become subjective, and to be able to change the meaning of words, like, and paint a picture in your head. Like when they say flat earther, the picture they paint is like Woody Harrelson's character from the 2012 movie, the disaster movie, where he's like bonkers out there in the woods in a trailer. That's who they see. Flat earther. Bam, that picture right in there, that kind of picture right in their face. So it's the same thing when they say common sense. It's almost like it means what everybody believes, which is not what that fucking is. That's what they've made it mean. I just think they've made the word truth subjective to people. Love is subjective. Love is totally fucked on what that actually is. So it's troublesome.
Yeah. I like to stress this point as well. Scientists work within the foundation of the ball, and they're making observations of the sky. So, in order to incorporate what they see in the sky with a ball, they have to incorporate a big bang with a vacuum, with space expanding, with the horizontal extension, like the two-dimensional plane that all galaxies are projected along, with your two-dimensional space-time, with your gravitational wells. That's what's needed. Like, if you want to say you're on a ball, you got to do all this other fucking mental gymnastics to get there, to make sense of everything else going on. Like, oh, I'm on a ball. Therefore, I'm also this. Therefore, I'm also that. Therefore, this is happening. Therefore, that is happening. That's like saying I'm inside my house, right? But I'm a cat. So therefore, it must be that I think I'm a cat. But because I'm not a cat, it must be that I'm like a spiritual cat. And because I'm a spiritual cat, there must be like a cat dimension. And because there's a cat dimension, I'm in the dimension, but I'm not part of this dimension. So I'm like a dimensional rift. I'm in a dimensional rift. Therefore, cats create dimensional rifts. And it's like, dude, why don't you just not think you're a cat? Why don't you just do that? Because everything you're doing to get to your cat belief is fucking stupid.
That was awesome, Nick.
You all good now, bro? You got it off your chest? Cats and all.
Like, yeah, I'm on a ball, so therefore I'm in space. And if I'm on a ball in space, well, I have to be moving. And if I'm moving, then that means that the other balls in space are moving. So we're all on like this gigantic pool table. But wait, how can everything be moving along a two-dimensional plane? Well, space-time is bending. Well, how do you have space-time bending in a vacuum? Well, it's just like some things that we just don't have fully understood yet. Like, dude.
And you're
You just
stupid.
don't believe in cat.
And you're stupid, so you'll never be able to look it up or understand it. So you're just going to have to accept what we tell you about it. Because you don't have a little piece of paper that allows you in this room with all these other intelligent people.
Yeah, the Big Bang is so fucking stupid. They say all the matter and energy in the universe was in one place, and then something so massive with so much force was able to make all the matter and energy in the universe move away from that center point. So you have like a universe, everything contained within it, nothing outside of it, no space, no time outside of this place. And then something comes and manages to make everything within the universe move outward. Like, what could that thing be? Like, what is that? What
Someone
caused?
lit the fuse.
Yeah.
Now,
Like
I
from
was just reading the copium in the side chart. A laser reaching a target. Oh, someone just got yeeted. That's a shame. A laser reaching a target doesn't automatically prove there is no curvature. Well, if there's supposed to be curvature there and it's supposed to poke through the laser, and it's not, you should at least be questioning that. You have to account for things like elevation. Well, this is why we do it over lakes. That gets rid of the hill problem. Alignment. Alignment of what? If there's meant to be curve there, if I go down too far, I'm going to be shooting it into the curve. So here's an idea. Why don't we tilt it down, down, down until it touches the surface of the water, and then we'll lift it up so it just clears it. So at no stage there did I say it had to be horizontal. So anyways, that's your alignment done. Atmospheric refraction. There we go, nice. Oh, there's enough copium in that sentence there just to leave me going for the rest of the afternoon.
you have to account for atmospheric refraction. What? So you think the atmosphere is making the light appear straight? The atmosphere is unbending the light.
Well, how's this? How about if they're going to claim they've got bendy lasers? How about they demonstrate over one of these 10 or 20 or 30-mile laser tests? Why don't they demonstrate to us the laser bending down? And after they've done that, then they can attribute whatever causational mechanism, whether it be refraction or gravity or maybe the guy that did the test was cross-eyed. Who knows? I don't care. But just show us a laser bending downwards over 20 or 30 mile, and then we'll go from there.
Mic check.
Check, check, 1, 2. Marvelous effort, that.
Awesome.
Security? Yes, Mr. Burno. Take him out.
How do you guys deny cats?
What was that?
So do you guys deny cats? Because if you deny cats, then you deny the cat dimension and the rift that some people are stuck in between the two realities.
Cats. Cats are cunts, but at least they don't tell where the drugs are.
I've seen my cat do magic shit. I kid you not. You wanna hear the story real quick?
Yeah, hit us.
All right, so I was off on a weekday. It's like a Thursday, and my wife was at work. I'm never at home when she's coming home from work, but I was there, and I was talking to her on the phone, and the cats were sitting on the sofa, and she was driving home, and she comes in, she turns to her parking spot, and she turns off the car. I could hear it on my headphone, my AirPod. I don't have it on speakerphone; it's in my AirPod. And I hear her turn off the car, and Radagast, the black cat, jumps off the couch and runs over to the door and sits there. It's like waiting for her to get there. And as soon as she turned off that car, I heard it. Now, you may think, okay, right. The thing is in our apartment building, we're on the fourth floor on the back side of the building, on the opposite side of the building. And so it's I don't know, it's and she was diagonally parked on the other side of the parking lot across the building. So you had to go down diagonally through 4 floors with apartments. I don't know how many of them are 2-story beneath us. I don't think any of them are 2-story. It's only 1-story. So 4 floors down at a diagonal to a parking lot and out the other side across the parking lot to her car where she was. And as soon as she turned off that engine, he was like, "Oh, she's here," and ran over there and knew she was there. And there's no way he could have seen or heard that at all. But he knew she was there instantly.
Actually, animals have got really good hearing. You'd be surprised how far away they can hear motor vehicles and stuff. And all cars have got very unique sound. Whether they're brake scream or very particular engine sounds. Yeah, animals can hear shit like that for long before you've ever heard it.
I think they detect vibration too on the surface.
That's what I think it was. I think it was a vibration, a frequency. Pew. That's some pretty magical stuff right there.
Our terrier, before he died, used to run around in circles sometimes and like act real skittish, you know, and a bit weird, you know. And we realized in the end that it was about half an hour before there'd be a thunderstorm. We didn't hear it or see it coming, but he did. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's awesome. I think stuff like that's really cool.
So it was really cute when we buried him, right? Our little pug, they were best friends in the terrier. So I buried him. And as I'm putting on like the last like shovel, Pug comes up and he reaches forward his paw and he places it on the grave and then lifts it off and then just backs up. It was like, wow, like this, these creatures, like they're not as void of emotion and understanding as what we might think, And it was just, yeah, you had to see it. Like it was like intentional, like putting his paw on the grave saying, I'm gonna miss you, buddy. So sweet.
That's I feel bad for dudes defending the globe. That's like hard work, man.
I'll be back.
There's no globe, so there's no globers.
It's called atmosphere, not atmosplat. Can I ask another question? This is pretty quiet.
Yes, you can make noise because it's quiet. Oh, sorry, ask questions because it's quiet.
Those are the same thing. So I don't take offense. Um, I'm one of 8. I'm the second oldest out of 8 kids, Matrix. They were all homeschooled, so you know I've got
So
experience.
those little quiet stretches are awesome for you.
Yeah, quiet's awesome. um, but yeah, okay. So we would consider like the long range observation with like cameras looking at stars for some pretty crazy observations, right? Like what it looks like up there.
Yeah.
Right. Did you see the video from the 1996 shuttle mission with like the tether in it with the things flying around? They said it was a UFO video.
Probably have. There's I've seen heaps of them. You lose track of them after a while.
I'm posting in the side chat then. See, this is just trying to correlate things. That's all I'm trying to do is like work. 'Cause oh, UFOs. Who gives a shit about that? The UFO shit is fake. But to me, those quote unquote UFOs look a lot like what you look like when you look up at stars with a camera. And this is ultraviolet and infrared footage. And it has time lapse footage of it as well, which is really interesting.
Infrared and UV. That's the opposite ends of the scale.
I'm saying it does look an awful lot like a lot of these star videos, especially where it shows them disappearing and moving through the sky in the spectrums. Looks a lot like those photographs of stars and videos of stars up there. First saw this video over 20 years ago, and it just popped up on my feed the other day. Out of nowhere, I'd searched for it, couldn't find it. It just popped out of nowhere. I was like, "That's crazy." Because as soon as I saw the observations of the stars with like a P1000, I was like, "I've seen that before in a video," and I went looking for it, and I finally found it the other day.
Yeah,
Here I am talking to you with me mic locked. It looks like floaters in someone's eyes.
yeah, it's just a breeze on the camera lens. If you want to believe they're UFOs, you'll see anything. You know what I mean?
Oh no, I don't believe they're UFOs. I think they look like the stars. I don't know. I don't know what the stars are. I don't know what those are, but I'm thinking like some alien UFOs. No, really weird what's going on.
Oh, sorry, bro. I thought you were trying to say, hinting at what they were showing was literal UFOs. I was like, well,
No, that's why when I first posted the video, I said that's why I prefaced like ignore that UFO crap in the middle because he stops and talks about UFOs like shooting out of the ground. That's why I prefaced that because I was like that's bullshit, and I threw that out at the start because yeah,
gotcha.
but
I didn't hear that
yeah.
part.
That's cool, man. Yeah. I just wanted to show I did preface with that because yeah, that's that can be misconstrued. I do not think these are UFOs. I do not pretend to know what those are. I did not pretend to know how that works because I don't know how that works. It's obviously crazy, bro. It's crazy. It's awesome, but it's crazy. I don't pretend to know.
Right. You know, I mean, it could be control op too, just to throw people off. You know, like the whole, what was it, like 4 or 5 years ago, even 6 years, they had that one dude that he went in front of Congress and tried to claim that the government was hiding you all that shit. He believes in like aliens and the races and all that kind of stuff.
No. Yeah. I mean, I've
You
always
know how
looked into that stuff. I've been fascinated by the whole thing, but I've always been definitely a conspiracy theorist part of that whole thing. You know, like obviously there's, you know, falsehood being told, stuff being hidden at the same time, certain things being leaked out, boundaries being adjusted, fake stuff being sent out, intentional leaks, all that stuff. It's controlled out for sure. Um, yeah, I've
yeah,
known that for a long time.
I believe that we have technology far beyond what we, you know, civilians even realize for sure, 100%. Yeah, the whole, I mean, David Wilcox did a lot with them too. That Corey Goody guy, and I can't remember the other. But yeah, they were pushing that whole like people are talking to like 47 different races of aliens, all that shit.
Well, I guess that's probably has made it much easier to make my bullshit meter go off because as soon as I see like anything and it starts with like crazy unknown stuff and I just take a first look in and they're from the second star of Orion or whatever. I'm like, oh okay, I can completely ignore this entire thing now because that's a false premise. Moving on and just discard it and move on because I'm like it's stupid and I don't want to bother with it.
Right. You know, who knows what the true reality is? None of us know, or probably will ever know when we meet the maker, but yeah, outer space, distant planet, yeah, that just all that gets thrown out. Planet killing asteroids and all that stuff.
Were you here earlier when I was talking about Antarctica being a psyop?
Uh, I've been on. I've been AFK here for a while, but no, I wasn't. Here, fill me in.
Okay, yeah, that's sort of what you were just saying. Like it's the fear-based thing. I think Antarctica itself is being used as a psyop because if you look at it, it's everywhere, dude. Everybody talks about. Everybody comes in and says something about the ice wall. And it's the premise of some of these guys' first opening of their mouths is about "Hey, you guys believe in an ice wall, stuff like that. What about Antarctica? And I think it's a fear-based thing where they're allowing people to like focus on Antarctica and look at Antarctica because they can't really get there. I mean, you can't really explore it, but it makes everybody feel like they're trapped in a cage. And so everybody's looking to get out. Is they're fear based? Oh, we're trapped in a cage. There's an edge and there's a dome, and oh, we're all scared. And so they're using it to drive panic between people and trying to get out. Oh, we got to get out. We got to go towards Antarctica and get out. And yeah, I think that's the whole idea of it.
At least the push they're using.
No, that makes sense though, because I mean, if you think about it, they don't even have to come up with a narrative or an agenda. They just let crazy people come up with anything and just let them run with it. You know, oh, these crazy, whoever they're coming up with this idea of this or this or this. Well, let's just let them run with it and see how far they go. Don't even interfere. We'll let them go.
It's like anybody here will tell you. Anybody here will tell you that there is so much flat Earth content out there right now. It's blowing up. It's huge, and so much of it is absolute garbage and speculation, like crazy stuff. And and so yeah, just because there's a lot of it doesn't mean it seems like it's being unfettered. But is that a good thing or not? Because it's out of bounds, really, kind of.
Right? I didn't realize how big it really was, like on Twitter and stuff. I mean, or X. I knew people were talking about it, but I didn't realize it was as like talked about as much as it is. I mean, there's a lot of dummies out there, but it's definitely getting talked about.
Yeah, like I said, the main thing everybody wants to talk about is Antarctica. They want to know what we think of the ice fall. They want to know about the firmament. They want to know what we think about Antarctica. They want to know if we can go there or the ice fall. It's always there every time. What's in Antarctica? That's all anybody wants to say is getting to the outside edge and getting out of the cage. Even Flat Earth Dave, one of his first thing a while back was the whole example of like the scale of things that he went through. Like, you put a mouse in an acre field, he's never going to be unhappy with his space. You put a lion in a 10-acre field, he might get to the end of the edge, but then turn around and be like, oh, I don't really have to worry about this, and just turn around and run the other way. He's like, but if you take a human and put him in 100 million square mile, like fenced in area, the moment he gets to the edge of that fence, the first thing on his mind is what's on the other side of that fence. Like he no longer cares about what's behind him. He just wants to get over the fence. And that's just how we're built. So that's I think they're using that against us. They're using that fear to we can't go. We're not allowed to go. Where's the fence? Where's the edge? The ice wall? The don't. We can't. We're escaped. We're rats in a cage. It's a fear mechanism. I don't subscribe to it. I've refused to live in that fear. Um, so, but I think it is really effective on a populace.
Oh, absolutely, I agree with you. I mean, yeah, Dave does talk about some far out stuff. He does. He'll tell you he's speculating on a lot of stuff, and I'm not saying Dave is good or bad, but at least he does come with some decent information. I mean, he definitely opens the door for people to learn a little bit, anyways.
I think with him, he's trying to meet society where it's at. But when talking to Yoder and stuff like that, he had a good explanation. Yoder said like he does have the ability to reach people at their emotional level, but he makes some bad arguments and has some bad proofs and speculates too much. And so he thinks he needs to like stop doing just that and figure out how to like bring his ability to reach people on the emotional level and connect with people to an empirical sense, and he'll be like a more complete person there. That's what Yoder said he thinks that he can do and needs to do because he speculates too much. But he also agreed. Yoder said that we can learn from his ability to how to connect to people, and grow from that, empiricism, because that can be hard to do, when you're dealing with a lot of this stuff. And so they've put a ton of work into, heard them talking about it a lot, a ton of work into how to more personalize their points, and now build analogies, based on different situations with different people. Um, so everybody here's been working really hard on it and trying out things and talking out things, reviewing conversations and helping each other. So we've been working hard on that kind of shit. People don't see the kind of work these people put in the field and in here, you know, take it for granted.
Yeah, totally agree, man. There's always room for improvement, and everybody and anybody. I learn new shit every day. A lot of it. Yeah, it's a good base right now, and does have the ability to reach people where they're at. Yeah, that's for. Yeah, he's got to focus more on the imperial versus the speculation. I agree.
And people are wild, man. That's just a fact, especially these days. But people always been wild and crazy creatures. But I think we've lost a lot of self control. I just don't want to leave the last thing I said there without some more explanation. That the only reason I know we've lost self control is because, you know, nihilism and hedonism just make you not really care. And then division drives hatred towards other people and anger, division, fighting, um, these toxic environments that we got to fight in, and all these different media places. Um, it's just, it makes you say and do terrible things with other people. And I've done that for, online for, probably more than half my life. So that's how I know that we've lost self control and care for other people, is because I've been most of my life doing it. But I'm just not doing that anymore. I've been there, I've done that. I've been a shitty person. Just gonna make sure everybody knows that for sure.
Hey, yeah, I appreciate that, man. Feel that. I do too. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Oh, my bad. I thought it's flat. the topic? What's the context?
That's crazy. That's crazy.
What's the context?
This is English Hub.
Yeah.
Okay. Mm,
Flat Earth Discord. Also, wait, it's only is this like lavish or what?
What's up?
Thank you.
Hey people.
I'm gonna go.
First of all, how
I've
did
done
you get
that.
over the oceans walking in the
I've done
same
that.
direction? Are you Jesus Christ? Did you walk on water?
Yeah, so if I actually if you draw out the
We don't want
path of a
hypotheticals of
ship,
what you
no,
think
no,
you
no,
could
I've done
do.
it. I'm
We
telling you, I've done
no,
it.
dude.
I've
No, you're
sailed
not
across
answering
the
the
ocean.
question, Zach.
Yes, I have.
Zach, you're not
How could
answering
you
the
prove that I
question.
haven't done it? How could you
Zach,
prove that I haven't done it?
because you can't walk on water, motherfucker.
No, I said I've sailed across the ocean. How can you prove I haven't done it?
In a straight line?
Yeah, it's very possible.
And you don't know how sailing works because you have your course in your
No,
heading.
you can
You can't sail in a straight line, dude. Go learn how to actually
Do you
sail.
want me to send it on the side chat, the path?
Okay, yeah, I'll post diagrams of how to sail with courses and headings on there. The direction you're pointed isn't direction you're going. You dumb fuck. Okay.
I'll send it in the chat right now.
Yeah, that's cool. Make sure you post a diagram of how a boat works with courses and headings. Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Dumb fuck. Okay, so you didn't tell me how you know the Earth is a globe. You're giving me hypotheticals of how you could know it. I don't want that. I want how you know it now.
No, I'm not giving you a hypothetical. I'm telling you I've literally done it.
So you sailed over land.
Yes.
Okay, you're going on mute. Bye. So you don't know the Earth is a globe. Bye.
Hey, Globies, if
man.
you've got to
This guy's
lie
never
for your
gonna
globe, that should already clue you into how bankrupt your worldview is.
So Hypatia, he's the one I really want to get to Hypatia because he said he's 100% certain. So tell us how you know the Earth is a globe and not how somebody else knows it. How you know it.
Because I love Protagoras and I love modern science and
Okay,
I love
like who you love
space.
doesn't you like who you
He's a
love doesn't
delinquent.
tell us how you know the Earth is a globe. You could love fucking
That's
Teddy
I'm telling
Ruxpin.
you
No
how
one
I
cares.
know.
Yeah, that's
It's an
not
emotional.
knowledge.
It's an
You're telling
emotional
me
feeling.
like yeah,
It's
you're
not
telling me how you know something about your emotions. How do you know the Earth is a globe? We're talking about the Earth, not your emotional state.
Yes. I believe the testings of shadows shows it's a sphere to what the Greeks
Okay,
did.
no, because you have to
geometry.
assume it's a globe, so you don't know the Earth is a globe because you have fundamental
What?
assumptions.
And you're just
Yeah,
saying
so you
that
have
you
to.
know
Globies, the
truth.
classic.
So no, because you have Hypatia. So the Eratosthenes, they assume the Earth is a globe and they assume parallel rays.
No, they didn't.
Neither
No,
which.
they didn't.
Okay, I'm gonna post peer-reviewed paper that says they do.
So you're saying they already
Yeah.
knew it was a globe, then said it was a globe. That's
No,
your
they
argument.
didn't. How would they already know it if that's the evidence, right? That's circular logic.
Right, they found out it was a globe.
How so?
No.
By doing the testings with the geometry and the shadows and the lunar cycles and all that stuff. I forget the
The
whole.
How did the
shadows,
lunar
the lunar
cycles get into
cycles,
Eratosthenes?
the seasons, the heat, the summer. It's all globe.
Okay. And none of this, all these, so Hypatia, what you're missing is all these are inferences, and inferences aren't knowledge, right? So you're doing like what's called affirming the consequence. Okay? You know what that is, an affirming the consequent form of logical fallacy?
What? I'm just agreeing with their conclusions that it was a sphere. How's that a
No,
fallacy?
this isn't
You're
about
saying the
your
inventors of
logic.
fallacies
Your
concluded fallacy?
logic your logic is flawed.
You
Your
realize
conclusion is
the ones that
unjustified.
invented logic and reason and Greek
Could you
rationalism.
guys stop
believed it was
pretending that it's anything other than
Hypatia, do you
just?
think all Greeks after Eratosthenes were globe earthers? Well, they weren't.
Most of them.
Some Greeks were globe earthers. Some were flat earthers.
You realize Aristotle was a geocentrist, where it was a globe in the
You know,
center of
who
the universe.
cares? Thales of Miletus, who invented Thales' theorem, was a flat earther.
Okay,
So was,
where was
so was
it NASA?
Aximander. Hold
that
on. So was
NASA's
Aximander. So was Hipparchus. Like, you want me to go on? I'll just like rattle off flat Earth fucking Greeks if you want.
Okay, then it's not some weird cover-up NASA thing. If Aristotle
Yeah,
knew
who
the
cares
Earth
about
was
that?
a globe in the middle of.
Who cares what NASA's doing? I said, how do you know? You're the one that's 100% certain.
Yes, by studying the conclusions of how it's round with the shadows
Okay,
and the
so
geometry.
you're 100% certain because
Yes.
somehow
Cringe.
Yeah, this is cringe.
It's cringe
So
to think it's flat, dude.
No,
No,
we
it's
know
cringe
it's flat.
that you pretend that you
But
believe
you
the Earth's a
realize
ball
people that
because of
drank blood
shadows
thought the
and
Earth was
Greeks.
flat.
And just
Really?
be honest, dude.
We already covered
So
the
what?
Epstein
It means
thing, right?
nothing.
So
It
there's
literally means
pedophiles
nothing.
running around. Yeah, oh, so check this out. You want to go that route, Hypatia? There's more pedophiles in totality that are globe earthers than flat earthers.
That doesn't lead to any enlightening truth. It doesn't mean any, even if it's flat. Who cares? It doesn't mean
yeah.
shit.
Okay, it does mean
here we
shit.
go.
It means the ontological primitive created. So I'm telling you what it leads to.
I gotta go, dude. But this
Yeah,
is
you
fun.
better run.
I love how they
Run,
pretend
I
that they
think for that
believe
to be
that
meaningful, you
sitting
would have to have
ball
a per capita number.
because of shadows and Greeks, and they're pretending that it's not just the government space cartoons that they put their faith in. Like
Yeah,
they came to this because they heard a story about a Greek guy measuring shadows. The only reason they know about Eratosthenes is because they've tried debating flat Earth.
That's absolutely true. And the guy who said, "Well, you need a per capita number for it to be meaningful," doesn't matter what your number is. Doesn't logically follow because some dude did something that some flat earther it means something about flat Earth. So
Yeah, I
it's
think
a
that was his
stupid, it's a
point.
stupid argument in the first place.
Yeah, that was his point.
What's your
Yeah.
CW?
No, his
from,
point was he was drawing like if blood drinking fucking crazy person, they were flat earthers, that there's some correlation between them. There isn't.
No, I think he repeatedly says that doesn't matter. It doesn't affect the argument at all.
Then why does he keep saying it? That's like the third time he's brought it
Because
up.
he was pointing out that your argument also was irrelevant.
What part?
The part where you attack the character or bring up irrelevant shit.
What did I say to attack the character? Go ahead. Yeah, why can't you say what I said, dude? That attacked the character, dude.
I didn't write it down word for word. I don't remember.
Give me a general idea. Who was the subject of the attack?
They're not hearing
I
the
guess I don't know.
words, they're just feeling the emotions.
don't know.
It's just an
You're just a
emotional
lying fat
argument
piece of
for
shit,
all of
dude.
these guys.
Crazy,
It's just
dude.
emotion. There's no logic, there's no evidence, it's just emotion. That's all it is.
Yeah,
for the
Cooper's
Globers.
already shown himself to be a triggered spaz here many times, just a brain dead idiot. We could see if CW will take the mic.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. CW or Killa seem to be quite upset, and I want, like, I don't know why you guys are upset. I asked you how you know the Earth is a globe, but
Bro,
you don't
what
know
mean
it.
Kila is upset? What I did, bro? I didn't even spoke.
No, you seemed upset earlier when you were talking to Dandelion.
No, I've been upset because how she spoke, you know. Like I can understand it. Like I'm not like how you say it, like
So Dandelion has made observations. So when she says, "Yeah, I know it's flat," it's based upon real world experience. Whereas when Zach is saying something, it's based upon ideas that he heard from somebody else.
The government space cartoons.
So Dandelion has many times observed the Chicago skyline from across Lake Michigan, which is 52 miles. And the globe Earth says you shouldn't be able to see the Chicago skyline. Okay, I hate speaking for another person, but that's just the fact of the matter. Okay, she's showing pictures of it,
Absolutely.
and it's
Yeah,
not like she's the
CW.
only one. There's plenty of photos of it. So go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna tell CW. I get like when people are like spouting their nonsense like Zach was. It's I tried to let him. I'm sitting there, let him say his thing, let him get it out, let him get it out. But when he's making claims that are like so wrong, and that's what these Globers do, they filibuster with their fake claim because they're trying to influence the audience in deceptive ways. CW. That's why you might have judged that you thought I was too hard on Zach.
One mute,
But in
Cooper.
fact, Zach, whether Zach knows it or not, he's using deceptive sophistry tactics. He might just be imitating someone else. He might not even know that that's what he's doing. But because we're here to try to get the truth and the facts out to people, I can't let someone, it's like, it just like grinds my gears to hear someone say that Hypatia's religious globe adherence that has zero evidence to back it up whatsoever is in any way parallel to our meticulous observations of thousands of different long distance observations, radio wave propagation, infrared photography, laser tests, and horizon calculations that mathematically demonstrate that there's no curve. So I'm sorry you don't like it, CW, but that's what was going on there. Thanks for your attention. And
Yeah.
yes, indeed.
So Kill, if you notice, the first thing out of Zach's pie hole was a poisoning a well attempt. All you have to do is go see a first year university course, blah blah blah, Well, obviously he's never been to university because they don't teach you shit in the first year. You're taking English composition, philosophy, biology, very basic shit. Okay? So he's never been to university. Well, Mary Mom has. So he started with poisoning the well and then started talking nonsense. Dandelion handled that quite well because I don't know, I would have freaking crashed out for that because he was just talking nonsense. He's being rude on top of it.
Only because I like expended all my energy from 2 hours of ladies' night. Like if he come at the beginning, yeah, he might have gotten a different version of Dandelion, but now he's got the worn out version. Lucky him.
Yeah, he's got the tired of your shit version.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, guy, another Glober bites the dust. Yeah, don't let the door hit you on the way out.
You always know it's going to be a desperate attempt when their first thing is to butcher shadows and Eratosthenes. They've just Googled how to debunk the flat Earth, and they haven't understood
I have a
it.
question.
I bet you got many questions.
Okay, so like if you say like you charter a plane, right, and you fly from one city and you keep flying in the same direction, and you end up in the same city, well, what is your conclusion then?
Who did that?
I'm saying like you could do that tomorrow.
Oh, could you? So
How do
who
you
did
know
it?
that?
How would I know? I mean, do you
Yeah,
want me
how
to
do you know that,
live
Zach,
stream
that
me
you
flying
can
a
do
plane
that?
across the world?
Yeah, who did it? Or are you just
Okay.
imagining it? Based on the cartoon stories you were told as a child?
What do you mean cartoon stories? Dude,
Well, you were told a cartoon story about traveling in one direction and ending up back where you started. So who did that?
Dude, I wish I had extra money laying around. I would literally
Okay,
just
so you
do
don't
this and
know.
live
So
stream
just
it.
we'll put that
Dude,
under the
like,
imagination
I just
But about
category
finding
for
a
now.
plane
Then.
that flies 25,000
like,
miles on a single gas tank.
I mean, there's a lot of
Yeah, but you're
military
talking
planes that
about
could do that.
circumnavigation, dude. You're talking about circumnavigation.
So, like, my question for you is, if you actually did that and you ended up in the same city, what would you change your mind?
Okay, well, let's say
Well-
if we're doing hypotheticals, let's say you measured the Earth and found out that it was flat. What would you think?
I don't know. Like, what do you mean by measure? How? Measure how?
Well, you measure over a distance and you see if there's a drop due to the curvature that they claim, and it's not there. What would you think then?
Dude, the only way I would think the Earth is flat is if I go into space and I see the Earth is flat.
Well, what if you measure the surface and you find that there's no curve?
There would have to be another explanation.
Yeah, like
Oh, what would the explanation be? What would the other explanation
be?
be? What would the other explanation be for there's no curve?
Dude, I know you're baiting me into saying like, oh, that wouldn't happen, and you'll be like, oh, it actually is. So go ahead.
Well,
tell me
follow it
which
through.
measurement gives
You're
you...
giving us hypotheticals, so why can't I give you one?
Okay, I would think. Obviously, I would think the Earth is flat, but go ahead, tell me why it's flat.
Okay, well there you
tell
go.
me which
Because it measures
measurement
flat.
makes it flat.
There you go.
Okay.
So there's no curve.
How does it measure flat?
Well, because there's no curve.
What do you mean there's no curve?
Was it measured?
you know,
flat?
you know,
want,
you know
like,
how a
actually
ball.
The technique of measurement, like is that?
Well, hold
what
on.
you're
Before we
you
get to that, before we get into the
Okay.
detail, you understand that a ball has a curved surface.
A ball has a curved surface, yeah.
Yeah, well, Earth does not.
Earth doesn't have a curved surface.
No.
So if you take like the strongest binoculars and you see a ship going off like the horizon and you don't see it anymore, because it's literally impossible to see it because it's on the other side
How
of the
far
world.
away? How far away is the ship?
I don't know, like 100 kilometers.
Okay. What's your observer
not
height?
100 kilometers. Let's say like 1,000 kilometers, because 100.
Okay. What's your observer height?
Let's say like I don't know, 500 meters.
Okay. Well, that'll be welcome to flat Earth then.
What do you mean, welcome to flat Earth?
Well, if you've seen a ship 1,000 kilometers away from 500 meters,
I'm
that
saying no.
that
If
would
you
not work
don't,
on a
you're
globe.
not going to see it. I'm saying you wouldn't.
Why
be able
would
to see
you?
it.
Question is, why would you?
What do you mean?
How
why?
big would it be anyway?
So what?
Yeah,
Did you see it at
so,
9?
like, so
I'm
things,
saying you're
things
using.
get, hold on, Zach.
Okay.
Things get smaller with distance, right? The further away they are, the smaller they look. How small would a
Yeah,
ship
of
look from
course.
1,000 kilometers? You think you'd be able to see that?
It'd be pretty small with like just your bare eyes.
So why say 1,000 kilometers?
Okay,
then?
so hold on a second. So
Because we're using
for
like,
every
very
doubling of the
powerful
distance,
binoculars.
okay, so for every doubling of the distance, it's half the size.
Okay.
So what it looks like, say it's a 200-foot ship. Tallest ship in the world is 250 feet. Now let's say it's 10 miles away and you see it. 20 miles away, it's going to be half the size. 40 miles away, it's going to be half that size. 80 miles away, it's going to be half that size. 160 miles away, you're talking 1,000 kilometers. We're talking about fucking, what? 20 fucking halvings, dude? You think you're going to see it with binoculars?
We could use a digital binocular, and then it would just be a pixel.
That wouldn't matter, dude. We're talking 20 halvings.
Okay, let's say
you know how exponents
like
work.
100 kilometers.
So 100 kilometers, what, you said you're not seeing the boat? How far are you seeing the boat? That's the question. When do you
Depends
stop
on,
seeing
I don't know, the day's visibility.
Depends on what?
The current day's visibility.
The visibility. Okay, so that's the factor that's going to impact whether we see
It's not
something in the distance
factor,
or not.
but it definitely.
Well, what you're trying to prove as a factor, though, Zach, is curvature of the surface, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Oh right. Oh yeah. So you need to prove that, not that visibility is going to stop us seeing things. Angular size of the object. You need to be proving that it's a curved surface. Remember? So how are you going to do that?
So why would you not being able to see the ship anymore not prove that it's not curved? I don't understand.
Well, because you can't see forever, even on a flat surface. You think your eyes don't have? Well, you just said it yourself. Visibility. You got a weather app. See how it says the visibility today is 10 miles,
Yeah,
5 miles.
That's the only factor.
So why does the weather app's visibility change in distance? Is the globe shrinking and growing?
Oh no, it changes due to clouds and air quality.
Air quality. Okay, so not curvature then.
Well, why would curvature affect
good point.
visibility?
Why would non-existent curvature affect your visibility? Well, that's your whole argument, isn't it, Zach? That you're not seeing things because of curvature.
Dude, you're treating this like it's like a fucking philosophy debate. The Earth is
No.
objectively round.
We're trying to talk about the geometry of the surface, which is not philosophy. You're trying to talk vaguely about seeing things or not seeing things, not attributable to any Earth curvature, which is actually the thing that you're trying to argue for. So you need to prove the Earth curvature is the thing that's going to stop objects from being seen. But so far, you've just said the atmospheric conditions.
So how about this? Like when you're observing like a coastline, right? Let's think of it from the ship's point of view. Let's say like there's a mountain and you're coming towards the coastline. You're gonna see the top of the mountain first before you see the base. Would that not show that there is curvature?
No.
No, there is no curvature.
You don't understand how vision and optics work. That's not
why
curvature.
Do we see? Okay. So why
you just
do
don't
we
understand
see,
how this shit works, bro. That's all it is.
No, I think like it's quite the opposite, but I'm not gonna like argue about like who understands what.
Nah, come on, dude. Come on, dude. You don't know anything about perspective.
I'm being serious,
how about if I go to like Argentina or like fucking like Australia? Why do I see different constellations than I would see? I don't know, none of it.
You're just gonna scattergun a million questions. Well, you're under a different part of the sky, so you're gonna see a different part of the sky. Pretty simple.
Yeah, the lights don't follow you around, Zach.
Why could I not just like use a telescope to look at it at a different angle? It's flat. Should I not be able to see all of it at the same time?
No, you still can't see forever. Remember, you got atmospheric conditions. You got visibility. Check your weather app.
We're talking about. I don't know. So we're talking about like a telescope. We're not talking.
We're talking about why no one can produce any evidence that the surface is actually curved.
Or anything, dude.
You speculating on why you can or cannot see lights in the sky is not evidence that you live on a big giant spinning ball of water in a vacuum, Zach.
Dude, so what the fuck was like the Hubble telescope doing? Like even like
not taking pictures of a ball Earth.
Who cares? Okay, why would the government want us if say like
why would they lie?
Why would they lie now? Okay. So
why would the government lie? Zach, do you think the government lies?
No, obviously they do, but let's take it.
Oh right, okay. Why do the government lie? Why do they lie, Zach?
Because it benefits them.
Okay, there you go. Use that.
How does this benefit them? Tell me.
Lying liars lie about lying.
Yeah, well, it benefits them.
can you rationalize the
Well, NASA are making about $80 million a day. So would some people benefit from $80 million a day? I'm sure they do.
Could they not make a hell lot of, like, a lot more?
Well, you can
NASA's, like, actually
speculate
doing a
on
ton.
what the hell they're spending that money on, Zach, or what else they could do. But you just
But why?
asked who would
But you're
benefit.
talking about.
Who could benefit? Well, there's $80 million a day. There's 80 million reasons a day why someone might lie.
Dude,
Yeah,
but you're
and
acting
who
like
cares?
NASA's like a private
Bro,
company. It's a.
Zach.
Why would the government? It's not like the government.
Why would the government that you just said lies all the
They get that
time
tax money
lie?
anyways. Why would they not
So,
allocate it?
Cycle, let me ask him a question. Let's say we had signed confessions from all the government officials. We lied about the shape of the Earth is flat. Would you then be a flat earther? Would that
I'd be
prove the
more
Earth is
inclined,
flat
yeah.
if they all
I
signed
would
confessions?
I wouldn't prove it, but I'd be more inclined for sure.
Okay, because they signed confessions. So a bunch of liars signed confessions, and you're like, yeah, I believe you now.
There's your problem, Zach. You just showed that you're appealing to authority. You're not appealing to
I'm not
reason,
appealing.
logic,
I'm not
or
appealing to
empiricism.
authority. I said
Yeah,
I,
you
I
just said
wouldn't
you'd
be
be more
fully a flat
inclined
earther,
to
but
believe
I'd be
it
more
if the
inclined.
government said so. You just said
Yeah, I would probably
the
take you
government are
guys
a
more
bunch of
seriously.
liars. The government are a bunch of liars, but if they tell you something, you're more likely to believe it than people that you don't know are liars, which is us. We're not here lying to you. So you're just showing that you're a bit of a statist.
I don't think you guys are liars.
Yeah, we're not
Like,
liars, but
I
you
think
think
you
the
guys
government
are
are
like.
liars, but you're saying if they told you something, you'd be more likely to believe it because they're liars, I guess.
No, yeah, I don't think you guys are liars. I think you guys are maybe like delusional, but
We're delusional. Well, let's explore that. Let's explore that. Delusion is the inability to perceive correctly the natural world around you or what's going on around you. We perceive a flat, motionless Earth. So do you. We accept that. You claim, no, that's an illusion. We're actually on a big, giant spinning ball. So technically, you would fit the definition of delusion much more than we would. You understand?
I explain that in simpler words. I'm just a simpleton.
You experience directly, observe with your senses, a flat, motionless surface of the Earth.
Right.
But you don't accept that. You think something else is the reality, right? Which is in contradiction to your natural experience and senses. Delusion is defined as someone who cannot comprehend the natural world or thinks that something different is going on with the natural world than what is really going on. So by that definition, you would fit delusion because you reject your experience of the natural world in favor of something that you don't perceive, a big spinning ball Earth. You don't perceive that. You don't experience it with any sense.
So, do you? Okay. Interesting argument. Let's go with that. If
An argument, it's a
do you
fact.
believe that people who have do you believe that people who have schizophrenia experience their illusions, like have sensory experiences?
No.
Do you?
Was that?
I said, okay, let's go by your sensory argument. Do you believe that people who have schizophrenia actually like have a sensory experience of their delusions?
Well, that's kind of irrelevant. We're talking about the physical natural world and what it's
But is it not
observed,
their
measured,
physical
and
natural
practically
world?
used to be. No, not if it's a figment of your imagination or just a story you've been told with no empirical backing.
Are you saying everybody in the world that experiences a flat Earth through all time, are they're all schizophrenic? Is that
No, I
what you're
don't
saying?
think they're schizophrenic. Wait, he's making
Well,
the
nobody's
argument.
Think about it,
experienced
Zach.
anything
I'm not
else. So
trusting
this
my.
argument, this equivalence you're making between schizophrenia and their inability to perceive the senses correctly, and everybody else, that ain't really flying, bro.
But his argument was that I'm delusional because I'm not trusting my.
No, you called us delusional,
sensory
and I simply pointed out that you fit the definition of delusional a lot more than we do because you reject what you experience with your senses
Yeah,
in
my
favor
argument
of a
is
story you've
that
been told.
my argument is that like you shouldn't always trust what like you experience.
Yeah, you should trust that lying government instead, right?
So you should trust the
No.
opposite. So
Well, that's what you're doing,
should
Zach.
so Zach, should you trust the opposite of what you experience?
No, but I'm just saying like by
hold
principle.
on.
Like
hold on.
if I get my hand cut off and I get painkillers and I
No,
don't feel
you're
the
not
pain
going
anymore,
to.
it doesn't mean my hand is
False
gone.
analogy,
You sound like an
non-sequitur.
idiot, dude.
I don't sound like
Well,
how do I
Zach,
sound
I
like
think
an
you
idiot?
need
It's a pretty
to.
sound argument.
Zach,
I
I
want
think you
to
need to
stop.
take
I
up.
wanted to stop right where you said where I was talking about the opposite. So you
Okay.
believe the opposite. The Earth is not curving objectively, measurably, testably, and practically used as flat. But you believe the opposite, that it's a curve, that it's actually a sphere. We don't sense any motion, nor has any motion ever been detected by any means or any technology by anyone in all of human history. And you believe the opposite, that you see the sky moving above you in a rotational fashion, but you think
Right.
it's you that's moving without any detection. So you also believe that gas pressure can be obtained without a container when in all experiences and all tests or demonstrations, the only way you can have gas pressure is with a container. You believe the opposite of that too. So you believe the opposite of what you actually experience.
Right.
So yeah, you fit the definition of delusional.
Okay.
But
And
Zach,
it,
just
like,
to
like
cap off what I
all
was
that.
just saying.
Well, let
Sorry,
me just
just
bring up
to.
one quick point. Just one quick point, cycling. The way we know someone's schizophrenic is because everybody else is not experiencing what that person experiences. In this
Right.
case, everybody is experiencing the same thing.
Yeah,
Dude,
and
what,
every
like,
human being. Hold on, just let me finish off this, and then I'm going to go on mute. So I'll let someone else speak to you.
okay.
But I mean, just think about it. Every single human being in history has only ever experienced the flat, motionless Earth. So when I'm saying that, I'm not saying that you're schizophrenic or that you are delusional, etc. I'm making that point because you brought up delusional, and ironically, it more fits the Glober's case than ours. But the point of that is really to make you understand that we experience the Earth one way. That's not to say that you should just accept that at face value and not consider anything else. But it does mean that that's your starting point, that's your default. And then there's a positive claim being made that it's not what it looks like, it's actually a big spinning ball. That's got a burden of proof, right? So they need to prove that to you. And they haven't. They've just shown you images, videos, told you stories. So that's the point. What we're doing here is we're pointing out to people that they haven't given us evidence, they've given us claims. And when we test those claims, they fail in reality. So anyway,
Okay.
take that how you will.
All right. Well, thanks for that. But
Yeah, good luck.
so, thank you.
Thanks,
I
cycling.
have I guess I have like a quick question. Like, do you guys think like the moon is a sphere?
I mean, it has some properties of a sphere, some properties of a sphere it doesn't have. But
So
it
is
doesn't
the
matter
Earth the
because
only?
it doesn't tell you what the Earth is.
Okay, yeah, but so
So
the
let me.
so
Like,
the
I know
Earth
where you're
is the
going with
only
this.
thing that's flat.
Okay, I know you're going with this. Okay, the only thing. Yes. So you've adopted a philosophy without realizing it. It's called the Copernican principle. That principle states that Earth has no unique place in the universe. It's just like everything else. And if you take this philosophy and then you look in the sky and you see a bunch of balls, you go, well, the Earth's not unique. It's just like everything else, and everything else looks like spheres, so Earth must be a sphere. It's a logical deduction if the axiom is true, but there's no way to prove that that initial idea that the Earth is not unique is actually true without evidence.
Right. No, I know. I agree with you, and I'm not trying to make a claim at all here. I just want to know if you think the Earth is unique and the fact that
Yes,
it's
the
flat.
Earth is unique. Yes, the Earth is unique. It's not a flat space disk. We do not think of it like that.
So how does the Earth look like? Like maybe I don't understand
From
it.
where?
Like what is the shape like?
Like, what do you say?
Like completely flat?
Flat is not a shape.
Okay, sorry. So if you had to draw the Earth, how would
If I
you
said
draw
what's
it?
a rock shape, what would I draw? I mean, I would
No,
draw
like
the way I see it.
so how do you see the Earth? That's what I want to understand.
Well, from in an airplane, it looks flat. From on top of the mountain, it looks flat. From in a hot air balloon, it looks flat. From in a freaking
So
weather
what's
balloon, it
under
looks
the
flat.
Earth?
What do you mean? The Earth is not an object per se. That's why
So
you're
what is
asking
it?
a shape. What What do you mean? What is it? It's the Earth. It's unique. It's not an object floating in a giant void.
So if you keep walking, where do you go? Do you just fall off?
Fall to where?
The void? I don't know. Like, what happens?
Why would you fall to a void?
So you think the Earth is
Like,
infinite?
so the way you're conceptualizing it is if you have some 3D, like some exterior point of view, some third person point of view, and that Earth is an object in a giant vacuum the way they've told you it is. But that's not how you
Okay.
actually experience the world. You've never had that point of view, right?
Right.
From outside the Earth. So this is just a concept that somehow the Earth is a discrete object, right? A disc, fucking turtle, whatever anybody thinks in their head. But these are just ideas. We experience the Earth the way we experience it. Okay, so if I
So you're
ask you
saying we don't
something like,
actually know how it is?
yeah, nobody does. So
Oh.
if I asked you what's the shape of the universe, what would you tell me? If I asked you where's
I
the
would
edge,
say
what would you tell me?
I would say I don't know, but it's expanding infinitely.
Yeah, I mean, how would you know that? Nobody knows that. I mean, that's
That's
just another
so
story.
silly.
So the point is that question has no meaning because the universe is everything. The concept of outside doesn't mean anything. There is nothing outside. If there was something outside, that would also be part of the universe, right? Because the universe is everything. So the concept of outside doesn't mean anything in this context. Okay. There is no outside the Earth. It's not inside of something.
So what is space to you then?
Well, depends on what you mean by space. If you just mean
Like
metrical
where the
space,
moon, the sun,
XY.
and other planets are.
Well, I don't know what it is, but it's not a vacuum. And you can call that space. Space has like a certain, like the way it's thought of in modern times is that it's a giant near infinite void with shit in it. Right? Planets, galaxies, stars, gas, asteroids, comets, all this stuff. They're all in a giant void that is near infinite, and everything is ridiculously far spaced apart. Right? So that's the modern concept. So we claim the truth. We don't know. Nobody knows. Nobody will ever know.
So for you,
That's the truth. I mean, like, think about it. Let's take a star, for example. Can anybody prove absolutely what a star is?
I think it's like a star is like pretty observable. Like,
yeah, but you
from
can't tell just by looking at it what it is.
I mean,
But
there's
they
so
claim
many
to know
different
how
ways
old
we
it
could
is.
measure.
Like, well, but even so, you have no reference, right? No one's ever been to a star and took a sample of star and said, "Hey, this is what a star is made out of." So we know what this star is made out of. So when we look at it and we see these particular light waves, those correlate to freaking what that actual physical sample we have. So now we know what stars that look like this are made out of. We don't have that, right? We can just look and guess based upon the light we see, based upon earthbound experiments, right? And there's like it's not even that simple. That is the most generous possible rendition of what is actually going on. That's not what's actually going on, but let's just say that is that they do experiments on Earth and they assume uniformitarianism and they go, hey, the light does this on Earth. When I look in the sky, I see a star emit this same light, so they're made of the same thing, right? Okay, bang. But that is not known for
They
certain.
assume what?
Don't interrupt.
Uniformitarianism?
Don't interrupt. Uniformitarianism. That's
You mean uniformity?
No,
I mean, do we not?
uniformitarianism is that everything is the same. Like that physics doesn't change. Things don't change over time. It's uniform, right? So like the way physics works now and the way it worked in the past and the way it works freaking 100 million light years from here, that physics all works the same. This is called, you can't prove that, right?
I mean, we do get hit by like solar flares and like actual like.
Oh Jesus Christ Almighty!
So what are solar flares? I don't understand. Like, why are you saying Jesus Christ? As if
Your
we don't,
imagination again.
Okay.
Because there's a story, like we see these things, right, on the sun, right, that the sun emits, and we go, hey, there's solar flares. and they correlate to the aurora borealis. But that doesn't logically follow that the sun is 93 million miles away, fusion gas ball. That is it's thermodynamically uphill 6,000 degrees at the center and 1,000,000 degrees on the outside. Like those are claims, right, derived from inferences that can't be proven because there's no samples of the sun. You got to understand, they're looking at something, just looking at it. That's all they're doing, looking at it and going, I know what it's made of. I know how far away it is. I know how old it is. I know how fast it's going. Just from looking at it. Now, I dare you to go outside and see some random object that you don't have knowledge of what's it made out of, how far away it is, and just look at it for as long as you want and figure that out.
There is ways we can measure things without actually having it like physically there. Like the radiations that the sun emits, like it's like a thing that's actually observable.
Yeah,
It's not
yeah, we can measure the radiation, but what caused that radiation, we can't know.
what causes that radiation.
Yeah.
Like nuclear fission inside the sun. Like this is
Yeah.
something that we can do
And
on
how
Earth.
do you know that?
Like why would it?
How do you know that? Has
How do we
someone
know
been to
that?
the sun?
Because the sun is constantly expanding, and with the mass it has, it doesn't and it's why doesn't it collapse on itself? Because it's constantly expanding. That must mean there's like a massive energy in the middle.
Okay, I don't know who measured this.
Can we not
constantly
measure? Can we not
expanding.
measure the sun's mass? Okay, can we not measure the sun's
No.
mass? We can't.
Dude,
Okay.
you can't even define mass.
I can't define mass.
Yeah.
Does
Go ahead,
mass
try.
not exist?
Not in the way you think it exists.
Define mass.
This is
Okay.
always fun.
We're gonna have to wait for him to do a Google search.
I want to give you like an actual dictionary like definition.
Define mass.
I know you
Okay.
listen, bro. I actually know the definition. So like, I know the physics definition.
Okay. So mass is a fundamental property of matter that quantifies its resistance to acceleration and is also a measure of the amount of stuff or matter within an object.
It's not mass, and I don't know what stuff is.
So what is mass? It's the intrinsic property of a body.
Mass has no meaning in physics. It's just a variable in the formula.
So how can it have no meaning?
Do you want me to quote a Nobel laureate, Max Born, in his book, The General Theory of Relativity? I can quote what it says. And I can also quote Wheeler, who also has a Nobel Prize for quantum electrodynamics, that says that all definitions of mass that relate it to the amount of sunsets have been proven wrong.
So okay, send that in the side chat.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah. So there's one. I'll get the other.
Okay.
Okay, I posted the other one. So,
Okay.
you know, we've done this exercise lots of times. Me personally, I've done it lots of times. Mass is just meaningless placeholder variable. Okay, it doesn't. It only means something in an equation. It's not something that's physical. You can't stick it in a jar. There's no proper word. There's no ontology to it. There's no there in the physical natural world. You can't find mass somewhere.
Did you say you can't find mass somewhere?
I'm searching.
No, it's not.
Since
Yeah.
I've never seen this quote thing you sent. I just did a quick search to kind of get an understanding of like the context of it. But it seems like Max Born isn't saying mass isn't real. He's saying like physics just requires a precise definition and not just vague.
Is that what ChatGPT told you?
No, like I'm like looking on Reddit about.
That's almost worse.
Why is that worse?
Reddit.
No, I'm looking at like the context behind what he's saying.
Like, I don't need it redefined for me. He literally says, I must strongly emphasize, okay, what is ambiguous about that?
Okay.
Is that ambiguous to you?
It says in physics, however, we must strongly emphasize that the word mass has no meaning other than the given formula.
Yeah. What does
Formula
strongly
6.
emphasize mean? Does it mean that he's like ambiguously saying that like something? So it doesn't mean
So,
anything in
so
formula.
he's okay. So he's referring to Formula 6, which is inertial mass, which likely refers to Newton's second law. Okay. Relativistic mass energy equals equals. He's saying mass equals what this equation tells us it is. It's not. He's not saying mass doesn't exist though. He's just rejecting like undefined concepts of
But
mass. Like,
when you say he's not saying mass doesn't exist, what do you mean by exist? It does exist in the form of a human concept.
I mean, doesn't a lot of things exist in a form of human concept?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Doesn't mean
Not
that they
things
don't
in the
exist.
physical and natural world don't exist as human concepts. They exist in the physical and natural world. So when you say things like, well, the sun has mass, what does that even mean? Because that's not weight, right? This is way down the fucking rabbit hole of bullshit, dude. We're lost in the weeds. Okay? The point is, nobody ever, for the rest of human history ever, even if the whole heliocentric shit is true, and especially so, is ever going to know what the composition of a star is, because if you left now at the speed of Voyager, it would take you 150,000 years to reach the closest star.
Yeah.
So nobody's going to ever know. We're certain.
Yeah. We're not gonna know. I mean, it really doesn't matter.
All I'm
But like,
saying is
okay, I'm just like,
we can
what
say
I'm
we don't
confused.
know with the same confidence, with absolute confidence, that we don't know and nobody else knows, despite the fact they claim they do.
Okay. Like, what I don't understand is, so you have, I don't know, say like two objects that are like the same shape. Like, let's say like a tennis ball and like a fucking bowling ball or like a soccer ball. I don't know. Like, when you drop them at the same height, would they like not fall at the same rate?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, but why does it hurt more when I kick a bowling ball than a tennis ball?
Well, one's made of rubber, one's made of fucking, I think, what are they made of, polycarbonate or something?
Yeah, but wouldn't it mean that
Epoxy. Bowling balls are made of like epoxy and polycarbonate, something like that.
wouldn't
Because
that mean the bowling
like one is a solid material, one is elastic.
wouldn't that mean the bowling ball has more mass?
Look, if the bowling ball was made of fucking hollow rubber and the tennis ball was made of polycarbonate, it would hurt to kick the fucking tennis ball.
I mean, yeah, but it
Didn't
would hurt
you
more
ever
to
play
kick the
kickball?
bowling ball. Yeah, but it would
No,
hurt more
because
to
it's made
kick
of
the bowling
it's
ball.
hollow. It's a hollow ball made of rubber. Did it
So if
hurt
we
to play kickball? When you played kickball, did it hurt?
no,
Okay then.
yeah, but I'm saying like even
Go
so,
try and play
even if
tennis
the
with a pool ball.
even if the like okay, let's say pool ball versus bowling ball, same material. Like let's say like they're made out of the same material. It's still gonna like hurt me way more to kick a bowling ball, and the bowling ball is barely gonna move than me to kick it like a fucking pool ball.
Depends on the composition, dude. I just demonstrated. It's just yes. If you had even equal material, right? Say we have equal amount of material. We have a like, or same material it's made out of. We have a fucking tennis ball and a kickball. Obviously, the one that's bigger will hurt you more, but that's just because of pressure. Okay?
The-
Pressure exerted on your nerves, fired in your fucking brain. You get a sensation of pain. You know.
Okay.
But how is that? What's that got to do with anything?
I mean, it
How does that tell
because
you
it
you
has
know
to
what a
do
star is
because
made out of?
it has to do with mass.
Yeah, well, that's inertia.
Yeah, like
So this is
so
a
you agree
problem.
that
This is the problem with mass. So there's multiple definitions for mass because that's not a thing. In different fields, it means different things depending on the application. So it can mean inertia,
okay.
it can mean gravitational mass, And they say that inertial mass and gravitational mass, but then there's also molar mass and atomic mass and all sorts of other masses that all have their own unique definitions.
Okay.
Okay, so mass, that's why I asked you. You can't even define mass. If you look on Wikipedia for the definition of mass, you're going to get 5 definitions.
I mean, yeah, like that's not wrong, but I don't see why it can't be multiple definitions of mass.
Well, there can be. I'm just saying it's not a thing. It's just a human concept. Because of the law of identity, okay? You really want it, right? So it can't be a physical thing because everything in nature follows the law of identity. It is what it is. A cat is a cat, right? Cat is a cat is a cat is a cat. That's its identity. The law of identity doesn't apply to this thing, mass, because it's a concept, so it's malleable.
I mean, I was gonna say like, I guess like
We're
if
so
you
far off of flat Earth, it ain't even funny, dude.
yeah, I mean like, kind of, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I guess we
Give me
are
this.
like.
If I measure the Earth flat, is there anything about the sky that can prove my measurements wrong? And I'll give you an analogy. We have a table. I measure its dimensions with a tape measure.
Okay.
But then I look at the lights on the table and they're doing weird things, and I go, "Wow, the weird ways the lights are moving. You know, I don't know how that works on a flat surface." So the table I just measured isn't flat anymore because the lights do a thing.
No, of
It
course
doesn't
not.
make sense, right? Yeah. So nothing the lights do can actually falsify a flat Earth. The only thing that can falsify a flat Earth are measurements of the Earth.
What I don't understand is why don't you just attach a GoPro to like a weather balloon? Have it
Been
wait for
done.
it to come down.
A weather
I
balloon don't
just
go high
posted
enough.
it in chat. I just posted it.
That's not, dude. That's not even close to 121,000 feet. What do you mean?
Okay.
It is
So
because he said so.
this is where you throw Neil deGrasse Tyson under the bus. So Neil deGrasse Tyson, he still got the Twitter post up, said that you can't see the curvature of the Earth from 128,000 feet. Quote, that stuff is flat. So you're going to throw Neil deGrasse Tyson under the bus now?
No, I'm not throwing Neil deGrasse Tyson under the bus.
Well, he said from 128,000 feet, it's not curved.
Let's see.
And this type of test, just looking at it, is not definitive. Because simply looking, right, if I say, well, brother, if we're going to apply that logic, just go to the beach and look at the ocean and it looks flat. There, case closed.
Okay.
And then you're saying, oh, go to a different vantage point and it looks curved. So we got, oh, looks flat, looks curved. How do we, now we have we have contradictory information. How can we tell which is the actual case? The same way you do if you built a building, right? See, oh, is that an 8-foot board or is that a 10-foot board? It looks like 10 feet and that one looks like 10 feet too. Like which one though? I can't tell from looking at it. So I'm going to grab a tape measure and I'm going to measure the board and figure out which one's 8 feet. You can do this to the Earth, you know, and figure out if it actually is curving or not.
Okay. So
don't like that, do you? That you can actually measure the Earth and tell if it's flat or curved. You'd rather just look at it from some crazy viewpoint and go, "Hey, man, it looks some way. Yeah, it must be that."
No, I want you and me to go on a fucking hot air balloon and just like actually go
Jesus
to
Christ.
like 38,000.
I want you and me to go to
why
fucking
don't we do
Chicago
that?
and see the Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan.
That's a good idea. Yeah, I'll meet you guys there. They're always trying to take you somewhere, Indio. They always want to take
Dude,
you
yeah,
somewhere.
let's you and I, let's go on a hot air balloon and go as high as we can, and we'll see the Earth's curvature. Like, I'm curious.
No
like,
hot
once you
air
see
balloon will go high. Bro, I just told you. No hot air balloon can go high enough.
Hey,
look, dude, think about it for a second. The Earth is supposed to have an 8,000-mile diameter. You think going 10 miles above it, which a hot air balloon don't do, doesn't even go that high. 10 miles above it, you can see the curvature of the Earth. 10 miles above an 8,000-mile diameter ball.
No, here it is.
10 miles above an 8,000-mile diameter ball. Listen closely to what I'm saying. You're 1/800th of the diameter.
Dude, so
You can
It's
actually.
nearly 1,000th, dude. Are you thinking right now? Think in
Dude,
your head.
Dude, I'll literally send you this flight of a hot air balloon that this person in India won 68,000 feet with a hot air balloon. It's definitely possible then.
It's possible to go up with a hot air balloon. You will not see curvature from that altitude,
But you will.
dude.
What
You
why
won't.
don't we do
It's
it? I'll even
okay.
pay for it, bro.
It's a
I'll pay for your
geometric
flight.
impossibility. Okay, what aren't you understanding? And how are you gonna get to a 68,000 feet? You're bringing a fucking spacesuit?
Yeah, you'll just have an oxygen mask and everything.
Oh yeah, that'll work. What are you gonna
It,
do about
it,
the negative 50-degree temperature?
I don't know, like proper clothing.
So
Put on
now
some
we're
Canada
like in
Goose.
Fantasyland. How about we talk about what we actually can do? See, this is where you guys retreat to Fantasyland because
It's
that's
not
where the global is.
Fantasyland.
It is.
This person's literally done it.
Okay, with a GoPro lens. Why don't you post a
Not with
video
a
in the chat?
GoPro lens. They went up there themselves.
Felix Baumgartner has the world record for the highest jump. It's 128,000 feet.
No, it's actually no. I'm not talking about jump. Like I'm talking about like actually being in the balloon.
So he went higher than 128,000 feet.
It's actually VJ.
So he went higher than 128,000 feet.
No, not higher than 128,000 feet. Are you talking about like the Red Bull guy who jumped out of the?
Yeah, the Red Bull guy.
Yeah, like that guy saw the curvature. What do you mean?
No, bro.
He didn't see the curvature?
You didn't listen. You did not listen to a word I fucking said, did you? About Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Okay.
His Twitter post is still up, dude. 128,000 feet is not high enough to see curvature. If you did see curvature from there, you would live on a tiny Earth. You understand that we can just do the math and make a prediction of whether you can see curvature from that altitude. And the math says you can't.
Okay.
Yeah, Zach, I put the image at 3 minutes after the hour there. Felix Baumgartner at 127,000 feet.
Yeah, so scroll
flat
up.
horizon.
Yeah, so scroll up to the Billy Zag video that Mark J posted. Neil deGrasse Tyson, that stuff is flat. He talks about the Felix Baumgartner jump and shows you with a model fucking globe how high he was above it. Okay? 2 millimeters above that beach ball. And then he says, that stuff is flat.
So like I looked up what
I
he
don't
said,
know
and
why
yeah, you're right.
Why would
the
we
Twitter
get
post
farther,
is
brother? Why would we get farther away from the thing in question to figure out what it is? Why are we running away from the Earth? I want to know what the Earth is. Let's run away from it. We're here, right? We're on it, right? Shouldn't we be able to test it on it?
Okay, yeah, like the thing is up. Let's read this. Neil deGrasse Tyson once incorrectly stated that it is still too low to see the Earth's curvature from the height Felix Baumgartner jumped. In reality, we should be able to see it. In some cases, Earth's curvature can be seen from much lower altitudes, like for example on the HUD display of whatever camera they use on a fighter jet. Earth's curvature is still visible after removing the fisheye
What are you
effect.
reading, dude?
I am on.
Post the link in the chat.
Okay.
Because I hear a lot
I'll
of
post the
claims,
article.
but there's no evidence, dude.
Bro, Indo, you remember me?
No.
Nice to
Should
see you
I?
again.
Nice to see you
We had
too.
a talk
I don't know who you are.
I think a year ago, like a nice talk a year ago.
Okay.
Wow, he has a good
Nice to meet you.
memory.
Good, I'm
Nice
a
to meet you
fucking my
again.
fan club.
What the? Nice to meet you again.
FlatEarth.bs. Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious, bro. They have a whole article.
A whole article? Really?
Yeah.
Oh, bullshit. Are you serious?
What do you mean a bullshit?
Okay, so look, they show. Look at what it is, right? Did you read it?
Yes, I
It
did.
just says Neil deGrasse Tyson incorrectly stated Neil was wrong.
No, you have to press continue reading. You can press. It's a longer article. You have to press continue reading at the bottom.
Yeah, it's bullshit. Okay, that the image, the plane image, that's not the curvature of the Earth. That's caused by the window. You know how we know? Because we can see the same thing, the same curvature of the Earth from an airplane that's on the runway, looking out the cockpit window. You want to see it?
Yeah,
You want to
man.
see it? Okay.
Dude, I think I'm a flat earther now. Fuck.
No one's trying to turn you into a flat earther, dude.
Dude,
You're running away from flat Earth as fast as humanly possible. I'm telling you, quite point blank, how you can tell for certain by measuring the Earth, and you're running away from it, still going to. But just look at it, bro. Just look at it. Dude, I hope you never go where there's a bunch of fucking trans dudes, man, dressed up like women. You're like, well, just look at her. It's a female. Then you got a fucking hawk between her legs.
Yeah, Zach, I don't think you're going to make it. You don't have enough critical thinking skills or analytical ability to be a flat
Dude, what
earther.
the?
You're clearly
He's having a mental
Sorry, Zach,
breakdown,
you're not
Danny
smart enough.
Lang.
Holy
You
shit!
hear
There's
him
no way,
laughing.
bro. There's no way the flat earthers are rejected. What the fuck? You're not
Yeah,
smart
you
enough.
can't. You know, yeah, you're
This is
not
just
logical
bullshit.
enough. Yeah, you're a little bit too dramatic and emotionally driven to be a flat earther.
CW wants to jump in
Zach.
now.
What the
Yeah,
Hi,
CW.
CW.
You're up, CW.
Hello.
Welcome.
Yeah, hi.
Go ahead, CW.
She very triggered CW
I
in
don't
the
really
chat.
have anything. If you'd like to explain to me why the Earth is flat, I'll listen.
Well, you said I'm a fucking retard. Remember?
You are, yeah.
Go ahead, prove that.
You don't think triangles are real, so that's a
No,
pretty
you
good place to
said you
start.
don't think
No, that's
triangles
what you
are
said the other
real.
day.
I never said triangles aren't real. You
Well,
said
if you'd
that.
like to change your mind now and say that triangles are real, then good for you. But I know what you said because I was talking to you. So cool.
When did I say it? Triangles aren't real. I'm looking. I'm scrolling up. I don't see anywhere where I said triangles are not real.
Hey, why don't you screenshot where he said it and then post it?
Because it was like an hour ago, and I
Well,
won't be
who
able to do
cares,
that.
dude? Like, it's your accusation, so substantiate it. Otherwise, we're
well,
just
you know
consider
that I won't be able to
shameless
do
liar.
that, right?
Otherwise, we're gonna just consider you a shameless liar.
Bro, just fucking
you can call me
control
what you
F it,
want.
bro.
To be honest, I don't really care. Like,
No, you're proving it. You're proving you're a shameless liar. Now.
okay.
Oh, I'll giggle and that'll somehow deflect from the fact
Sorry,
I'm a shameless
this is
liar.
just ridiculous.
I'll
Oh my
giggle
God,
as
he's only like 14.
Yeah, I am.
He's only like a 14-year-old.
I'm
CW,
giggling like
just
someone
don't
that's
see
been laughing my ass off at you lot for the past like 2 hours.
Because you're coping, dude. Because you're
Yeah,
coping.
yeah, you got me, bro. I'm coping. Yeah.
Yeah, you are coping. Look
Yeah,
at it
you got
giggle
me.
like a little schoolgirl.
Yep. So, the Earth is flat because
you're just not fucking.
Because it measures that way.
So you measured it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So did you publish these findings anywhere? Where can I read them?
Yeah, they're published. Yeah.
Where?
Uranus.
Good one.
They're published on a website, FE Core's website. You want me to post the measurement report in the chat?
Yeah, please. And it's you that measured these, yeah?
Okay. No, I didn't measure these. I did my own observations, which is separate than this. No, that's documented
So
too.
what observations did you do?
So I go by the ocean. So I tracked a ship going out to sea.
Okay.
Right. So sailed from 6 miles away from me out to 30 miles over a period of 3.5 hours. What happened to the ship, dude? Did it disappear over the curve of the Earth?
It should do, yeah.
Yeah, but it didn't.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it didn't. And it's supposed to be 420 feet under the horizon. Yeah, but it wasn't.
Right. So if I came in here and I told you that,
Yeah, let's not like go. No one cares about what you would or didn't. Address what I said.
Well, I'm about
Address what
to.
I said, loser.
You've got to slow down a bit.
Address what I
Listen to
said,
what I say.
loser.
So
You
you've
asked
got to
for
slow down a
evidence. I
bit.
just gave it to you. Address the evidence.
Okay.
Address
So
the evidence.
You're not letting me.
You're
bro.
gonna get muted. I'm gonna count down to 3. If you don't address the evidence, you're getting
Point
muted.
is, it's
It's
an
evidence
answer.
that you
So if I
asked
came in
for.
here and I told you that I
Okay,
saw a ship
okay, just
disappear over
being
the
muted.
horizon, you wouldn't
No
accept
one
it, would
no
you?
one gives a shit, dude.
Okay, Zach, you're back on. Your buddy tapped out, he said.
Sorry, sir. I'm ready to be a flat earther. When does my training begin?
You already failed. You didn't even make
we're
it past preschool. Go
Yeah, we're not
recreate
letting you in.
preschool class.
Okay, so I posted the cockpit window view of an airplane on the runway.
Right.
Does this prove the Earth
Right.
is curved? Is this Earth curve right here? Or is this created by the windshield?
It's straight.
That's straight.
Is it not?
Why do you have to lie, dude? Like, this
Dude.
should show you everything you need to know because you asked
I mean,
yourself,
it
why
might
would
be
they
like a
lie?
little.
No, shut up, dude. You asked, why would they lie? And now you, right now, are lying. So I'm going to ask you, why are you lying?
I guess it could be like a little curve. Maybe
Why
due to
are
the
you lying?
camera lens. I don't know.
Yeah, but why are you lying?
I don't know. It looked pretty. I didn't zoom into the photo. It looked pretty straight from.
You don't need
what I
to
was
zoom
looking.
in.
No, I mean expand the image.
Weird though,
Like,
Zach. Zach, you asked us, why would they lie? You felt compelled to lie to defend an idea that isn't even yours. How fucked up is that? Why does not
Dude,
that raise red flags in your mind, dude? Like you have some, like you're defending someone else's idea that you don't even understand worth the fuck. Come in here and try to tell lies to defend an idea that's not yours. Why would you even do? I don't think you did it intentionally. It's like a reflex.
Yeah.
Because you're fucking brainwashed.
Fuck, man, you're right. Shit.
I know I'm right. It's obvious I'm right. Nobody is trying to turn you into a flat earther. That's more your fucking bigotry bias. We do not try to fucking convince people the earth is flat. We give information that they did not previously have. Just like I gave you information you didn't previously have. Now you have it. If you want to stick your head back in the fucking sand and pretend you live on a spinning fucking ball, whizzing through the vacuum of space at 1.5 million miles per hour, you're fucking free to do that. Okay? But now you have information that that's not true.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like a lot to take in.
Just stick with the cartoons, dude. Stick with your fucking ball cartoons. Keep
you gotta watch
watching
the cartoons.
TV. Keep looking at screens. Don't go outside. Don't let that tell you what the Earth is. Don't let the Earth tell you what the Earth is. Watch a screen.
Damn, man.
Well, you guys get ridiculous, dude. And like,
Bro, what do you mean,
grating.
you guys? I'm one of you guys now. Like,
No. God, dude.
Stop that.
More lying.
You know what? I think I've been convinced too.
So Zach, yeah, you need to at least, if you're examining ideas, let's say, if you're coming upon a new idea, which the concept of the globe model being a complete failure is a new idea to you, and you've been presented with many logical mathematical arguments here tonight. So when examining new ideas, it's a good idea to at least hold out like a small amount of real estate in your mind where you think, maybe this new idea has something to it. And then, like you've been asked several times tonight, to examine the evidence and see if there's anything to that evidence. So we understand, and we do not want to convince you in an evening. You need to go and look at some of these links and evidence. That's why I put the Dr. John D video up there earlier, and then Mark J put the laser experiment FE core that India was referring to. So Dr. John D video has to do with the horizon observations that we discussed earlier in the evening during ladies' night. And then the FE core laser tests are several different measurements, the longest of which being 25 miles, in which if the Earth was curved in the way claimed, the laser would not have hit the target because the target would have been obscured behind 297 feet of drop. So we don't expect you, because you're obviously having an emotional response. That's why we're not accepting you into this, because you are not carefully and objectively examining the evidence. You're just kind of right now you're just kind of reacting. You think it's all funny. called cognitive dissonance. So it's cool. Like, just go and like open up some of these links, save them in your YouTube, go look at them later, see what you think. If you have a substantive argument against them or about them or questions about them, you're welcome to come back anytime and ask us. But just to deny it when you haven't even examined any of the information is just making you look very foolish, to be honest.
I feel like I've been arguing in good faith though. Like.
Well, you can feel that way. I'm gonna say you weren't, because we've already pointed out several fallacious arguments that you've used.
Okay,
You don't
let's
actually have any evidence
test
for your
them.
claim.
Let's test them for a second. You think you're arguing in good faith? Steel man, a single argument we made.
Steel man, a single argument?
Yeah, steel man is the opposite of a straw man. Now, straw man is misrepresenting someone's argument. I want you to give us the best version of an argument we made, and tell it back to us.
I like the argument we made about like the objects appearing smaller as if it gets further
about
away.
why the Earth is flat. About why the Earth is flat. That's just that's perspective. That has nothing to do with the Earth being flat.
Well, by all measurements, like the Earth is flat, and I should trust my. We should trust our senses.
No, you're
listen to
fucking
the
up,
government.
dude.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sir.
Dude. No, you didn't listen. So you haven't been talking in good faith because
I have been talking in good faith. What?
Because you're not actually hearing what I'm saying. Okay.
Dude,
what I tell you about the Chicago sky? What I say about the Chicago skyline?
You can see it from Toronto, or like fucking I don't know where.
You can see it from 52 all the way across Lake Michigan, 52 miles away.
Yeah.
Okay. You shouldn't be able to see it at all.
Yeah, it is interesting.
Okay? So
yeah,
there are many. I've said this, I've been saying this like for a few days now. You, I guarantee, have made a flat Earth observation and didn't realize it.
Yeah.
So check this out. If you go to the beach and you look out and you see the horizon, how far away is that? How far away does the globe say that horizon is? In miles.
Like 40 miles? I don't know.
40 miles. It's supposed to be 3 miles.
3 miles? Oh shit.
3 miles. Yeah. Oh shit.
Yeah,
yeah, dude. Oh shit.
I wasn't expecting that.
3 miles for a 6-foot man. So 10 miles away, how much should the globe drop down due to curvature?
By like degrees?
No, in feet.
Oh, I don't know, like 5 feet.
In 10 miles, it's 66 feet.
Holy shit, dude.
So here's it's even more fucked up. At 30 miles, it's 420 feet. That's a 42-story building, brother.
What the fuck? Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
These aren't our numbers, dude. Listen. This is what you need to understand. Any of you Globers in the chat, this is what you need to understand. The globe Earth model, radius 3,959 miles. We test those numbers and see if what it predicts actually exists outside in the physical and natural world. And we're here to report to you that the natural world doesn't match those numbers. We checked, and that's what we're telling you. Hey, dude, here's a problem. They say it's this. We checked, it's not that. And we're not telling you, trust us. You can check it yourself and see for yourself. You just told me that you thought the horizon was 40 miles away, which tells me you already have a flat Earth observation that would debunk the globe already. You don't even have to go do the observation. You've probably already done it.
Yeah. Shit.
So yeah, from here on out, it's just a matter, Zach, of whether you're going to follow the information where it leads, or if you're going to remain emotionally attached to your fantasy globe. And I mean, what is your percentage certainty that you live on a globe, Zach?
Fuck, it's definitely lower now. Like,
well, let me ask you this: do you think you can figure it out yourself? Do you think you're capable, or do you think like you're just a dumb fuck that has to like trust other people to figure it out, and that you're just gonna follow them around like a lost puppy and say, well, I'm too dumb to figure out what the shape of the earth is. I'm going to just follow you. Do you think that you can potentially do it yourself?
Dude, like, I think, like, I don't think I'm qualified enough to make a.
Qualify? You don't know
Yeah.
how to read a tape measure?
No, I know how to read a tape measure, but I don't know if I have a tape
Okay,
measure
that's all
long
you
enough.
need. Look, as long as you can measure distances and heights, that's all you need to do. There's plenty of
Okay.
earth curve calculators on the internet, so you don't even need to be able to calculate it. You can just let the software calculate it. Punch in that.
Okay.
Punch in your height, observer height. You punch in distance, and it'll spit out a prediction: how far the horizon is away, how far, what the drop is, how much something should be hidden. Right? You can spit out these numbers. You don't even need to do that math, even though that math is basically fucking ninth grade algebra, which I'm sure you can do. So
Yeah.
this isn't actually complicated math. It's actually simple math. I mean, for Christ's sake, they think they fucking figured it out 2,000 years ago. I think you could do math some fucking Greek caveman did 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
I'll definitely.
The
I'll
point
definitely
is,
look into
like
it.
data, like listen, we brainwash people to think for themselves. You can
Right.
trust
Okay.
your own eyes. I know you said, hey, dude, can't trust them all the time. Fine, we know that. But they're pretty fucking reliable because
Yeah.
if you go out into the world and all of a sudden, like, your senses aren't giving you accurate information, you go to the fucking hospital and check yourself in and say, hey, doc, there's something fucking wrong with me. My senses aren't giving me accurate information.
So, yeah, go ahead, Franz. What's your question?
Okay, so can you go over the math regarding the Chicago skyline again, just so I'm refreshed on it and understand what you're saying fully?
Yeah, well, I'll show you a diagram. This particular diagram is using a 50-mile observation distance, but it's pretty darn close to the 52-mile. I mean, I just have to like
Where's the diagram?
redo the. I just put it in the side chat.
Okay.
So there are different ways. Whoops, got the wrong. I was trying to tag you, but maybe you're already there. There are different ways to calculate the expected drop over distance. It's generally accepted that 8 inches per mile squared is the rough approximation that works to up to 1,000 miles, and really even at 1,000 miles, the percentage error is so small that with the distances that we're talking about, this particular rule of thumb works perfectly well because, for example, in this particular one where we're talking about 1,800 miles of missing curvature, this is you can see there the diagram of how this is calculated and where it comes from. That particular one is in 0.32 miles, or it's giving you 20,000 inches, which is 0.32 miles. The other thing we talked about was in feet. So yeah, if we divide 20,000 divided by 12, that gives you the 1666. So yeah, 20,000 inches is 1,666 feet. So that particular one is showing you how you'd come up with the 1,666 feet of drop that is at the 50-mile distance.
Okay. So does this formula take into account all of the geographical changes that would be different depending on the place that you're in?
We're talking about water. We're talking about flat water. What do you see when you observe water in a container? What does it do when you have water in your glass standing still on a level counter? What does the water look like?
Well, it moves towards the gravitational pull.
Okay, so we're going to jump right into fantasy land. So you're claiming that gravity curves water around a ball. Is that your claim?
Well, the water follows the gravitational pull.
Can you demonstrate this, please? Show me the cause and effect relationship and when on Earth water being pulled by gravity toward a ball has been demonstrated and verified with the cause and effect relationship with an experimental setup that includes a natural observation, a legitimate hypothesis that can be tested in the real world, which would also include an independent and dependent variable. Can you show me where that was done, please?
Yeah, observing tides.
Okay, so you're saying tides prove your gravity.
Yes.
Demonstrate that, please. And, why are tides not consistent
sure, I
all
can
over
put
the
it in
world? Why are certain areas don't seem to experience tide at all? So that, if that's your
Well, it's
experimental
because the Earth
setup,
is a sphere.
So you're presupposing the sphere in your claim here, where you still haven't given me the experimental setup that you use to confirm that tides are somehow caused by your magical gravity. So yeah, I'm waiting for the setup. Never seen that one. Ready?
Yeah, I can put it in the side chat for you.
Okay, can't wait. Yeah, meanwhile, while he's doing that, I'm going to look for that map of the different tides and how they vary around the world. I'll see if I can find it unless somebody else already has it. Okay, so you got animations from NASA. Yep, that's not an experimental setup. That does not meet the requirements that I asked of a verifiable, testable, repeatable scientific experiment where you had an independent and dependent variable which you rigorously tested to demonstrate a cause and effect relationship, which your claim is that gravity would be the cause and tides would be the effect. So again, I'm not looking for NASA cartoons. I'm looking for an experimental setup that could be tested, repeated, and verified, and that has an independent and dependent variable in order to scientifically demonstrate a cause and effect relationship. If I just wanted to watch cartoons, I could just turn on the Cartoon Network.
Okay, so are you, quick question, are you familiar with Sir Isaac Newton's work on tides?
This is so you're gonna what? Where's the experiment that I just asked you for? Now you're moving on to Newton. Did Newton do it? Show me.
Yeah, you can find it here in the NOAA link. It's got all the math that he ran on it.
You mean there's 20 constituent variables that constitute tides? That's what's in that link.
Yeah, straight from NOAA.
Yeah, are they in that link?
Yes.
So it has predictions for tidal nodes, anthropomorphic points, shit like that?
Yes, that's exactly what NOAA does.
Okay, tell me what an anthropomorphic point is.
Yeah, I don't know the exact definition of that.
Yeah, you don't know. So you have no idea if it's in there or not.
Yeah, I do, because NOAA holds all the information on tides.
You just believe that. You just believe that, bro.
Yeah, let's go see the wizard. Yeah, follow the yellow brick road. You'll get to the knower of all knowledge.
Is this your church, bro, Noah?
No.
Sounds like it.
Okay, so okay, correlation isn't causation. Okay, right? Correct? Is that correct?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. All you have are correlations. You don't have causation. Can't even do the experiment which would determine causation. That's what Dandelion asked you for, the experiment which determined causation. Say tides are caused by gravity. You need to cause you need a causation. The actual experiment. Otherwise, all you have is a correlation. But
all right, so why do the mathematics line up perfectly?
They don't line up perfectly. What are you talking about? You just made that shit up.
So dispute the math in the NOAA.
Okay, okay. So a couple of years ago, there was a tide in Venice that was not predicted. It was the highest tide in 30 fucking years. So where was the map that matched up perfectly for that?
You said in Venice.
And so you're going to Google it to check. You should already know
of course.
This. You should already know
should
this.
I know it?
Because you said it matched perfectly. That's an affirmative claim.
Okay, if an outside variable doesn't act on it. So what happened in Venice?
There was an unpredicted freak 30-year tide. There was also a freak low tide there, too. And the only reason they even noticed it is because it's Venice, right? Because they're pissed because they lost a bunch of money. Don't say tides are perfectly predicted because they're not. That's just a horseshit claim.
I didn't say they're perfectly predicted. I said the math.
Oh, now you didn't say
perfectly lines up.
No, it doesn't. You're making that up.
No, I'm
You're
not.
literally making it up, dude.
I am not making it up.
Okay. Show one piece of fucking data where the tidal measurements match the predictions of the equations. Go.
Yeah, I just gave it to you. It's in the NOAA link.
No, it's not. You're lying. Again.
Yes, it is. It's under tidal variations.
Okay, so where's the data?
So again, you
so where's the data
variations?
That no. Those are predictions based upon a model. I want the data that confirmed the model.
Okay. So let's go to...
I want the prediction number. So the number that the equation spit out, right? There will be a 6-foot tide. They went out and measured a 6-foot tide.
Okay, so again, all of this is in the NOAA link.
No, it's not. I'm looking at the link. I'm looking at the webpage, dude. There's just a diagram.
Okay.
It says tide and water levels and a whole bunch of claims about tidal forces, gravitational forces, and it also doesn't have the 20 variables used to calculate what the tide height will be. You lied about that too.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and link it since you can't find it.
I am looking at it. Oceanservice.noaa.gov, education tutorial _tides, tides02 _cause HTML, that one.
Okay, so I just linked it right
That
under.
one? So that one, the one I just read the URL to, that one.
Tidesandcurrents.noaa.gov.
The one I just read the URL to, that one, right?
Tidesandcurrents.noaa.gov. It's
Okay,
linked in the
let's read
side
it.
chat.
Yep. Okay. So there's a map. Okay, where's the data?
Okay, so if you click on the map, right, on a specific state, there are lots of pins. You can click on those.
Okay. Yeah, here's the measured tides. Now where's the prediction?
Okay. So if you want the prediction, you go back to the same NOAA site, the home page. Okay.
Uh-huh.
And you go to tide predictions.
Okay.
Right, and then you can match those two things.
Okay. So how many spots did you match up? Which ones did you match up? What state?
Do you want me to live stream and start going?
No, I want you to tell me what you've already done. What you already believe is true. I want you to tell me.
I haven't gone through the title data today.
Okay, how about just one place you checked? One.
Okay, let's go Texas.
One place you checked, dude.
Do you want me to check it or not?
Fake it. No, I want this fake it until you make it shit to stop. That's what I want.
Okay, so you don't want to check
it? No, you didn't check. Admit it. You don't know if it matches up.
I already said that I didn't check it today.
So you're gonna so you actually don't know if it matches up. You have to go confirm what you already believe right now. That's what you're gonna go do right now. Confirm what you already believe.
Through it?
So you're gonna confirm what you already believe right now. That's what you're gonna try to do.
Why are you scared to go through it?
I'm not. I'm laying the groundwork that you're just a shit liar,
okay,
dude.
So do you want to go through it or not?
I don't need to go through it because I already know it doesn't match.
So you're scared to
and
go
they
through
don't
it.
even claim it matches.
Okay. So
you're claiming it matches.
Yes, and I'm trying to go through it with you and show you the matches if you would like.
Look, friends, go through it, then come back. So just for the record, Friends is muted. When he goes through it and comes back, and then he can tell us.
What I wanted to say was this. See, because of the claims the flat Earth position takes, I believe it kind of is relevant when it comes to cosmology, what the sun does. Now, I'm not going to say the final experiment proves the shape of the Earth, but it is relevant, I would say, to discuss this finding.
In what way?
Claim. For a better understanding of our realm, world, cosmology in general.
Yeah, you can go. Okay, go have a better understanding about the sun. Go have fun.
Your other buddy
Looking at
friends.
the sun only tells you about the sun. Doesn't tell you about the Earth. This isn't Flat Sun server. This is Flat Earth server.
Well, does the flat Earth have a sun?
Yeah. There's a sun above the Flat Earth, but the Flat Earth, those aren't the same things.
Okay, so you're taking a position regarding the sun that is above us.
Yeah, it's above us, yeah.
Okay, so aren't you now discussing?
It's higher than the surface of the Earth.
Okay. So then it is relevant.
In what way? How does it tell us anything about the Earth? I mean, there's freaking, pygmies in the Amazon fucking rainforest. They tell us something about the Earth, but it doesn't tell us the shape of the Earth.
Let me maybe rephrase the question in this manner. Do you think there is a model?
That's just got to shit. Yeah, there is a model for predicting what the sun uses, and it ain't a globe. Did you know that?
That wasn't what I was about to ask.
Okay, but this is what I'm going to say. The 24-hour sun, they didn't use a globe to predict that. Did you know that? When you go on Time and Date or SunCalc or the U.S. Naval Observatory, the model they use is not a globe model. It is something called the equation of time, which is an observer-centric model, which doesn't have any, it doesn't care about the shape you're on. Because it's from the viewpoint of the observer and what the observer sees. So the observer sees the celestial equator in a particular place. He knows what time of the year it is. He knows where the sun's going to be. He knows when it's going to come up. He knows when it's going to go down, right? So there's no globe model in any of that. In the mathematics I'm talking about, right? So in the mathematics, there's no globe in it. So technically, the globe can't predict the sunrise, sunset, whether it's in the sky 24 hours either. Your guys' idea of it isn't like a quantified idea. It's just like conceptual.
What do you mean, your guys?
The globe earthers.
Okay, so why do you associate me with them?
Come on, man.
Yeah, I mean, see, you're presupposing my position.
Because you're obsessed with the fucking 24-hour sun. When it doesn't
I'm not.
anything.
I'm not. I think it's just a relevant discussion for the time we're in right now because there was an event.
What event?
The final experiment.
Yeah? And what did it show?
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you guys. I wanted your input on it.
I already answered.
No, you didn't.
It showed something about the sun, and that's it.
Let me ask you this. And maybe you shouldn't interrupt.
You don't want to address that, right? Because what I just said is objectively true, okay? And you don't like it. You're trying to correlate the sun to the earth, and you don't have any justification for it.
I do, actually.
Okay, what is the justification?
The Bible.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. This isn't a Bible fucking VC, dude. So go to find one of the religion chats and go talk about the shit there.
You're gonna allow me to rephrase my question, or you're just gonna talk over me?
Well, if you're interested, I mean, just if you'd like to go back to Friends, he's ready whenever you are. He said he's got the thing you want, India, just in case you want another option.
Okay. I looked at one data point that didn't match, so I don't know. So Franz, okay. What's the delta?
Yeah, so I posted, and I'm going to post some more here in the side chat.
So is this a dynamic model we're showing? Or is this a kinematic model? Are these the predictions of a kinematic or a dynamic model?
Yeah, one's dynamic, okay?
Okay,
and
so what are the forces?
One is a prediction.
Involved? Okay. Do you know what a dynamic model versus a kinematic model is?
Yeah, well, I believe so.
No,
one is real time, one is a prediction. Okay.
No.
So the NOAA data.
Kinematic model has forces like gravity and all those things, right? A kinematic model is just data fitting a pattern. So, for instance, a kinematic model would be orbits. Orbits are not dynamic models. Orbits are kinematic models. There's no forces. Okay? So, is the model kinematic or dynamic. I know the answer to this, and you don't. It's not a dynamic model. It is a model of a harmonic series. So it is kinematic, meaning they made a lot of observations and they make a harmonic series using Fourier transforms to figure out what the pattern of the harmonic series is. There's no forces, there's no balls, there's no gravity, there's none of that shit. And it's not perfectly accurate.
So the real-time data from NOAA right now is incorrect.
Where did I say a fucking thing even resembling that?
Wait, don't get
not
so
saying you did.
mean. Just be a little nicer, all right?
Are you my dad? You don't sound
No,
like my
not
dad.
necessarily. No, I
Are
don't
you a
sound like
mod?
him, but
Are you
I'm
a
not a
mod?
mod either. I just think that you should be a
Yeah,
little
so you're
bit.
going on mute. So, I didn't say anything remotely resembling like that. So why don't you steel man what I said about
No, I'm trying. I'm trying to clarify.
harmonic series and how they made the prediction from a harmonic series?
I'm trying
Because
to clarify because I don't quite understand what you're
I'm
saying.
looking on the page. It says prediction type harmonic. What does that
Okay.
mean?
Did you look at the most recent
Prediction type
photograph?
harmonic. What does that mean?
Oh, did you
You're
look
about
at
to
the
get
most?
banned. You got one last second. What does harmonic mean? It's your last chance, dude. Or you're going bye-bye.
Dude, I don't know.
Okay, goodbye. Oh, you don't know?
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Okay, so if you track tidal heights over a period of time and plot it in a graph, it'll be a wave. Now, every wave can be decomposed using a Fourier series. And you can find harmonics within that Fourier series to make predictions of what some value will be at some future time. This is just harmonic analysis. This is not a dynamic model with forces and moons and fucking gravity and all those things.
with Wallace, you gonna need to slow it down.
Okay? This is another example of you Globers believing it works one way, but in reality it works another way. As the fucking
Speedy
other
Globes Yo, Speedy Globes is on the call, dude.
You guys are so
He's calling
desperate
for his
for
globe
attention.
back. Dude, he's asking for his
so
globe back.
desperate for attention.
He's calling in, dude. He's calling
Yeah,
in.
you're
Answer.
desperate for attention, dude. Now, the very fact that you don't know the difference between what a kinematic and dynamic model is, and you think that there's a dynamic model of orbits, the moon, the sun, gravity, and all these things, and there's a dynamic model where they calculate the forces on the fucking water and the velocity of the water and the fucking Coriolis force, and they're doing all these calculations to figure out a tide height. That's not how it's done. Okay? They monitor the tide height over a long period of time and do Fourier analysis to figure out what the tide height might be. The predictions are not perfect. Okay, so I looked at one example at one time, 440 at Chatham. It predicted 4.88, and the actual value was 4.95 tide height.
Okay, so you're saying
I address a fucking thing I said and straw man my position. Guarantee it. Don't say what I'm saying, okay? Because a straw man inevitably follows.
I didn't.
Don't want to hear a straw man for like the 93rd time this fucking week.
I didn't even get to speak.
I'm saving your breath. Don't straw man what I said. I heard you say so you're saying. A straw man always follows.
Okay. So to address firstly, the prediction not matching up with the actual tide height. Were those at the exact same times predicted?
Yes.
Okay.
440.
Okay.
Chatham, Massachusetts.
So the other thing I wanted to follow up with here.
Even if it did match, hold on, Prince, this is very important. Even if it did match, it wouldn't support your claim because the methodology of prediction is not the methodology you think they're using.
he's telling you
You
that
understand?
re-
You
that you're
understand what I'm
getting.
saying is? Oh, sorry,
I-
Jumsy. Go ahead.
I'm just
So,
saying that
Sir Isaac,
even the information that you're getting is not gonna give you what the conclusion that you pretend concluding, like the globe. The tides means globe. No, they're not giving you that. You're getting information about tides, but not that you're taking it to. Go ahead, my bad.
well, that's why I brought up the mathematics that Sir Isaac Newton, found and came up with at the beginning. So, well, what about what Sir Isaac Newton formulated?
What about it? Why do I got to show it's wrong? It's for you to show that somehow whatever he did is right. I don't have to prove it wrong.
Well, I would say
You
that
need
we
to
can hit
support
the
it with
mathematical
evidence.
predictions so closely would
How
be
close?
evidence of that.
What is
Well,
the mean?
for
What is
example,
what are the error bars in the prediction?
Well, so we can go off the numbers that we did earlier.
No,
you
we
said the
can't because
predicted
that's not the same method, dude. Good try though to backdoor that shit in there, but it ain't gonna work. It's not the same method as Newton. You know we have a phenomenon, and we as human beings will make multiple models for that, and that these models are not all the same.
Okay, so NOAA
this
does
is
not
akin to-
analyze astronomical data.
Oh, Jesus Christ. So, dude, just fucking go on mute, bro. You fucking can't listen. Yeah, they can, but they didn't. It's a harmonic series. Go find out what Fourier analysis is and then come back. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Sporadic is probably fucking in the chat having a fucking mental breakdown, bro. Because I am. Okay, to recap, the method used by NOAA that you provided is not the method of Newton. They don't need to make astronomical observation. They only need to look at previous tide heights to predict the next tide height. Just like I can look at a bus schedule and look out the little peephole seeing nothing else, and I can look at the clock and go, a bus comes by every hour, right? And on the third hour, one bus comes every 20 minutes. And on the 6th hour, one bus comes every 10 minutes. Now I have a pattern. And I can take that pattern and approximate it as a wave and decompose that wave into harmonics where each fucking point on a peak of the wave tells me when the next bus comes. I don't need to know nothing about buses. I don't need to know nothing about the internal combustion engine. I don't need to know nothing about the fucking driver. I don't need to know anything at all. Only when I look out the peephole, a bus came, I accumulate a lot of data, then use mathematics to predict when the next fucking bus comes. You understand? This is a kinematic model. A dynamic model would be, I know that the bus started going and he applied fucking gas or fucking, he stepped on the pedal and gas injected into the fucking engine and propelled the bus forward and like calculate all the forces to get the bus there to predict when the bus would arrive. That's a dynamic model. That's what you're claiming they're doing. That is not what they're doing. Fucking bro. Braddock just solved the mystery of the woman. Yeah, you can also like, that periodicity that you're talking about in the chat, you can also correlate lack of sex in males to that periodicity, and pregnancy, and a whole bunch of other things will correlate with that. I bet you can correlate how many beers a man drinks to that pattern too.
Yeah, this all started with friends because we were talking about the Chicago observation with that other guy. He's gone now. And he was trying to say there was kind of some kind of geographic features that had to be taken into account. Then I mentioned that it was over water. Then he said that yeah, and I asked him if water lies flat in its container. Yeah, and then he started making claims about gravity bending water around a ball, and then he claimed the tides was evidence of this phenomenon. So just a little recap there. That's how we got off on that little rabbit trail. With
That was the original claim?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I asked him. He denies it. I'm going to rewind and play it because that's totally what it was. Yeah.
So the original claim is that they model curvature, and that's how tides work, like that.
Hey, friends. Yeah, remember I said, doesn't water lie flat in its container? And you said that gravity was curving water on the ball. And I asked you for your evidence of that. And then you said tides. Do you recall that, friends?
Yeah, I said water moves towards the center of gravity.
And your evidence for that was tides. That's how we got onto this whole topic.
Correct, yes.
Okay, I'm glad you're admitting that. Thank you.
That would necessitate a spherical curvature drop over the surface, yeah. Right?
Yes.
Hello? Okay. Can you show me that? Okay, thanks.
How do you want me to show you over Discord?
I take it since you're asking me how you would do it, that this is just like a stalling tactic and that you can't, so that's good enough for me.
No, it's really not a stalling tactic. I'm asking you how I would do that over Discord.
Why would you ask me how to present your information? Shouldn't you know? Unless you just don't have it.
Yeah, I've already provided tidal forces as a reason why.
A reason why? I'm asking to demonstrate curvature drop, not asking for reasons.
Or as an example of.
It's not an example of curvature drop. I mean, you know what Discord is capable of. Like, you can post videos, pictures, you can talk, you know. You know what you can do here? So you're just stalling, obviously. I would almost even take the mention of tides as a forfeit, because that's like pretty much a red herring. Like, somebody asks you to show water bending and you go to tides and some elaborate story about it. It's like, right there, it's like obvious that you're obfuscating and don't really have the goods, you know?
Not really. I mean, I said that gravity is the force that is affecting water, correct? And the reason that it moves.
No, I'm not going to take that premise, dude.
Is that not what I said?
Yeah, but you're just asking us to beg the question of another claim of yours. So you're claim stacking.
Okay. So have you heard of the Rainy Lake experiment?
Yeah.
Okay.
They used an auto level, right?
No, I was going to ask you to explain it to me because I haven't heard of it. I just pulled it up.
Yeah, that seems to be what Google is promoting because that's the first thing that people find now. So they used an auto level, which is a short range leveling tool over something like 10 kilometers. So right there, I mean, it's kind of a boneheaded thing.
Yeah, I've had a question in the past and I've never gotten a satisfactory answer to it. I'm looking for a model of the flat Earth that does not rely on conspiracy from the rest of the people around the world throughout history.
Can I use one country on that model?
Did anyone else find that question like really amusing, or was it just me?
So the Russians are lying, the Chinese are lying, the Japanese are lying, the Indians are lying, the Europeans are lying, and the only ones who are right are you in this call.
I'll give you a model of the flat Earth, and you can give me a model of the entire universe and how it works perfectly.
No, that wasn't my. We have models that work better than
These
yours.
people that you say are lying, can you show us where they made official statements about the shape of the Earth? Official statements.
I can show you pictures where they have taken photos of the moon from the moon.
How do you know they're photos?
From the
How do you know
Russians
that's
who
what they
have
are?
taken photos of the Earth from the moon.
How do you know that's what they are? How do you know those are photos of the Earth? How do you know that?
So my original statement is the flat Earth relies on conspiracy, and if you say that
it relies, that's wrong. It relies on measurement.
Japanese
it relies on measurement.
Indians are lying.
Okay, it relies on measurement.
It relies on measurement.
Yeah,
but
it
you're saying
relies on
all of the
measurement.
people around the world have mismeasured, and their satellites in orbit are a lie.
Okay, can
and
you
their
give me?
satellites on the moon are a
So
lie.
you're here to spew narrative, so you're going to be muted if you don't have a conversation. You'll just be muted. This isn't your soapbox. Get up
question. Does this rely on?
I'm trying to, but you're talking over me. I'm trying to, but you're talking. You asked me a question and you answered it. That's fucked up, don't you think?
If you don't have an answer, go ahead.
If I don't have an answer, go ahead.
Do you have an answer?
How
that
would
is
I do
not
that?
Conspiracy.
Yeah, the Earth measures flat.
According to you.
No, according to measurements.
According to you.
What do you mean, according to me?
It means that there's 8 billion people on the planet, and you say it's flat.
Have you measured the Earth?
No.
Have you?
It's measured flat, so I can give you measurements, right? That other people have done. So I'll give you one that isn't even that I've done. The U.S. Geospatial Agency, they published something. It's called the Southern Ocean Sailing Guide. It says in it that it's not uncommon to see mountains 300 miles away. Now, this is a sailing guide. So ostensibly, the advice is for a ship that's at sea level. Now, if you punch in 300 mile sight distance from, say, 100 feet above the water, the only mountains that should be seen from 300 miles away, would be 10 miles tall. Well, since Mount Everest is only 5 miles tall, we have a problem. So it isn't according to me.
Okay, so you point out an issue in potentially what is just your own calculation.
I can give you way more. I can give you Marconi. I can give you Marconi's 10,000-mile radio broadcast. I can give you the Knickerbein, which is the German bombing beam system, which they couldn't believe worked.
From the moon.
So the Knickerbein was a World War II bombing beam system where they crossed two fucking radio wave paths, and then when the bomber went in between them, they would drop their bombs. Those radar stations were over 300 miles away from England. Okay? They knew it was happening, but they said this isn't possible because the Earth is a globe. Well, guess what? The Earth is not a globe, and they did it.
So how do you explain photos from the moon? How do you explain the photos?
How do you know they're photos from the moon? How do you know there's photos from? They are photos from the moon.
They're corroborated by the Soviets, who have every
So
incentive
the
to say that
Soviets
these are
were
a
next
lie.
to them when they took the picture.
The Soviets didn't dispute it. They had every reason
So
to.
yes, they have. Yes, they have.
No, they haven't.
You are ill-informed,
The
brother.
Soviets did not dispute that we landed on the moon before they did. The Soviets have satellites or had satellites in orbit before we did.
The Soviets
we didn't
did
dispute
dispute
that.
it. You're lying or ignorant. So the
If you want to
Roscosmos
say that the
director,
Soviets believe in a flat Earth,
the
go ahead.
Roscosmos director said Apollo was fake 6 months ago.
You mean the dude who has Roscosmos?
Oh, now he's just some. Now it don't matter. Right now we don't believe them. We just believed them a second ago, but now we don't believe them.
No, this one dude. Oh, by the way, this dude
he was
has
director of their entire space program.
He was also ejected by Putin.
What does that mean? He retired.
So did he say that they don't have satellites in orbit, that they haven't taken photos of the
what
Earth
he said
from the
was
moon?
the Apollo moon mission never happened.
Yeah. He can go ahead and say that all that he wants, but we have photos
now,
of Earth from the moon. We have
now.
mirrors on the moon.
Oh, yeah. And what do?
They measure the distance from the Earth to the moon.
Really?
Send up the
How did they do that before the mirrors then? How did they do that in 1961?
Estimated it.
How did they do that in 1961?
We guesstimated it. We didn't have accurate
with lasers.
We put the mirrors on the moon.
And then the Soviets do it. So MIT did it in 1961 with lasers, guesstimating it, and the Soviets also did it at the Crimean Observatory with lasers, guesstimating it.
No, so the lasers bouncing the light off the mirrors on the moon is to measure a precise distance down to the ability where we can see that it's drifting away from us.
What's the precision versus the other method?
Well, the precision is that we can see like centimeter or meter
quantity, dude. I want a numerical quantity because you're just lying, dude. You're making shit up.
So how do we know that the moon is drifting away from us?
You don't know
very
that.
Minute amount. Yeah, we do, because we have the mirrors on the moon.
No, there's no mirrors on the moon. You don't know that. You just believe it because you read an article that said the moon is drifting away from us because we put mirrors
so again,
there.
You rely on conspiracy.
No, it's not a conspiracy. You said you're gullible.
I'm gullible, but the Indian, Chinese, Russian, Soviets, all of them are lying to you.
That makes you special.
It's not all the Chinese. It's not all the Indians. It's not all the Soviets. The Soviet Union don't even exist anymore. Okay? You're making that shit up, bro. You're making
and the Chinese
it
are
up.
conspiring against
brother,
you right now.
You're making it up. You're making it up.
You want photos of the Earth from the Chinese.
Okay. Yeah. So the Chinese have a space station. So, bro, check this out. Check this out. This is gonna be funny. This is gonna be funny. The Chinese have a space station. It's 23 kilometers lower than the ISS, and it shows a flat Earth. Now what?
It doesn't show a flat Earth. They're orbiting.
Yes, it does. I'm gonna post it in the chat. I'm gonna post a picture in the chat. Okay.
Do you know how would they be orbiting a flat Earth?
Oh, dude, who cares? It's a flat Earth because I saw
great
pictures from the Chinese.
I love.
No, it's a flat Earth because I saw pictures from the Chinese, dude.
Absolutely love your logic. It's fantastic.
It's your logic.
Yeah, it's your logic.
This is called a reduction to absurdity.
How do you orbit without a flat plane?
So your argument that the Earth is a globe because of sociology, because that is your argument. The Chinese, there's some people, and I can't believe some people would do something. Your argument is what's called a sociological argument. Okay? You can't prove the shape of the Earth with sociology. I'm pretty sure.
I can prove it with a photo.
No, you can't prove it with a photo. Photos can't actually prove things. Look, no, you can't, because it could be a photo of anything.
A lie.
What'd you say?
So the photo is a lie, correct?
Oh, why would they lie?
Dude, are you retarded? What does lie mean?
We have photos.
Lie means, dude, I'm fucking muting you, dude, because you're retarded.
No, it was a Jedi trick. No, it was a
lie
Jedi
means.
video.
Hold on. Lie means intentional deception. How can a photo be a lie unless the photo is sentient?
Okay, that's a weird ass argument. But if the answer is
answer.
Are you done?
Answer.
I'm going to let you finish, okay? I can answer your question, but you need to come down.
What was my question?
He's not answering.
What was my question?
I would love to answer, but the dude just yells at me. What do you want me to do?
What was his question? What was the question?
His question was, how can a photo be a lie if it's not sentient?
Yeah.
No, I'll tell you what the question was. It's a Jedi mind
the
trick.
question was
no,
how can a photo be a lie?
Hey, Woodwop, listen, dude, you said you wanted to see a model. Listen, you said you wanted to see a model. I'll show you mine if you show me yours.
No, the question was, how can a photo be a lie?
No, we're not deflecting to that shit, dude. Don't let this dude off the hook.
That's your question.
Yeah,
no,
my
it's your question.
No, Matt, stop. Listen, dude, how can a photo be a lie if it's not sentient? You asked me, so the photo is a lie. That is incoherent nonsense. That is rhetorical gimmick bullshit debate, bro. Okay, you're a debate bro, aren't you?
No, I'm literally asking you a straightforward question.
Okay,
is
so
a photo a lie?
Photo can't be a lie that doesn't even make sense, that is incoherent.
So
lies are done by sentient beings because they require intent. Okay, photos cannot have an intent. Dude, can all you do is talk over? Is that literally all you can do?
Who made the photo?
A human being.
And he's lying. Is the photo a lie because the person who made it is
I don't know what he said about the photo. What did he say? How do you know that? Show us.
I will send you a photo from NASA.
No,
of the
I
Earth,
want
and you will tell
guy,
me,
some
is it a
guy
lie
saying,
or
I
not?
took this, it's a photo of the Earth, I took it. Show that.
God damn.
Dude, the Earth is.
Oh, actually, so you have to substantiate that somehow someone's lying. The fact of the matter is, it could be an actual photo, an actual photograph. That doesn't mean it's a photo of the Earth. Okay? Do you know what hyper-realistic painting is?
Okay,
I'll show you a picture right now of Morgan Freeman that you're going to think is a photograph, but is a painting. Photographs aren't lies, dude. Stop it. This is a rhetorical gimmick. It's not going to work here. You're not going to be allowed to get away with it.
I'll phrase this in a certain way for you so you're happier about it. Is the person who took this photo and says that it is a photo of the round Earth taken from space, viewing it from the top down,
how do you know that?
Or wherever? Are they saying that this and they're incorrect and they're not telling the truth?
How do you know what he says is true? Whoever claimed that?
Because it's corroborated by other people who have satellites in orbit.
So there's a guy that took a photograph of the Earth, and then that photograph that he took was corroborated by other satellites. That's what you're saying. When?
Yeah.
Yeah, when? Give us the timeline of when it was corroborated. Give us the timeline of when it was corroborated. And we want particulars. Like, post a photo, and then post the photos of the satellites that corroborated it. Not of the satellites themselves, but of the photos that they took. Go ahead, post it in the chat. Yeah, you don't have that. You're just talking mad fucking shit, dude.
Whoa. So this is a photo
You're talking
from the
mad
Chinese
shit, dude.
astronauts.
Who gives a fuck, dude?
Do you want to talk to the people on the ISS? Because I can tell you how to talk to them. You can tell me that they're lying to you when you speak to them.
Oh, what are you talking about? I will tell them they're lying to you. I've talked to fucking people that claim to have made satellites, dumb fuck. Have you?
So if you want to talk to the astronauts on the ISS, you can actually speak to them
talked
through
to
ham
anybody
radio.
that claimed they put something in space? Anybody?
I've dated those people. I fucked them.
Dated those people. Dude, you couldn't get laid in a woman's prison with a fistful pardon.
Whoa. Can I make a comment on top of a question?
No.
I don't know.
It's a flat Earth question.
Yeah, I don't care. We're dealing with dumb
But
fuck.
my comment is that, like...
Yeah, Charlie, where are you? Report him. So, I'm sad, Woodward, whatever your fucking name is, that your entire worldview is based upon trusting complete strangers, but I don't do that. I can go out
I'm glad
and
you don't.
test. I can go out, see, look what that depicts, right? How can I prove that this is a fake photo? Do you think I can prove this is a fake photo?
So it's
Can I prove that this is a fake photo? I'm asking you.
That it is.
I'm asking you a question.
So
I'm asking you a question. Is it possible to prove that that's a fake photo?
Yeah, it is, but you have to have
Okay,
resources
how
to do
can
it.
I prove it's a fake photo? Because I'll do it right now.
Well, you have to have the resources to do it. Can you get a balloon and take
Tell
a
me
photo?
the method, dude. The method.
Probably the easiest way for you to do it is to get a balloon that can go high enough.
No, that doesn't prove that that's a fake photo. That photograph right there that you posted. How do I prove that photo's fake?
Can you find any evidence within the photo that it is a fake? Maybe the time of day.
Well, I can go by what the photo depicts.
The globe Earth model would.
Well, so I can go by what
is shown.
I can go by what the photo depicts. It depicts an Earth covered in water that's curving.
Yeah.
Right? Correct?
Would that contradict your
correct?
worldview?
Yes or no? Does it depict curving water?
I don't know. You look at the photo and you tell me.
Okay, I'm not going to mute, dude. Yeah, shut the fuck up, dude. You dishonest motherfucker, dude. Y'all are slime balls. Kaylee, now you can say something, or Kayla, or whatever your name is.
Well, dude,
They are
not
slime
to
balls,
be like
confirmed.
hateful, with all due respect, Woo Woo was very respectful. Like
no, he wasn't, dude. You should have been here earlier.
Dude. Well, I mean,
Dude,
just now and from what I
never
witnessed,
heard of a female white knight.
He wasn't talking over.
It's
like,
the
he
modern
was,
way. Yeah, it's
did
the
he answer
modern
my
way.
question? Did he answer my
I
question
mean, I
about
think
the
he tried to, but it
what was the
like,
answer? What was the answer he tried to answer with?
Well, I couldn't tell you. I did not remind you.
Yeah, of course you can't because it didn't happen.
But I have
And you're
like
a
right
fucking
now,
liar
like,
just
I'm
like
not
he is.
doing
And now you're
anything
going on mute.
to you.
We
No,
don't put up with
I have a
bullshit here.
question. I have
We
a question.
don't put up with bullshit here,
It's
woman.
not bullshit.
Okay.
It's a question.
Oh, she wants to ask a question. Okay, let's hear it. I hope it has nothing to do with what happened before. We're starting new, right, Akela? Welcome to the Flat Earth server. What's your question about the Flat Earth?
Is that it's not about proof, it's not about evidence, but it's about if the Earth is flat, what's the purpose in lying about it? Who does it benefit? And why is the entire Earth and every government
It
decided that
benefits
they would
you
lie
because you would crack if you knew the truth.
knowing that the Earth is flat?
You go
But you guys
absolutely
continue
insane.
to believe and advocate
Kalo,
for it.
have
It
you
doesn't
not?
hurt you.
Kalo, you've been in here for the last. How long you
take
been in here? How
Like
long you
30
been in here?
minutes. Like
Okay.
probably like 20 minutes.
Have you heard the nonsense coming out of the people that I've been talking to?
I mean, I think most people try to like argue with like math and
Argue with
stuff
math?
like that. I mean, I
Who
think so.
presented any
People like
math
to bring
in
up
here?
numbers. People like to bring up photos. People like to bring up claims from organizations like NASA.
I'm talking about the behavior, like because you're making an appeal to people, right? So now you're talking about the objective evidence, which I'm fine to talk. Listen, I'm fine to talk about the objective evidence, but you started with why would some people do something? Okay, so
well, no,
if we're on the subject of, okay, your question was about people, right?
Like you asked me a question, I responded.
What's your question about people? Why aren't you listening? Why are you ignoring what I'm saying to you?
I'm not ignoring. I'm willing
I'm going to ask you
have
again. Then you said you're not. Now that you said you're not ignoring me, I'm going to ask you again.
Go ahead.
What's your question about people?
No, I mean, yeah,
No.
it would be from like who is hiding this.
Yeah, exactly. So it's about people. Okay.
So more so
So there's people in this chat.
Yeah, but why?
Doing a behavior. Okay. That's the reason.
Huh? What was that?
Okay. You're the reason, dude. You're the reason. You just saw fucking 5 people come in here and spurg out over an idea they don't even understand. Okay? They don't understand the goal. I could ask them any questions. What's the radius? How was it proved? Who proved it? I could ask them anything. They have no idea.
That's not what I'm asking.
Hold on, dude. I'm answering your question. Why don't you listen? Why don't you listen? I'm answering your question.
I'm listening.
If there's a complex answer because you're asking us to speculate as to people's motives. So I'm telling you, they get people to defend an idea that they don't understand for absolutely nothing. That is power. It's power, dude. That's the reason. The reason is power.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Is what power? Like, what
the
do
power
they
to
get? Is
control
it
people's
power
fucking
just over
behavior,
knowledge?
dude.
Is it power
to
over
control.
knowledge?
My God, don't answer the question that you asked me. Let me answer it.
Go ahead. I'm not trying to argue
answer
with
it,
you.
and you said, "Is it knowledge?" I said, "No. The power is to manipulate people's behavior."
What
In
about
what
that
way
would
do you think that's being manipulated?
Okay.
In what way, and me believing the Earth is round is my.
So you're going to answer the
being
question you asked again. You have a bad habit of this. You ask a
I asked
question
you a
and you
couple
answer.
questions. I didn't answer a question. I asked you a series of questions.
Okay, so how about we do one at a time? What was the first one?
The first one was, what does the government benefit in
Who said it's
me
the government?
believing the Earth? Okay, well, anyone, whoever came up with this lie, whoever it is, because that's what I did ask. That question wasn't answered.
Well,
so my next
I
one is
wouldn't
that
characterize it as a lie, though. This is the thing. Could you ever consider that they're just wrong?
Huh?
And that the people are lying that would know the truth, that fraction, that's a small fraction of people. And that just most of the people, like your mother believes that the Earth is a globe, right?
I mean, I can't say it's ever something that we discussed, but I
But do
imagine.
you think that she thinks that?
Yeah.
Okay, why does she believe
If you can make sure the breasts are in the fridge at least, so maybe bring one of those refrigerated Powerades, because there's some in the fridge.
Respectfully.
Oh, Tempo, you're hot miking. I'll have to mute you again.
I'm sorry about that. I'm talking to my girlfriend.
Mute yourself. Yeah, that's all right.
She was going to bring me a beer, and we are going to watch.
Okay.
He just keeps talking because he's very upset. So Tempo has to interrupt. So I'm gonna. So it's really simple. Okay, there's a small. Your mother believes it, and when she tells somebody, or like you, the Earth is a globe, she's not lying. She's telling the truth. She's just wrong. It's not a lie. She's just wrong. Right? So if a government official says Earth is a globe, they have no way to know. Right? They're just wrong. They're not lying. Why are you interrupting me? Do you have a mental?
I'm sorry.
disease?
I thought you were done.
What part did you think I was done?
But you kept pausing between the things you were saying, so I thought you were done.
It was
That's why
like I think you could discern that it wasn't done from the cadence, but
I couldn't. That's why I cut myself off.
Okay, fine, fantastic. So if somebody tells you there's a globe, they're just wrong. They're not lying because they don't know. Like I asked Franz here, anybody can ask him. I'll ask you. How do you know the Earth is a globe? How do you know it to be true?
Why did I get muted?
I don't know. I didn't mute you, but someone else did. I just noticed.
Strange.
Well, I mean, there's that
I'm
other
just
dude was
trying to
bad
be
and
like
maybe
respectful as possible. Like I'm not coming in here swinging. I'm not trying to argue any hateful point. I'm not trying to be right. I'm just trying to understand what you believe.
Okay, really, I don't have a belief. You do. That's what you're confused about.
It's just no. The thing is that I don't care. Like if the Earth was flat or the Earth was round, at the end of the day, I'm laying my head on my pillow and I'm having sweet dreams.
Yeah. Then go tell your mom you're a flat earther right now and see what happens if it doesn't matter.
I don't think it would be that big of a deal. I think she'd probably laugh at me and then say, "Yeah, right," and then probably walk away.
Yeah,
like,
that's
I don't
what
think
you
it's
think.
That, like, I mean, that's what I know. I know my mom.
I've had people send me autopsy photos for 6 weeks in my DMs.
That's terrible. I'm sorry.
That's just the tip of the iceberg. This topic makes people go crazy. So from your point of view,
I'm not trying. I just want to know.
Hold on, dude. Hold on. From your point of view, it seems very innocuous because you're not invested in it. There's other people that are invested in it, and this topic makes them go mental.
I'm invested in my idea. Well, no, but I'm invested in my question, and that is who is hiding the secret that the Earth is flat and why?
You can't hide it. Dude, this is the thing.
But they
you got it backwards. How can you hide the Earth?
I mean, I guess you can't.
How can you hide the Earth?
You live on the Earth.
Listen, yeah,
but
you
why
live on the
was
Earth.
I being told from when I was small that the Earth is round? Oh, what?
Okay, from your point of view.
Hey,
no, you're a yapper, bro. Your word count is ridiculous.
No, go ahead and finish what you need to say.
It's really simple. Listen, you personally and everyone you know have only experienced the flat, motionless Earth. It can't be hidden. You experience it every day. You go to the beach, flat. You go top of a mountain, flat. Get in an airplane, flat. Right? Motion, you never feel that unless there's an earthquake. Okay? So that's what you experience. This isn't hidden. Someone comes along and says, hey, dude, that's an optical illusion. That don't actually exist. You actually are spinning, even though it looks like the sun's moving, you're moving. Oh, it doesn't look flat. It's actually a giant ball. That's an optical illusion. and you choose to believe that. They're not hiding anything. They're offering you something. Hey, dude, this is what we say the world is, and you're accepting it. It's not being hidden.
Well, then, I mean, in school they teach that the Earth is round.
Yeah, and where you like, yeah, and like you got to get the answer on the test, right? So they say memorize this, get this right answer on the test, but you're not going to be flogged to death if you say I don't believe this shit.
Well, yeah, I know. I'm just asking the purpose. Like that's all I'm asking. It's like in school.
Well, I mean, that's an intricate question because it's an intricate question because there's a history behind it that goes way back. It started as kind of like a metaphysical, philosophical idea, and grew since then. Right? It didn't like. It's not like someone said, "Hey, I discovered the Earth is a globe," and the entire world was like, "Oh, the Earth is a globe." It had like the idea spread over time. Like the Chinese were flat earthers into the 20th century. This isn't like the way people think about it is that like Christopher Columbus sailed to fucking Cuba and like all of a sudden the entire world's a bunch of globe earthers. It didn't happen like that. It's an idea that has spread through tradition over time. Because initially everyone was flat earthers. All the religious texts of all over the world, flat earth cosmology. Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, Islam, Christianity, like
back in the day, believed that if you shoved crocodile shit in your cooch, that it was a type of birth control, right? They also used to believe that. But now we have science and we have math.
Oh, really?
And we have things that prove that the Earth is round. Again, I'm not arguing.
Okay, then give me one. Give me.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm not arguing that point with you.
Yeah, you can't.
But I'm.
Because first of all, you made a category error. The shape of the Earth isn't even science; it's a geometry.
Okay.
So you don't know what science is. You wouldn't know science if it was a brick and it hit you. You have no idea. Science is just a buzzword you say.
Indio?
No, that's serious. Science is a buzzword to
continue this conversation, but I cannot continue this conversation if there's not going to be.
Of course, because you don't know what science is. What's an independent variable?
No, I just want a mutual respect. That's it.
This isn't about respect. It's calling a spade a spade. I am being completely respectful to you. The fact is, you don't know what science is. You are probably a C student in science going through school. That's a fact. The shape of the Earth is not a scientific question because there's no experiment involved. Science determines cause and effect relationships of natural phenomenon. That does not apply to the shape of the Earth. Okay? So when you say science proves it, and science itself doesn't even claim to prove anything in the first place. That's a known problem from Hume called the problem of induction. So you're saying, like, when you say that shit, I know that you know absolutely nothing about science, the scientific method, scientific practice, the history of science, or fucking anything. And this isn't an insult. It's not, like, I don't know anything about fucking, the Toronto Maple fucking Leafs hockey team. I'm ignorant. And that's okay. You're ignorant about science. That's okay.
Well, more of what I meant. I didn't say math is science. Math is just a tool of science. Geometry is a type of math. Yeah. I mean, that's more of like.
Yeah,
it's okay.
But when you say
Listen,
Earth is a globe, that's a shape claim.
An answer. I came here seeking an answer to my question. I did not get the answer to that question.
Of course,
so I will make my way out.
Speculation.
I appreciate
speculation.
I
you
wish
want us
this
to
would
read
have been
minds,
more respectful.
No, I was respectful.
This would have been a good
I was respectful, and you're being disrespectful, trying to spin a narrative like a loser. Nah, you're a loser, dude. You're just trying to spin a narrative now.
Night,
to save face. Bye, bitch. Yeah, bye, bitch. Yeah, bye, bitch.
That was
you guys think you're gonna fucking trample us? You're not gonna do it. It's not gonna happen. And I dare you to simp for that cunt.
No, that was funny, dude. I gotta say, crocodile shit in the cooch, that would kill the mother and the baby.
Yeah, I don't think anybody did that. It's probably just some shit she heard. Just like a rumor. You know what they used to think? That sticking crocodile stuff, like no one ever did that, dude.
Oh, so Brendan, but it was. So Brendan, so just to confirm, do you believe that you live on a globe?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Do you believe that you live on a globe?
Oh no, I'm agnostic, lean globetard. I stay in my lane.
You're an agnostic globetard.
I'm an agnostic globetard.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. Yeah, because that kind of goes along with what we were saying earlier. Like your area of expertise wouldn't confirm or deny. But have you been have people explained to you before the thing I would have explained to crazy spiraling dude if he'd let me, which was how he could do his own test? I mean, you must have, since you've been in here, heard something about how you
Brendan's in the
do your
carpool lane.
test,
Alpha,
right?
my boy Jedi, my boy Alpha. Alpha's given me the whole lore. I'm caught up. Speed.
Yeah.
But if you do have the floor, obviously, if you'd like to share with the rest of the group. For those that haven't heard, I don't know. That's up to you, but I have heard.
Well, I don't want to be repetitive. I mean, just tell me what Jedi and Alpha told you so that I know if there's anything I have to add.
We're talking. Oh gosh. Well, now that you put me on the spot, I'm trying to think. I think it had to do with the last time we spoke on this. It was when the Flat Earthers and the Globetards went down to Antarctica on that little trip, that little expedition, if you will. And we're looking at the sun angle and seeing like how it rose and fell, right, over time. I recall this was God, how long ago? A few months ago. I remember Alpha saying something like, "Well, if you really wanted to replicate that, you could, but it had to be more scientific versus the crap that they were doing down in Antarctica by just sticking their hand up in the air." So it was something to that effect. But clean me out if I'm missing anything specific.
Well, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't go to Antarctica to show there's no curve. You know, I would just use I would either use the 8 inches per mile squared drop over distance predicted by the geometry of a sphere, or I would use the 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet for the maximum distance of the geometric horizon on the alleged sphere. And then I would go out and I would either do a long distance observation or a laser test or a horizon observation to show that that's not what we actually observe in reality. I mean, did they show you before any of the horizon observations, like the Black Swan Santa Barbara observation that I just put there in the side chat at 14 minutes after the hour? Have you seen that one before?
Yes. Yeah. This was. No, I appreciate you telling me. This is all new to me. Yeah, I had a completely different.
He's a meteorologist. He'll just say, "It's a mirage," like the other guy.
Listen.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. We know that because we know it's a globe.
Yeah.
Anything that doesn't comport with that is obviously a mirage or some sort of optical distortion.
I'll tell you what, though. That's why I'm not a TV meteorologist. Like, I could never do that shit. Like, just being wrong all the time and, like, defending yourself and being like, well, you know, I was wrong because of this, and like, never admitting when you're wrong, you know what I mean?
Well, you know, don't they, like, sometimes shout out people for their birth dates? At least you'll be right then.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
Do the Al Roker. And here's Ivy. What's this? She's 85 years young today. Like I said, you'd be right, you know, at least then.
Al Roker.
There's a jar of Smuckers.
Jar of Smuckers.
Yep, he celebrates the people that are 100 years old. Those are cool. I haven't seen that for a long time. Is he still there? He must be gone, right?
Who, Al Roker?
Yeah.
No, he's still there.
Really? You're kidding me? Like he's still working?
No, he's still alive.
Oh, listen,
dude, he's like 900 pounds, man.
Like a year,
getting younger.
A year to do that thing. And he's not even like he doesn't even do weather that much anymore. He'll do like the weather, like shout it out a couple times, but he's mostly just a figurehead. And he gets paid.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty nice. I'd be a figurehead for that, maybe.
Oh hell yeah, dick around and yeah.
So, have you ever seen the Bolivian salt flats? You know what those are?
Are you asking me?
Have you heard of those, Brendan? Bolivian salt flats. So they're a salt flat that's in Chile. They're like 43,000 square mile salt flat. But every once in a while, it rains and they fill up with about 3 inches of water, and it turns it into a gigantic mirror.
What?
Yeah. So if you scroll up and watch the video I posted.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a short video. It's like 30 seconds or whatever. But this will blow your mind. Now, there's plenty of pictures of this area. And the main thing about it and how it relates to this topic is the sky and the reflection of the sky are perfectly symmetrical.
Yeah.
Which is impossible off a curved mirror. And if you punch in the chat GPT, hey, when would the curve, at what distance would the curve start to be noticeable if the Earth was a globe at 3,959 mile radius? It says you'd start to see the difference in the reflection at 0.7 miles. Now, of course, it's an AI and shit, but it will actually calculate out the whole formula. And I asked ChatGPT, I asked DeepSeek, I asked Gemini. They all did different formulations, but they all came to the same exact number.
You know what that's called, my friend? That's called good model validation. So kudos to you on that. Good model validation. Because ultimately, yeah. I mean, I want to address your point though in a second. But with the AI thing, more people need to do that. Like how you actually harness AI is using different perspectives, different models. Yeah. Anyway, all right. But let me address what you said though. My question to you would be, if I came in here like a pompous ass and made a counter to this, like what would my? I mean, has anybody countered this point? Is my question.
What they'll say. Okay, so the counter would be Earth too biggie. That Earth too biggie. Locally, it's flat enough where you can't tell there's distortion. Okay. And someone, so known flat earther, the main McToon, took like so I posted an image on X. So he took it and then inverted it and compared it and said, look, aha, this is not actually symmetrical. This one's a little stretched compared to the other. Well, here's the problem with that. It should have been compressed, not stretched. So it was the exact opposite of what should be on the globe. Because you got to remember, if the surface of the Earth is curved, right, that surface area from your viewpoint is less than the surface area of the sky. If you imagine the sky is a plane, right, and the ground is a plane, a curved surface, you don't have the same amount of surface area. So the angles can't be equal angles because you got the law of reflection. The angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. You have the curved surface, so the reflection angle makes all the rays diverge. After reflection, right, you'll have the rays diverge off a curved mirror. Okay, so it can't be symmetrical. So the only thing they can say is Earth too biggie, but they just say it, right? And like I said, I ran through 3 models and asked that, like, how, like, when, like, with using the Earth of this size, basically, is it too big? And it's basically, no, it's not too big. You actually should notice it.
Because technically, even, okay, take the same example, right? Even at some point, even if, like, there should be at some point where, yes, this is symmetrical, right? Oh, shit, what was I going to say? Fuck, I lost it. Oh, that pisses me off. I follow everything you're saying, though, and I really actually want to dive into this myself, because I think it's a...
Yeah, so the reason I use this...
Yeah.
The reason I use this is because the common standard globe Earth defenders, they'll say, well, you know, I know you can see 50 miles too far, but that's just refraction, lifting stuff up over the curve, right? You can't use that for this because it's reflection, not refraction. And there's the law of reflection. Whatever angle the light hits it, it has to bounce off at the same angle. So 45 degrees to 45 degrees, 30 degrees. If you have a curving surface, that angle is continuously changing. Understand? You understand that, right? That the curves, from your viewpoint, right? Yeah. So the reflection angles are constantly changing. They can't fucking reflect and be symmetrical. That's why we have like they stick like a convex mirror in the corner of stores, right? These objects may appear closer than they really are in the mirror on your car, right? Like we like spherical mirrors diverge rays. It's pretty simple. And actually, it should actually be even worse than that, because spherical mirror will actually invert an image, right? So at a certain distance, the image inverts. It'll flip upside down. So if you're looking at your reflection in the mirror, and as you're walking towards it, when you'll reach like a point where the image will flip because the focal point changes.
I'm not gonna lie, this is probably the best. You know, I'm still an agnostic globetard, but this is a pretty interesting argument, though. I'm gonna look into this myself. But if
cool.
you could you either in the side chat or in my DMs, can you share just from one of the prompts you sent through GPT, just so I can see how it, you know what I mean? If you have that saved, like where it actually works out the math.
Yeah. So it's funny because the way I asked it was, if I had a big giant mirror that was a ball to have a radius of 3,959 miles. I never said the Earth, right? I never said in the prompt the Earth, and it converted it to the Earth. So I said, I didn't say the Earth. I said a freaking giant spherical mirror. And it was like, oh, I'm sorry. And then it actually did the calculation. But when it translated me as saying the Earth for whatever reason, because of it being a fucking model, and it just because when you punch in the radius 3,959 miles, there's so many references to the Earth as that, right? It just assumes that's what you're talking about. But it changed the answer. It came up like when it changed the answer changed from when it like evaluated it as the Earth versus evaluating it as a mirror.
Yeah, because I wanna dissect that for sure.
But I'll DM you. Like, I think I can link to the prompt. I think you can do that shit, so I'll do that.
Yeah, you can. If you send me, I don't think that's like a docs or anything. I think it just sends me the prompt. But yeah, no, it sounds good. And then I'll opine on it and hopefully give you some sort of counter. If I have a counter, we'll see. Maybe I'm befuddled after I looked at it.
Befuddled. What a great word. I haven't heard anyone say befuddled for a long time. Yeah, also, I want to. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say real quick to put a book in it for a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an example of a wonderful scientific conversation. So, I wish more of my fellow globetards would have a dialogue such as this, but they don't. So it's a shame. But anyway.
Yeah, globetards don't like dialogue.
What does that tell you, though, Brendan? What does that tell you about how people think about this topic? It says something that they like this topic. There's a little bit of irrationality in the evaluation from normies about what this is, right? They're emotionally invested, and that's what I find. Just like because I've been debating this topic for a long time, and like I've seen the craziest behavior. You could debate any other topic. You could debate 9/11, JFK, frickin' Sandy Hook, frickin' Trump, fucking election fraud, or whatever. And people will act more sane about those topics than this topic. Some of this people just go absolutely bananas over this. And to me, that's like super interesting, even beyond the topic itself. Because there's no explanation for it. There's just no explanation for why people do it.
The indoctrination is the heaviest for this one. It's the deepest. They're not programmed to hate Trump from like 2 years old, but they are programmed to think it's a globe.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So it's just unquestionable and unthinkable that it could be anything else in their minds. It's so deep.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you? Oh, here it is. I got it. Okay, thank you. I will. I won't be able to really dissect it tonight, but yeah, I have bookmarked it. I will. I'll definitely reconnect on this.
Well, I mean, this is a civilized conversation. Where's all the fun at? Any nutcases in the chat?
Yeah, that was our civil conversation. I'm good. Let's get some crazy fucking globetrotters in here. Let's do it.
Hello. Is somebody talking on something right now?
Ghosty.
Hello. It's me. Okay. So when I demonstrate scientifically, for example, heat boils water, I've directly, with evidence, demonstrated that the temperature has boiled the water.
So what's your methodology for confirmation, right? Like confirming that something is true if everything's relative.
There are people who cannot feel heat. So what have you demonstrated to them?
Sorry, what? I've given them a hot cup of coffee. Now, if you say there are people
No,
out
they
there,
cannot feel
hold
heat.
on,
They have
my
no
friend,
feeling of
you're
heat.
already gonna
They
start
have no
annoying
feeling.
me. Dude, if you're going to point to the exception to the rule that there are some people out there.
Yes, that's right. Because
Dude,
your evidence was
excuse me.
circumstantial. It was based on the assumption that the person can feel the same thing as yourself.
Wait, bro, shut up for 5
You've got to
seconds.
Stop talking through me. It's becoming frustrating. Can you
Oh,
stop
you don't
doing-
tell me to shut up. This is the internet.
Could you
Yeah,
just
fucking
let me
right,
finish my point? Would that be okay?
Go for it.
Thank you. Without interruptions? Thank
Yeah,
you.
no interruptions.
Thank you very much. So I don't care about the exception to the rule. We can demonstrate how nature works through scientific experimentation. I don't care if someone's blind.
Well, it's completely non sequitur, Jedi, yeah? At the end of the day, we're talking about heat boiling water because a person can't feel heat. Your claim, therefore, is that what? Heat doesn't exist and water cannot boil because someone can't feel heat? Yeah? We're talking about a cause and effect relationship that can be tested. Sorry, Jedi. Go, Jedi.
What is the definition of testing?
Spot on, AJ. Absolutely 100%. Doesn't matter if someone has got a disability where they can't feel
Is this a
heat.
semantic?
It's-
Sorry, Jedi.
It's fine. It's just somebody playing silly buggers and thinks that they're going to tie us up in pseudo-intellectual knots. We're not going to go
Yeah.
anywhere, are we?
24/7, baby.
There is no pseudo-intellectualism here. This is basic ontology, epistemology, axiomatics.
Of your mouth.
I'm just going to let my wife know that I can't make her cup of tea because water no longer boils due to the fact that some people can't feel heat, guys. So my wife's going to be
Divorce.
Based.
Can you convince a rabbit that water boils? Like, come on.
Whoa.
Did he-
I'll tell you what,
That's the
sorry,
best
Alfred.
squirrel
Can
yet.
you convince the rabbit that the earth spins?
So come on, you're almost there. Tell me what assumption you are making.
There was a question. Can you convince the rabbit that the earth spins?
No, that I am asking you. Can you convince a rabbit that water boils?
No, the rabbit.
Excellent, excellent. We're getting somewhere.
I'm going to talk about a mind virus, and I'll describe it to you in a way so you can understand. So I'm going to ask you 2 questions. If you can just respond to me in the most honest way possible, and then we'll see if you can understand what I'm talking about here. So first question would be Flat Fact 64. Are we talking on Discord?
To my knowledge, we are, yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
With the reality of this world, no, I'm not 100%. We could be talking on flaming goo goo for all I know. I mean, the reality, I don't know. No, I mean, I cannot, I don't know. I cannot definitively say to anything 100%.
Okay, so the mind virus has reached you. Now let me explain. Now that you said what you said, you answered honestly, and I appreciate that. But I'll tell you how the mind virus is still latched onto you. This mind virus that you can't know anything to be 100% sure is going to keep you from the truth. It'll stymie your critical thinking. It will stop you from looking into things.
Send in the clowns.
Like, if I was to ask you, Sirus, right? Go ahead and tell me what you're doing right now. Just, and I don't mean exactly, generally. What are you doing? Like
sitting on my computer chair.
Okay, if I was to say you're 100% sure of that, what would you answer?
No.
You're not 100% sure that you're sitting down?
Not 100%. Like 99.99999999999%.
Oh, okay.
Let me get a question in for Riverboat. Hey, welcome to the server, by the way. Can you for 100% guarantee that you're sitting down in a chair talking on Discord?
Nothing's 100%, man.
Bruh. Oh, okay. That's all I needed to know.
What kind of shit is that?
So let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only 2. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know, but
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and
okay,
I'd say that's
yeah. But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, yo, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, he said that. I mean,
Can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
So I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got, I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached. If that makes sense.
We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Correct.
99.999999999%. Let's find out real quick. Let me just ask this. Punjab, what are you doing right now? You can tell me. If you're not, we'll use another example. What are you doing right now, Punjab?
I assume I'm laying in my bed.
Okay. What? I was just going to ask you if you're sure you're laying on your bed.
He just assumes it. He's assuming it.
Just assume.
But wait! There's more!
Listen, did you or did you not say you can't be absolutely sure of anything? Did you say that? Okay. Are you absolutely sure of that?
No.
Got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
You can get really close. Like I can be like 99.999%.
Well, yeah, we're not saying
about.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever eaten food before?
Very likely, yes. You can't say I'm not consistent.
Bruh. Also, like whatever you're doing right now, are you sitting down, standing up, I mean, what are you doing?
I'm sitting down.
Okay. Are you 100% sure you're sitting down?
I hope so, yeah.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Are you 100% certain that you are speaking with us on Discord right now or not? Holy fuck.
Tough one.
No, it's not. It's not tough. So you can say you're talking on Discord, right, Corpuscle?
Yeah, I suppose I'm talking on Discord, yeah.
Suppose? Wait. Well, why was there hesitation, and why now is it you're supposing that you're talking on Discord? Tell me about why you think that.
Because I could be just a dream in the mind of God. Who knows?
You're doing something like if okay. I'll ask you this: what are you doing right now, Corpuscle? Standing up, sitting down, laying down? What is it?
I'm sitting down and I'm about to eat some bread.
Okay. Can you tell me that you're doing that 100%? With all certainty.
No.
Hello? What did you say?
No. I said no.
Why?
Because I know that I can't fully trust my senses because I'm somebody who's literally delusional. I've literally had false memories. So like, I'm the wrong person to ask that.
Shut up, bitch!
I'm not 100% on anything, right? But I am more than 100% sure.
Excuse me. You're not 100% that the Earth is a globe. I'll tell you
nothing's not. No, nothing's 100%. Nothing's 100%.
What?
Nothing's 100%.
What are you talking about? Okay, so let me ask you a question. Just because you said that, you need to answer this question. This next one I'm going to ask you. Have you ever eaten anything?
Oh yeah. I might have eaten something, right? Okay, and then now I remember eating that. Now what if there's a very small possibility? Let me finish. There's a very small possibility that my memory has been altered. I'm a schizophrenic. I'm suffering a psychotic episode. I can introduce factors that I'm completely unaware and oblivious to. So, if I ate something, there's a high probability that I'm correct that I ate something, but it's not 100%. Nothing's 100%. Right?
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
But let me finish the point here. Quantum mechanics, the most technical field of science currently, is not 100%. They use probability.
Why would I talk to a psychopath? You just finished saying you just finished saying you could be schizophrenic. Why would I want to have a conversation with a schizophrenic?
I was making a hypothetical situation.
No. You just said I could be schizophrenic. It's not.
Yeah.
To tell you, are you 100% sure that you're sitting down watching your screen?
Well, nobody knows what's outside their perception.
No, that's not what I asked. What I'm asking is exactly what you told me. I'm just repeating it back to you as in, are you 100% sure that what you told me is exactly what's going on?
No, because you don't know what's going on outside of your taste, your smell, your hearing, your sight.
Okay, so this is the issue that we have.
Are you swimming in an ocean?
Probably not.
What? Probably not. Well, that's
He's
that
not
guy.
even sure of that.
He's whispering in your ear again. That professor.
You would have to define what an ocean is and what.
No. You know. Like, no, we don't have to get into semantics. So for the reason of this conversation, we both understand each other in a way we know what we're saying. So you know what I mean when I say ocean, right?
Excuse me. You can roast me for saying this, but I don't think I can touch a ball before, so.
He probably is. Hey, man, are you talking on Discord right now?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't even get the second one. You're already caving. What the hell, bro?
I think so.
Oh. This is madness, man. Yeah, all you guys, you live in your own fantasy. Have you ever eaten before?
Bomb has been planted.
Yeah, I think so.
Look at this guy.
I don't think he remembers his last meal.
You don't remember when he's eaten. Or if he has.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
I can prove that.
Oh, he can't.
How big is the jar your brain in?
Are you a brain in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere?
No, I don't think I have one of those.
I don't have one of those. Listen to this guy. Not if you have one. Are you one? In one? Are you in a jar?
I think he's just a jar. He's not even in the.
Are we?
I just said I believe I'm on Discord.
Are we talking?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that we're talking on Discord?
I can't be necessarily.
There you go.
Could be plugged in to a simulation, something like that.
There you go.
Are you sure about that?
How about what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
How sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. As sure as I can be about anything else.
There's damn good evidence in there.
Guys, it's not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
Are you staring at a computer screen or a phone?
Computer screen, yeah.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that you're sitting down staring at a computer screen?
I mean, that's a pretty philosophical question.
Not really. No, it's not really. It's not really.
Definitely folding for the globe.
A few moments later.
As a logically thinking human, you would then tell me, well, I'm sitting down and I'm staring at my computer screen, right? And then if I was to follow up and tell you 100% certainty, do you know that you're doing this? Without the professor's voice in your ear, what would you tell me?
Sure. I'm 100% sure.
Right, and what would give you that inclination to tell me that?
In my defense, I'm a social sciences student, so again,
right, but,
my inclination would be to say that based off my conception in my mind of reality, the way my brain interprets its sensory input.
There you go. Because of your senses, you start to realize the world around you, and you're able to navigate. So you're telling me exactly what's going on.
Ego, are you 100% sure that you're speaking to us on Discord right now or not?
No. Bruh.
Oh,
there you go.
Fuck.
Yeah. There you go, Levelist.
These fucking people, dude. These relativists, dude. What the fuck is going on?
I'm telling you, bro. You don't know until you know, and now you know.
That in my epistemology, I don't believe you can have absolute knowledge.
What epistemology is that? Shit for brains?
No. Let him finish. You don't think you can have absolute? Your epistemology is what?
I'm a fallibilist.
Oh, okay. So you don't think you can have absolute knowledge? There's no objective truth.
I think I can know that I exist. I think I can know that certain logical truths are like true.
Have you ever eaten before?
I think so, yeah.
What? From 1 to 100%, how sure are you that the Earth is in fact a spinning globe in a vacuum with a radius of 3959?
I'd say 99.2, something like that.
Shut up, bitch! Oh my god!
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
I mean, dude, how absurd even is this entire dialogue anyway?
Well, you brought it up.
You already tried that gambit.
I mean, just
failed
you now. I
miserably.
mean, come on.
You already tried the absurdity gambit. And it was you making the absurd claim.
The absurdity gambit. I mean, look, I'm
The
not.
absurdity gambit that seeing a drone is more absurd than seeing the ISS.
To me, yeah, I said to me, in my opinion.
That's crazy, dude. You did it
The
again.
drones are way easier to see than the ISS.
No, it's that it's that it just
why.
never lands. Then no one's ever seen it land. Like if it were a drone, it would have to get refueled, wouldn't it?
Do you see it go out of your field of view? Are you seeing it 24/7, or are you just seeing it and
My
then
God.
seeing it disappear?
That's
What do you mean see it land? See what land?
The drone, the supposed drone that is the ISS.
Drones and airplanes land all the time.
Yeah, exactly. So why would show me it landing? If it happens all the time. Like.
Show me orbiting the Earth.
I mean, it is. It's in that video I linked to.
It is because I said so.
No, it's in the video.
Oh, so the full orbit's in this video. You can see it go around the Earth.
No, you said orbiting. You didn't say completing a full orbit.
Okay. What can I see? What does the video show before I look at it? What does it show?
It shows a guy with a telescope looking at the
You
ISS.
can't see if it's fucking orbiting the Earth from a telescope.
Okay, dude. I mean, okay.
Just say what it is, Tourist. It's a light. It's a light moving across the sky.
I mean, it's more than a light. Like I said,
Oh
like,
yeah. It's a guy. It's a, as you called it. It's a white rectangle moving across the sky.
The shape of the ISS.
You gave the game away, and Gemsy pointed it out. You already believed it, and you proved it yourself that you already believed it when you made a sociological argument that about the Soviets or the Russians in the United States, and that the Russians would have ratted out the United States, which is just your subjective, opinion about it's your subjective opinion about social matters, about what this group of people would do to that group of people. It's just nonsense. You don't know what these people would do. You don't know any of them.
I grow bored of your just endless contrarianism. I would love to hear
It has nothing to do with contrarianism. It's pointing out you have no knowledge.
Yeah, sure. Let's say
that you characterize your lack of knowledge as my contrarianism.
You know, I just find I get it, radical contrarianism, but
there's nothing. That's a shtick, dude. Your little narrative shtick isn't gonna work.
That's your shtick. What do you mean? I'm not a contrarian. I actually believe certain things.
Yeah, you believe things that there's no basis for, other than your feelings.
At least I believe certain things. Like, there's no basis for God. I believe in God. There's no basis for Jesus's divinity.
There's a basis for believing in God. There's plenty of basis for that.
Fine, but I believe in these things anyway, right? You don't believe in fuck all. You're just contrarian.
You're talking about. You're saying that you can predict the behavior of what people would and wouldn't do of complete fucking strangers. Yeah, they would do this.
Yeah, dude. I mean, look, it's okay. Like, my brother's
is that an educated guess?
Contrarianizing, like,
what is your opinion based upon about what they would or wouldn't do?
I feel like I could say,
what is their opinion based on about what they would or wouldn't do? You have a real hard time answering questions, don't you?
Who? Someone possessed by now? Who?
Well, let me ask you: are you here to figure out what the truth is, or are you here to just try and win an argument?
No, I would love to hear your own thoughts and opinions on the flat Earth. Genuinely,
the Earth is measures flat, and it's not moving.
Me. That's what I find more mentally gripping from the flat Earth.
How is that mentally gripping? The Earth looks flat because it is flat. It's tough. I know.
Look, hold on. Sorry for over talking you there, but I understand the kind of essential argument that pretty much most things that you do in life are a leap of faith, and you assume based on structures of authority, right? People will assume a scientist is right without really reading the paper they wrote. And we do this every single day. If you sit down in a chair, you're assuming based on your own senses that it's not made of cake, right? And that it's actually made of what it looks like. I understand this sort of the radical skepticism. I do understand.
It's way worse than that. Most people believe in some scientific crap, right, that they heard, which isn't based upon A, anything a scientist ever said, B, not based upon any actual science, scientific experiments, scientific observations, or anything. It's just a narrative. They think that there's my magic science guy out there that proved all the things that some newspaper claimed the scientists proved. But when you look deeper into it, no scientist ever said that. No scientist ever did anything. It's your credulity that's the problem.
There
Why
are
are you
scientists
interrupting,
that
dude?
The ISS is real. Like, let's be real. There's scientists who have thought the Earth was round, right? Yeah. I mean, dude, like Newton, Einstein, like any scientist on the ISS, they're all PhD.
Newton wrote more about alchemy than any other subject. Newton died from drinking mercury. He also played with dolls.
Okay.
And died a virgin.
Look, the Roman Empire was constantly lead poisoning themselves. Does that mean that like everything they did can just be completely written off?
No, it doesn't. But you're like making these appeals as if somehow these people have some special knowledge. Newton didn't know if the Earth was a ball. He had no way to know that.
You just said like there's no scientist who said that. I'm just saying, what about this one?
He said Einstein. Can you post Einstein doing like a scientific? My bad. Einstein was Einstein a scientist?
You missed the key part, the evidence part. The evidence. Newton had no evidence the Earth was a ball. He can believe whatever he wants. What was his evidence that the Earth was a ball?
I mean, dude, he wrote a few papers on the subject. I don't think he just like based it on vibe.
Great, he wrote papers. Who cares? What was his evidence?
I mean, dude.
See, this is exactly what I just illustrated.
Determine, like,
is that
light refraction and gravity. You literally like design different methods to, conduct light refraction tests. Like he wasn't just out there like vibe checking.
Like, let's be real.
How is that evidence the Earth is a ball? Taurus, you just literally proved my point.
This is just the endless contrarianism. Like, I get it.
There's nothing I'm saying that's contrarian at all.
I understand it doesn't. Like
that is just spin. You're just trying to salvage. You're getting cooked.
You can say that, right? Like, I'm not even really trying to argue with you. Like, I see the argument. That's hyper-skepticism.
Nothing I said is skeptical. I asked you a question. You have no answer.
No, it doesn't, bro. It doesn't. There is no, like, you can't independently verify it. There's your answer. What do you say to that?
No, you don't even know what that... Taurus, what I say? I said the problem isn't that...
You said,
the problem is that people don't know anything about science. They don't know anything that any scientist did. They don't know anything about the evidence that was gathered for the scientists to reach the conclusion they did. I asked you, what's the evidence that Newton had? Because you brought him up as an example of that the Earth was a ball. And you are proving my point by not providing the evidence that he used. You just believe a narrative, have no idea what the information is that supports that narrative. Not whether you looked and found it yourself, even what it is at all.
All right, dude. All right. Like, I know if I do go out of my way to go find some Newton shit, you're not going to believe it anyway, so...
Oh, shut the fuck up, bro.
Hilarious. He's saying Newton.
It's genuinely true.
India points out you don't even know what you mean when you say Newton did this or did that. You don't even know what he did, and you're just saying Newton did something.
Yeah,
you don't even know what it is.
I can find.
You don't even know what I referenced, bro. Like, you think Newton didn't come up with an equation that scientists to this day
equation. Science is empirical. It's based upon evidence in the natural world, not equations.
Oh my fucking god, dude.
Is science not based on experiments? Taurus?
Taurus, did you just learn that?
They just write down an equation and just go, hey, we have an equation.
What do you
don't need
think
to do anything else.
Squared is, bro? Like, that's a fucking equation. You know that, right?
Does that equation, whether it's true or false, or whether it models reality, does it have to be validated by experiment or observation?
Yeah. Do you think he just vibe checked the second law of motion, or do you think he actually had some basis?
Oh my god! How does the second law of motion prove the Earth is a globe?
No, you just said
I just said
We're
what?
not trying to prove the Earth is a globe. We're trying to prove that Isaac Newton employed the scientific method. That's what we're currently
He
arguing.
didn't employ the scientific method, and he admitted it.
Let's get to the proof the Earth is a globe. Then let's move on. So go do. Let's get to that.
Well, that's what I'm saying, dude. You keep trying to bring it back. Like, forget that. Like, I would love to hear an actual.
What's the proof the Earth is a globe? What's the proof the Earth is a globe?
Zodiac, forget it. Let's say I acknowledge the skepticist argument and I take in radical.
It's not skeptical. There's no evidence to be skeptical of.
No, but like honestly, in good faith, let's
there's
say.
There's no evidence to be skeptical of. You're trying to get a free one that there's evidence that's being denied. There's no evidence.
Okay.
You deny. No, because this is just narrative bullshit. Sitting there listening to you say you're skeptical of the evidence. There is no evidence to be skeptical of.
I'm
you haven't presented any evidence. You present a narrative. Claims are not evidence.
I'm not trying to make
evidence. I'll be skeptical of that.
Oh, I'm agnostic right now. Like, I'm fully agnostic.
Do you have any evidence to be skeptical of that you can present?
Yeah, you yapping about what you believe is not evidence for what you believe.
Yeah, you're right. Let's say I'm completely agnostic and I'm aware of that.
It's evidence about your mental state. That's all it is.
You're agnostic, so you're not a globe earther?
And believe me, I am not skeptical about your mental state.
That's what I'm saying, Zodiac. That's what I'm saying.
So you're not a globe earther?
Yes, that's what I mean when I say, let's say I'm being agnostic and I voice the skepticist argument.
So can you say out loud that you do not believe the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, I think it's a globe, bro. I think it's flat as a disc, right? Like, let's move on. What do you think about that?
A disc? Nobody said it was.
Oh my god, dude! I'm trying to agree with you. Like, I'm trying to get what your own belief on the subject.
So you do not believe the Earth is a sphere?
Nope.
Based. Honestly, based.
Yeah, the Earth's flat, Jack.
I mean, just look outside your window. Do you see a globe?
Flatter than a flapjack. I'm about to flat smack Globers. Get your bags packed.
Finally, bro.
Yeah.
What took you so long?
Yeah, lesson one. Bro. No curvature to be found. How can it be a ball if nothing about it is round? Lesson two. Have the Earth covered in flat water.
Why are we just letting this guy go on like this? Like, really?
Yeah, what happened, dude?
Oh, he's finally telling the truth.
Lesson three. Take a look at the stars you see.
I don't think I've heard one bit of truth from this guy's mouth in the entire time I've been listening. No, I haven't heard one bit of truth come from this guy's mouth the entire time I was listening.
Wow, that's a freaking harsh indictment, dude, because Mick is very diplomatic and forgiving.
Wow. I've gained the ire of Mick.
No, he's not the ire, the evaluation that you're dishonest, dude. he of all people is very he gives the benefit of the doubt to people saying things and just presuming they're fucking honest.
And Indio, you know the worst part? I was asleep half the time.
You're wrong every time?
No. I was asleep half the time, but I could still suss it out. Alright?
You are asleep.
I'm a psychic. It's like I'm a psychic or some shit. Like, dude, you're full of shit, bro. Quit with this fucking rambling nonsense, man.
Look in a mirror, genuinely.
Look in the mirror.
I mean, yeah, genuinely.
What am I gonna see? What am I gonna see?
Say those words to your fucking self.
Yeah, dude, exactly. Yeah, I don't want to look at myself in the mirror, dude. My fucking beard's all messy and shit.
I didn't need to know that.
Is there a silver lining?
Like, if they had any value to what I'm saying.
Fucking ask.
Right?
Like, genuinely.
What I've heard come from your fucking pie hole, okay, this entire time is nothing but weaselly nonsense.
Okay. Weaseling out of things is what separates us from the animals, except maybe the weasels.
You see what I mean, right?
Okay, we can't access the ISS, so give us something that we can actually test that prove the Earth is a sphere.
No, I'm agnostic, bro. I think it's flat as a disc. Like,
no, even better, tourists. Can you just come to your senses, be honest, and admit that you don't know what you're talking about? Can you just admit that you don't know what you're talking about, tourist?
Sure, dude.
And he contradicted himself.
There you go.
So there you go, a concession. He doesn't. All this time, he doesn't know what he's been talking about.
Well, dude, I'll concede immediately. But like, what's your opinion? Like, any opinion, any real belief at all? I'm excited to hear it.
Okay, when we go outside. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Whoever talking.
I was saying, I mean, like, what's the point, man? Like not 10 seconds ago, he contradicts himself, and now he concedes. Like, where's it going? Is it over yet?
I understand the skeptic argument. I do get it.
Why do you keep calling it a skeptical argument, man?
It's a type of
Not a skeptical argument. You have no evidence to be skeptical of.
No, I mean your argument. Hold on. I mean your argument that the Earth is flat. I understand the skepticism of that argument, which is like the hyper skeptic. You can't trust any source of authority. You can only independently verify.
Yeah, straw man. Keep piling it up. No one said that. No one said any of those things.
Okay, well, let's hear anything you believe then, if that's the case.
I don't believe things.
Exactly. So you're a contrarian, like I said, like a hyper skeptic.
No, I'm a direct realist. Meaning,
a direct realist.
Yeah, that means I go out, I make observations, and that's how the world is.
So hold on,
when I go out and I see the Earth is flat, and I detect that it's motionless, I just assume that's what it is.
Okay, so you do believe
it looks flat because it is flat, and it's motionless, feels motionless because it's not moving.
Okay, great. So you believe it's motionless. You believe it's flat.
Believe? That's what I experienced.
Free outside your house. Yeah.
That's what I experienced.
That's what we experienced. Yeah.
What do you believe? I know it's that way.
Well, no, you believe it to be that way.
I feel it.
Yeah.
Taurus, when do you experience the globe in real life?
When do you experience anything, dude? You're locked inside your brain.
When do you experience everything? Brain in the jar, Zodiac. In 10, 9, 8.
What?
Taurus, when you look outside your window, can you describe the shape of the floor without, obviously be generic, don't dox yourself. But when you look outside, can you describe the shape of the Earth that you see?
I mean, dude, I'm in London. Like, I'll just say that. But like, so I can't see shit because it's like a metropolis. So I don't see a horizon line or anything.
You can't see the floor, the streets or anything. You can't see the ground at all?
He can see all the buildings that are parallel to each other, level, flat, horizontal, according to water levels and the orientation of the whole city is evidence that it's not a sphere because there's no curvature between the buildings. It's all parallel.
Let's put this dude on ice and deal with Eskimo Greg because he's talking nonsense in the chat. Eskimo Greg.
What up?
Okay, you said. How do you think GPS works? How do you think it works?
Positioning. Satellites rotating around the Earth.
Yeah, but that doesn't tell me how it works, dude. How does it work?
As they ping your location.
Nope.
Like tower.
That was a rage quit.
You have no idea how it works. You've made up something in your head about how it works.
All right, I'll go.
So that's very funny.
Yeah, I'll
that you're sitting here calling us science deniers when you don't know the first fucking thing about what you're talking about. GPS uses a technology called trilateration. It's not two-way communication. Your GPS receiver doesn't talk to satellites. It gets there's a Rhinex message that has a timestamp in it, and it takes that timestamp and gives you the time of flight and tells you the distance to wherever the transmitter is. And if you have four of these, you have overlapping circles, then you have overlapping circles, and that will give you a position. The grid, which that puts you on, is something called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate reference system, which puts you on a tangent
know nothing about what you're talking about.
I'm describing GPS in detail of how it works. Technologically.
He doesn't want to hear it. He doesn't want to hear it. He doesn't know how it works, but he doesn't want to hear how it works.
The thing is, you believe that there's a tree outside your house. You believe there's a tree outside your house.
We move on from you. Tourist, just mute yourself, Tourist, for now. Thank you.
Shut up, dude. Eskimo. What is differential GPS, and where are those beacons located? You have no idea how any of this shit works. Like I said, you made up in your head how you think it works. But it's literally just made up.
You're just making up shit in your head.
You can fact check everything I just said. You can fact check everything I just said. Why, you Google it. And try to figure out what you believe, why you believe it, ex post facto. You know what Earth-centered, Earth-fixed is? It's how your GPS receiver. That's your coordinates. Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. You know what that's not on a globe? You know that's on a plane? Because the coordinate is up, down, east. When you see it, after coordinate conversion, it'll display it in latitude and longitude. Oh, he bolted.
He's gone with the wind.
Tell us, Eskimo. Tell us, Eskimo Greg. Tell us more. But I want to hear more about how we don't understand science and how all the scientists agree and how this and that and the other thing.
Sounds like
here goes. Brown Recluse is going to be a fucking retard, too.
A short version of
Let's not, get,
tourist.
let's not get insulting, Indio. Let's be nice.
Yeah, well, stop being a dummy, dude.
I'm just trying to talk with that guys about the scientist claim that the other guy was talking about, man.
There's no such thing as a globe Earth scientist or a flat Earth scientist. That qualifier is just arbitrary nonsense, dude.
What would you call a scientist that believes in the flat Earth and a scientist that believes in the globe Earth?
Their beliefs are irrelevant.
But that's what we're talking about in chat. How is it irrelevant if that's what we're talking about?
It's irrelevant.
But that's what we're talking about.
To what they believe.
How are their beliefs irrelevant to what they believe?
Dude.
No, the Earth being flat is not determined by beliefs.
There's no such thing as a flat Earth scientist.
A scientist who believes in the flat Earth would then be a flat Earth scientist.
There's scientists that are flat Earthers. Yes.
I disagree with that claim. If you can provide evidence, I will.
Dr. John D.
Who are you talking about?
Dr. John D. He's a freaking professor that teaches at the University of Brighton in the UK.
Dr. John D. What's his last name?
Okay, and now that I've provided somebody, now what? Does that prove that the Earth is flat?
No, and that's not. That was never.
Does that prove the Earth is flat?
No, that was never my claim, dude.
Okay, then why are we talking about it?
Because that's what was being discussed in chat. I joined into a conversation.
Why is it? Why does it? What's the point?
What do you want me to get into?
Bro, you don't get it. There's
also
also mechanics.
The existence or non-existence of so-called flat Earth scientists.
Again, regardless,
what does that tell us about the world?
That the scientist beliefs does not dictate the shape of the Earth, right? I agree with that. That was never my claim. I was only engaging with what was happening in chat. I didn't create the topic. I was simply engaging.
If 99% of the scientists in the world thought the Earth was flat, would you become a flat Earther?
No.
Okay, then it's irrelevant.
So I'm just engaging with what's happening in chat. I didn't make the topic, guys.
Okay.
Any other Glovers want to step up? Who's ready? Who's ready to defend this?
You said it more than once. The guy said you have no science. And then you went to scientists. Scientist isn't science. Scientist is a human practice. It's a systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. Just because someone's a scientist doesn't mean they are doing science. So think about a geneticist. He's doing science in a particular field. But if he says the Earth is a globe, that isn't a scientific claim. And even if it was, but that being said, the Earth is a globe is not a scientific claim in the first instance. Because it's a claim about the shape of something. That is geometry. So when you claim the Earth is a globe and that's based upon science, that's a category error and it's nonsense. The reason you guys do this is, see what I'm doing right now is exposing propaganda. The reason you do this is because science in the modern day has taken down this whole other meaning where it doesn't mean the systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. It means truth. It means we can't debate this. It means this is an unquestionable truth. That's why you guys use that word when you say Earth is a globe is proven by science. You don't want to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe. You just want to say the magic word science. And then all else falls to the wayside.
exiting through the back door. 1, 2, 3.
India, what science do you use to measure a 2x4?
You don't. I use a tape measure.
Why are they so hung up on science if it's a question of measure?
Exactly.
All right. Is there anyone else here that?
Like I said, the reason they use that terminology is the propaganda. That's all it is. It's just a rhetorical technique.
What was the quote from, what was it, Tesla? Somebody said that basically science has become mathematicians just figuring out equation after equation.
Or something.
Yeah. Can't remember the quote directly.
Go ahead, Zodiac. You go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, is there anyone here that is believes in the globe? Okay, never mind. Carry on, guys. Go ahead.
I believe it was something like modern scientists have foregone the scientific method and built mathematical equation on top of equation and are left with no relation to reality. Something like that.
Yeah. Yep.
Isn't that why there's a word called pseudoscientists? Like, there's a confusion. I mean, not a confusion, but
I don't know. I was listening to that guy earlier, but I couldn't come off mute. It was kind of funny. It made me think about how easily millions of people were convinced by the broadcast on radio of War of the Worlds that we were being attacked by aliens when he was talking about the ISS. I'm like, people can be shown the propaganda and the pomp and circumstance from a source in which they believe is an authority and can believe something that's complete fiction. I was just thinking about that when the guy was talking about the ISS and all of his claims.
You know, that's funny. It's like stuff like that got memory hold. All that stuff is just it's like it's lost. So like people in their 20s and in their 30s, they don't know anything about that, and it's not taught to them. They don't even know it even that those events ever happened in the first place. It's like it's like modern society is more like, oh, just pay attention to what's happening right now. Don't think about the past, right? So, you know, the particulars of how we got to where we are, they just like pretend that they never happened in the first place. But I want to read something from Al-Rabi's site's electromagnetic theory, which I think is quite funny. It's a quote from there. It says, "It was once told as a..." Now, this is a person that invented calculus, vector calculus. So he knew a lot about mathematics. "It was once told as a good joke upon a mathematician that the poor man went mad, and he mistook the symbols for realities as M for the moon and S for the sun." And that's how these guys are. They think the variables in the equations are actual physical things that exist in reality.
way to put it, and pretty simplified. Yeah. Thanks for that.
Yeah, the Globers often conflate math and science. I mean, those are two completely different categories, especially even in education, right? They don't conflate the two. It's math and science. It's not one in and of the same. But going back to the War of the Worlds broadcast, I feel like that was one of the first litmus tests for once they started to get into space exploration, right? Like, what would people believe? Would people believe that this is even possible? Have we convinced them enough that it's a globe that we can move forward with the next step in the operation? I feel like there's a lot of litmus tests that they do. The pandemic being one of them.
Oh my God, that was a crazy one.
Yeah.
Look, if the Russians invaded the United States and were like, and took over our airwaves and were like, we're invading, we're declaring martial law, everybody stay in their houses and don't go to work, nobody would have listened, right? Fuck you, I'm grabbing my gun, I'm going to work. Like, who the hell are you? I don't care if you're invading army, I don't give a shit about martial law. You can't tell me what to do. I'm free. But Donald Trump gets on TV and says, don't go to work. Stay in your house. Flatten the curve. And everybody's like, okay.
Yep, it's a great way to usher in the new economy, right? Shift everybody to working from home, right? The new normal. Everybody's in the new normal. We're all stuck in our little boxes that we live in, and we're working from home. And now they're trying to push everybody back to office. So when people become complacent in the 6 years that they've spent in their home, in their workplace, that they had to uproot themselves and change their whole routine because they were told that the pandemic was happening. Now they're being told to shift back to the office. And if you don't comply, then guess what? Don't worry. We've already replaced you with AI. You don't want to play the game? That's cool. You don't want to come back into the office 5 days a week? Guess what? You could just see yourself out the door. It's an easy way to get people out of the workforce. Contemplate whether or not AI can actually replace them, and the people that remain are just stuck there building the AI that's going to eventually replace their jobs.
It also injected billions of dollars into the industries of biometrics and all that stuff, and really, it took off running. It was a good reason to really develop those systems further.
Contact tracing. Snitch on your neighbor. Take this test to prove that you can function in this society. A lot of things implemented for sure.
All I know is our ancestors are rolling in their fucking graves calling us pussies.
I remember when it first happened, and there was like the great toilet paper shortage, and I thought to myself, I was like, so this is when the 3 seashells get invented.
That's funny. I didn't listen to any of that crap. Now, I would put on a mask if I had to go in the store because they wouldn't let you in otherwise, and I didn't feel like starving to death. So just out of necessity, I did that. But I didn't do any. I've never been tested for COVID or any of that crap. Didn't play that game.
You have to put the mask. You don't want to be arguing. You don't want to be arguing with every Karen, every corner.
Yeah, the toilet paper thing's hilarious,
especially in Boston.
Well, if you were in I was in small town, America, and if you didn't have your TV or your internet on, like you wouldn't even known anything was different.
I know that
because all the toilet paper was gone. Of all the necessities in life, people go for the toilet paper. You can literally just spray your ass and wipe it off with the washable washcloth.
It's funny though, to a degree. It's like, out of all the things I really need to think about, because I'm never working again and never leaving the house again because some idiot on the TV said not to, and I just decided I'm going to do what they say and ruin my own life because of a talking stranger. But I can go out for a little while. What should I get? Toilet paper. It's crazy, dude. Like, out of all the things, that's what you grab?
No. India, not
probably still people right now with like a warehouse of toilet paper going, I'll use it eventually.
Yeah, India, not the food that would then lead you to eventually need the toilet paper. No, not that.
Come on, they think about food.
You can replace the toilet paper shortage with a bidet and a washcloth. Problem solved.
You could do what they do in like Somalia and just drag your ass on the ground.
Yeah, that's what dogs do.
That's what dogs do.
Somalia do. I'm not making that up. My friend was stationed there in the army, and he said, "Oh, they just drag their ass on the ground and throw sand up there." Like, okay.
I was recently in the Philippines, and they have little sprayers by every single toilet, everywhere that you go. Little bidet sprayer things. Little handheld ones like you used to have on the sink back in the day.
Yeah. That's convenient. No, I mean the whole thing with the pandemic thing is like how little they had to do I think of it like this, right? You have a horse, and you couldn't control a horse with just your arms, no matter how strong you are. But if you have reins, right? Little bit of pressure on the reins, you can make it go in any direction. You can make it pull thousands of pounds or climb a steep hill. And that's how they were, a little teeny tug. And they made the whole society make a radical change that was against its own, which should have been against their own survival instinct.
But that's a domesticated horse, because if you get the wild one, that stuff is not gonna work until you break his soul.
Yeah, true. Well, I mean, that was probably the same thing with the pandemic.
It's wild how this relates, It wasn't just strangers saying this thing. It was a man with the label of scientist in a lab coat. It's this belief, this unquestionable belief in things given that label that allows these sorts of things to happen.
Yeah, but I don't think it was like Fauci or any of those guys that the public was like, oh, Fauci said it, I better do it. I think it was like the government, when the government said it. I think it was when the public officials were like, you really got to do this. I think that was kind of like, it was like what actually motivated them to listen. And I don't think it was like a thing where like, I'll get in trouble if I don't. I don't think that was like the motivation, the penalty. I think the motivation was just conformity. I have to do what everybody else is doing. I don't want to be the odd man out.
Yeah, the suggestion that they will say, if you don't do this, you are like a grandma killer, like an old people killer. They say that they use that wording, and the people are like, if I don't do that, then I'm gonna affect my loved ones or whatever, right? So people convince themselves, basically.
Well, I remember people
that type of argument.
I remember people not even doing it to kneel down to the government, but to do it to obey the WHO. They said the World Health Organization said so. I must do this. It's like, hey, we're in the United States. Yeah, it's crazy.
Hey, Brown Recluse, you got any evidence of lasers magically bending around a sphere, or just bending down at all over a large distance?
Going straight over large distances without begging the question.
Yeah, we've got footage of it.
Right, so
plenty of footage of lasers going straight.
The footage is what we're talking about, so that's begging the question. You're providing the evidence. The evidence the evidence in question is the laser test videos. So you can't use the laser test videos as evidence for the laser test videos being valid. So what's your evidence that lasers do not bend over large distances?
Wait, what? Okay, the footage of the lasers going straight over large distances is not.
How did? That's the whole thing that's happening.
Really?
How are you verifying that it's straight?
Because we can see it going straight. We can take side views of the. Yeah, we can. We have side views of some of the laser tests, right, using rectilinear lenses.
The longest side view you have is 6 miles, exactly. But the laser test we're talking about is 20-something miles, right? So you don't have a side view from 20-something miles. We're talking about large distances.
Why didn't? Okay, so yeah,
it's ostensibly straight at the horizontal or
there's no evidence that exists of a laser.
It's over.
Yeah, so this is the thing: the lasers hit the target, and you don't have any. So if it's hitting the target, shut up, shush. Yes, it hits the target, right? The beam goes directly into the sensor of the camera, or it hits the target. If there's a physical target set up, right? Like an actual
physical target. You said it goes to the center.
There is in some. You can't see it at all. You can't see it at all until the center of the beam hits the sensor of the camera.
That's not true.
Until then, you can't see it at all.
If you go to the videos, I can show you. They point the laser's pointing upwards in one shot, and then they adjust it so that it points downward more closely to the camera. Right. So then
how would that go through the Earth curvature?
We can both hopefully agree that you can see the laser without it pointing directly into the camera. Can we both agree to that?
No, you can't see. Okay, so it shouldn't hit the target because there's a giant hump. There's hundreds of feet of Earth curvature that should be blocking it.
Right.
Moron.
But I just explained that you can see the laser without it going directly into the camera, correct?
You would see it 100 meters up in the air.
Let's address my question. Can you see the laser without it going directly into the camera?
No, because it would have to be 100 meters up in the air, and there's you don't see a laser 100 meters up in the air. The only way you could see it, right, is if it's going over the horizon, which should be at less than 3 miles, right, and then the hidden height would be over 100 meters.
All right, listen. If you saw the laser going above your head, could you see it without it going directly into the camera?
Probably not, unless you did long exposure or over a shorter distance.
So if the claim is that if the Earth is a globe, you should see the laser going above your head, how are you going to see the laser if the camera can't see the laser?
It's a direct hit. It's a direct hit. It hits the target. We also have side views where we did long exposure and we can see the entire transit of the beam
the
from 3 foot to 3
is
foot.
That if the Earth was curved, the laser would go several hundred feet above your head, correct?
Yeah, but
would
that's
the
not
camera
what's
be
observed.
able? Oh, sure, but would the camera be able to see that laser?
It wouldn't be a direct hit. And
okay, so answer my question. Could the camera see that laser going above your hypothetical head?
Yeah, it should be able to.
Okay, wonderful. So we agree that the camera could see the laser and it's not a direct hit, correct?
That's seeing the laser is different to it being a direct hit directly into the sensor of the camera.
I agree. I agree that those are two separate things, right? But do we agree that the camera could see the laser while not being a direct hit?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. How are we verifying that it's a direct hit?
Because the only way you can get that level of brightness is you can't see it until it hits that sensor of the camera. Till it goes right into the lens. If you what you should do is you should watch Dr. John D's videos on how lasers work. Okay, learn how lasers work.
Post them, please. I'll take a look
at them. Just go to YouTube, type in Dr. John D.
I type in Dr. John D. What I get is Bob the Science Guy, Dr. John D, and the fallacy of flat derp, right? That's what comes up when I look up Dr. John D on YouTube, right? So if you would like to provide what you want me to look at, otherwise I'm just going to watch this guy.
Just go to his channel. It comes up if you type in Dr. John D.
Dr. John D. All right. Is it, does he have 55,000 subscribers?
No, he has 5.41 thousand.
It's 5,000. Okay, wonderful. All right. Is there anything specifically you want me to look at?
Yes. Go to the search, type in laser.
All right. Laser divergence, laser observation, lowest laser point, error lies and deceptions in the request.
Yeah, that's a good one. Right. So he goes over
I said like 6 of them. Which one? I said like 6 of them.
All right. So the ones that says errors, lies, and deceptions of McWest, I think he goes over.
So none of the things that say laser. Okay.
What comes up when you type in laser, right? So I typed in laser and it came up.
All right. It's a 22-minute video, so it's going to take me a while to go through.
Why are you being such a bitch, dude?
Why are you throwing insults around?
Well, it's the way you're talking. It's basically like an insult. It's like this weird little like passive aggressive behavior. You can't just have a normal conversation.
I'm frustrated with you specifically because you were a bitch when we were chatting in the other server, right? So I'm frustrated with you specifically and your ignorance.
That's only because you were being the same as what you're being now, right?
I was in chat. I was typing in text. How are my text messages sassy? And just to clarify, your claim in chat when you texted me was saying you said I was clogging up the feed. So are you changing the reason that you banned me 2 days ago?
No, I never
said I was clogging up the feed.
That's not what I said.
Absolutely. Let's go to our texts. Let's see. You're wasting time. Go whine. You're wasting time. Stop muddying up the main text with cope. That's what you said.
Yeah, that's what you were doing.
Okay, wonderful. So are you claiming that I was being sassy or was I muddying up the main text?
Yeah, you were being pathetic from what I remember.
Okay, you're just saying shit, dude. I think you're pathetic. So we both think each other are pathetic. So where do we go from here?
Where's your globe evidence?
Where's your fucking globe evidence, bro?
That's what we want here, guys.
Show us it. This is what you need to do. Find us a laser bending downward, right? So that's what you would need for the laser to hit the target in all of these laser tests that hit the target.
They don't hit the target. They just are seen by a camera. I made this point earlier.
None of them hit the target?
They're seen by a camera. If you could show me one that hits a target where a target is not a camera, right? Then I would love to see it. But I have not seen any evidence of that claim specifically. So if you want to say that it's a camera,
the target was the camera.
that's what I'm saying. Again, if you want to say the target is something other than the camera, feel free to. But if we could just say camera instead of target.
Yeah, so you can't see the laser at all until it's aligned in such a way that it actually hits directly into the... You would, if what you were saying was correct, you would be able to see the laser the entire time.
Where's one point you can't see the laser?
In every single laser test video, you don't see the laser until you get the direct hit into the target.
No, again, I just addressed how I can show you one where the laser points upwards and then you can see the laser, but we agreed that if the laser was going above your head, you could still see the laser without it making a direct hit. We already went over this point.
Brown, hang on a second, dude. To be clear, I mean, DJ, is it not the case what you mean by when you're saying see the laser? You're talking about the source of the laser, right? Not like a little like lightsaber like thing. Like the beam of it. We're not looking at fucking Star Wars and shit, right? Talk about the source of the laser.
Again, that's what's in contention.
Okay,
I'll show him the difference.
Yeah.
You're just gonna show me light and then brighter light.
Term, Brian, it sounds like you're talking about seeing the beam, like zip up in the air or not.
But what's the laser if not the beam?
The source of it. That's why I specified the source.
Right. So, but again,
I'm going to show you the difference.
The source.
Yeah. This is the difference. Okay. So this is being able. Look in the side chat. Okay. This is being able to see the beam of the laser. Now that's not hitting the camera. Obviously, you can see the laser beam, right? But that's not a direct hit into the camera.
I agree. So we're seeing the laser. We both agree that we're seeing the laser, correct?
Right. So that's not what any of the tests are saying as a direct hit, right? So it's not just seeing the laser is different to actually going into the camera sensor, right? I can show you what it looks like when it goes into the camera sensor. When it actually hits the target, it's completely different. It doesn't look like this.
Goes into the camera. We both completely agree that is what happens. That the light from the laser goes into the camera. But you're claiming that the laser does not bend or diffract or diffuse at all, right? In that 20-something mile distance, correct?
I'm saying that there's no evidence that a laser bends downward over a large distance observation
towards denser mediums. Does light bend towards denser mediums?
Yeah, it does.
Is laser light?
It's interesting. Yes.
There we go.
How come with all of the laser tests that have been done, we've never seen any footage of a laser bending down? Even Dr. John D said after 350 plus hours of laser tests, right, using different spectrums of laser, different weather conditions throughout different times of the year of it, all sorts of different places and distances, he's seen lasers bending upwards, right? He's seen lasers going straight. He's never once seen a laser bending downward. No globe earther has been able to provide us a laser bending downward over a long distance observation, over a body of water or land.
Right.
That's
so
kind of crazy.
You're claiming that the light doesn't bend, right? And therefore the laser isn't bending.
I didn't say light doesn't bend.
No, you say the laser isn't bending.
No, I said what Dr. John D said, that it goes in a straight line.
Right, so that's straight line is not.
No one's ever provided footage of a laser bending downward.
You got me.
So, again,
Brown, calm down, bro.
The claim, again, I keep saying the same. The claim is that the laser is going straight, right?
No, the claim is that the laser is hitting the target, and there's no evidence of Earth curvature.
You said direct hit. What does that imply?
See the laser beam directly hitting the sensor of the camera, right? It means you're not seeing a beam of light up in the air like I showed you in the previous pictures from Dr. John D. You don't see that, okay? You see the laser actually hitting the sensor of the camera. You don't see the beam, you just see the direct hit.
Right, so again, you see the light from the laser. Like I said, we both agree to that. The claim, right, is that it's straight line. It's a direct hit from the source of the laser to the camera, right? And the claim is that it hasn't been shown to bend downward because this is a straight view.
Yeah, there's no evidence of it bending downward.
Right, so
we
then why
see evidence of it going
straight. What do you mean? It's clearly supposed to be a straight line. Why are you fighting that?
This is what I'm saying. The camera is getting a direct hit from the laser. In order for that to happen, it would have to bend downward over hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature to hit the target. You don't have any evidence of that curvature in the first place. What we're seeing is just direct hit after direct hit.
Obviously.
Dozens and dozens of different tests.
Right,
You don't have any evidence of a globe.
Again, we both agree that there's plenty of given evidence for the globe that you would contest as real. Obviously, there's alleged pictures from space, so you can't say there's no evidence for the globe, right? We're
You can't tell the difference between CGI. You can't tell the difference between CGI and the real thing when it comes to your space pictures. I could prove that right now if you want.
Again, I am not an expert on CGI, right? Again, I agree to that, but to claim that you're claiming that all of them are CGI. Again, I'm not claiming to be an expert.
I didn't claim that.
The claim.
I didn't claim it's all CGI.
Then
don't lie.
Okay,
why you gotta lie?
1 second. I'm talking about space pictures provided, right? What is your refutation to those?
My refutation is that you can't validate them, and you just have to have faith in those.
Right.
That's my refutation.
Again, they are validated by other space agencies, right? So, but why are those not real?
Oh,
How do you verify the other space agencies?
Again, they corroborate each other, obviously. Again,
how do you test them? How do you test the other space agencies? What have you done to test them in real life?
Again, I haven't proven any scientific method, right? But I have observed the ISS, right? Like, again, I've seen the light from the ISS travel across the sky.
So you've seen it a bunch. So you saw something in the sky with the telescope.
You're asking what test I did, right? I'm simply talking about that clearly evidence for the globe has been provided, right? That is in contention. His claim is that no evidence has been provided for the globe because us globe.
Hold on a second. When you saw something in the sky through your telescope, which you claim is the ISS,
I didn't see it through my telescope. I just saw it.
Okay, with your own eyes, when you saw that thing in the sky, how do you know it was the ISS?
Because it's in the exact spot purported that the ISS is purported to be in, right? And then I would look up other evidences of
wait.
Please let me finish. Other evidences of other people looking at the same object, zooming in, seeing the exact shape that the ISS is purported to be, right? And then traveling to other locations where it can also be seen from other perspectives with the exact same shape and relative distance from the Earth.
What spot was it in?
What spot was it in? It's in the sky. What do you mean?
You said that there was a purported spot that it was supposed to be in. What was the spot?
Okay, I can give you the live tracking for the ISS.
But you do see how like other people seeing that, even if they're in a different position, doesn't verify what it is.
Again, I agree that doesn't necessarily guarantee what it is, right? But I'm saying that the purported position, the given position of the ISS at any given moment, right, can be verified from the ground.
It can't be. It's a leap of faith.
Give us the position. Stop. Everyone, stop talking. Give us the position.
Again, it's a ridiculous thing, but I will look up the ISS tracker for you.
Yes, give us an exact position. Exactly.
Well, Zodiac, this guy, what he's done, dude, he's just managed to take the conversation away from the Earth back into sky magic that we can't validate.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just answering your guys' questions. I didn't take it to the space, dude.
All right, fine. Let's get back to the
what the test I did was.
Fine.
Let me just show you this. Let me give you the current position of the ISS. Here we go. 1 second.
Okay.
This is the purported current position of the ISS. It's above.
Yes.
It's ground point 27.79 north and 123 east. Right. It's ridiculous to claim that people don't claim. How
did you measure that?
I didn't measure this. I corroborated it. I corroborated it with my actual location. It's purported to be above, near where I was at the time. I looked where it was purported to be and saw a light. Right, that's what I'm claiming happened.
So above anywhere in the sky, that's what it said. Like above where you're supposed to be, but it didn't give you like a distance or anything.
It gives you an altitude. What do you mean? It doesn't give you a distance. It gives you a ground point coordinate plus an altitude. That gives you an exact location relative to Earth.
How do you know the altitude?
It provides the altitude. I didn't say I knew the altitude. I said given the purported position. Okay. I saw a light in the sky where the purported position was supposed to be.
So you never verified the altitude. You don't know.
How am I to verify that? How am I to verify that from the ground?
That's my question to you.
Right. So again, I never claimed I did.
Okay, then you just have faith. Let's go back to the laser test. Go back. You have
then
faith.
You have faith that the lasers are straight because there's no evidence to claim that lasers don't bend.
Oh, we have faith that the lasers are hitting the target, dude. We don't need to have faith.
We can show you the
but we can confirm that the lasers.
The question is,
the laser. Okay, how does the laser hit the target?
The laser diffuses, diffracts, and refracts.
Diffuses.
Okay, so you're claiming, yeah, diffuses. What the hell?
Did you really say that?
Do lasers diffuse? Do lasers diffuse?
Do you know what light diffusion is?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, tell me.
I'll give you an exact definition.
You guys, man.
The scattering of light rays as they pass through translucent mediums.
Yeah.
Or bounce off uneven surfaces.
Yeah.
There we go. So do you think that lasers
going through a diffuser?
Do lasers diffuse in the atmosphere?
No.
They don't.
No, the air is not translucent.
They're absolutely translucent, but okay.
It's not translucent, it's transparent. Clown.
Wait, bro, there is no air.
I gave you the AI overview, but yes, lasers do diffuse in the atmosphere, or more accurately, spread out and scatter as they travel through the atmosphere. But again,
scattering is not diffusion.
Well, then what is diffusion?
Dude,
I just gave you the definition. One second, dude. I gave you the definition.
Dude. Stop.
I defined it.
Dude. Just stop, dude, with your fucking Texas sharpshooter bullshit.
I defined it as a scattering of light rays, and you did not contest that. Why did you not contest that?
Look.
Do you contest that definition?
Look. So.
Okay.
If you wanna, so they make things called light diffusers. You put them in front of a light.
Yeah.
So that the light becomes smooth and doesn't have a hot spot. Okay? The air is not doing that.
What happens when a light ray hits an air molecule?
Why are you asking me a question, dude? The light does not do that.
You're claiming that the light doesn't diffuse in the atmosphere. That's the claim. I'm saying that's
under
wrong.
certain conditions like fog or something like that. Yeah, it can.
What is fog? It's just
water vapor.
Atmosphere. Right. Is there water vapor always present in the atmosphere?
Not to the point that makes the air translucent. That's why we have a separate. That's why we have a separate word to describe when it's translucent. It's called fog.
No, again, it just increases in opacity.
You're the most dishonest motherfucker that comes in this chat. You know that?
No.
No, you are.
All right, man. We agree to disagree. I think that you guys are all
this
pretty.
This isn't an agree or disagree thing.
Okay, well, it's your opinion that I'm the most. So again, if other people could disagree.
Yes, that is my opinion. I think born out by evidence.
Then how is it not an agree or disagree if that's your opinion?
Dude.
What?
You're going down a dead end right now.
Okay, I agree. The whole Flat Earth channel is a dead end. I agree. But again, you're just saying things to try and put me down.
Seems to have controlled your life.
It does. I love it here. I'm addicted to you guys, and I hate it.
Yeah, here you are.
I'm addicted to you guys. I admit it. I love you guys more than I love a lot of my real friends.
Yeah, well, watch how you act, dude, because you're close to getting banned. I'm going to tell you that now.
You banned me yesterday, DJ, or 2 days ago. Again, I get it. You guys don't like it. But ban me if you'd like.
We like honest people. You're not one of them.
I would say the same thing about you, Indio.
Yeah, but you'd have no basis for what you said, whereas I do.
Okay, well, I defined diffusion as light scattering, and then you said and then you didn't contend it, and then immediately after you said scattering is not diffusion, or diffusion.
All scattering is not caused by the same thing. All scattering is not the same.
I agree.
So you're just using look. You're just using a word context fallacy.
Both you niggas are retarded. The Earth doesn't even exist. You're fucking stupid, nigga. My God.
Yeah, you're gonna.
Am I still the most dishonest?
Hold on, you're gonna get kicked out of the server now. All right, okay. I want you to know that for saying the N-word. So I'm gonna report you right now, and you're gonna get kicked out of the server. So congratulations. I hope it was worth it. Is it still your
opinion that I'm the most dishonest, given that All Right Son is in here?
Yeah, that guy's just a Todd, right? Like you're actually
ridiculous.
Yeah, you're still more ridiculous than him, just with the way that you're acting and your dishonest.
The question was,
passive aggressiveness and that kind of thing. Hey, just quickly, dude. I just looked up a video for you. I'm gonna put it in the side chat, and I want to show you what the difference is when the laser directly hits into the lens, right? So this laser test was actually done during the daytime. You can't see the beam, right? And you can see a bit of a light in the distance where the laser is, but it's not until it directly hits right into the sensor of the camera and you'll see it lights up. All of a sudden, it lights up like crazy. So it's at 6 minutes 53 in the video. I'll just grab the video. And this is what I'm talking about a direct hit of the laser into the camera.
For sure. I agree. The light gets brighter, but that's not
only when it goes. Yeah, when this okay, so laser beams are much brighter right in the centroid or center of the beam, whatever it's called, right? It's not until that part hits into the camera lens that it illuminates it. You see like a big bright green light all of a sudden just appear instantly into the camera. It's not like you can see it the whole time. It's only when it hits right into the directly into the sensor of the camera that you can see it.
Laser beams are collimated light that follow a Gaussian profile that extends radially from the center. There's a centroid of the beam where the beam is most intense. It exponentially, so from the edges, the external edges to the center, the brightness increases exponentially.
I agree. The center of a laser is brighter than the outer bits of a laser. I agree.
It's exponentially greater.
It's not an infinite amount of brightness, right? So
okay, who said the word infinite?
I agree.
Who said the word infinite?
I misspoke.
Nigger.
Ugh, these fucking people. I agree. I misspoke.
Well, in your case, he was right.
Yo, wait. Someone said the hard R.
You're saying that I'm
moving on, dude.
Moving on. I don't want to move on from that.
Well, you're the one
crazy.
You're the one that's like these people. Crazy. Now you want to? Just these people are idiots.
You saying me saying these people is equivalent to what idiot you said. That's what you're saying. You're making that claim. Those are equivalent.
These people.
What was my reference? What did I say?
Come on.
Was it a hateful slur?
Are you? Can I ask? Wait. Let me just ask them this question. Have you ever questioned if the Earth was actually a sphere?
Yeah. When I first came in here, you guys almost got me for sure.
Have you ever had doubts? No, before that. Yeah. I mean, before you knew about us. Have you had doubts about
before that? No, once I came in here, you guys introduced doubts, like you tend to, and then I doubted, and then I realized you're wrong, and then I came back to.
So before that, you were 100% convinced.
I had no reason to doubt it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You realize we're wrong by being willfully ignorant about the subject you're talking about. So your ignorance is what propels. No, bro.
Okay.
I actually went to university.
I would say no to you.
I actually went to university and took physics and passed the courses.
For sure.
You didn't even take it in high school. Okay. You have no idea what you're talking about.
How is gravity?
Come in here and sit there, talk out your ass, and just randomly pick sentences out of ChatGPT, trying to pretend you know what you're talking about. You don't have a fucking clue, even a little bit, of what you're talking about. You don't.
Those claim.
You're not even at the level of pretender clown.
So what am I then?
Trash.
All right. If that makes you feel better, call me trash all you want, I suppose.
It's not about whether I feel better.
Okay. Clearly, what is it about then? What is calling me trash?
Yeah, your little fucking psychological analysis don't mean anything to me. This is
then
very
your
simple.
Insults mean nothing to me either.
You don't know what you're talking about.
No.
This subject. You know nothing about the behavior of light at all.
I think you know nothing.
Hey,
that's because you're ignorant.
I think you're ignorant.
Everything I say, you can fact check. Everything you say is just going to end up being wrong.
Okay, I disagree. What is one thing I said?
I disagree. Doesn't mean anything.
What was one thing?
I'm saying it's objectively true. You're just saying no.
What is one thing I said that was wrong?
Everything.
What is one thing? Name one thing. If everything was wrong, you can name one thing. What's one thing I said?
Please.
That diffusion is scattering.
What is diffusion then?
Oh my God.
Is diffusion scattering? What's the definition of diffusion? Then what's the definition of diffusion? Enlighten me, please.
If you had a laser and a laser was being diffused, the beam would have no centroid. It would be smoothed out so that the intensity would be uniform radially across the center to the edges. It would be the same. It would be diffused.
So
that means that it's spreading it out and smearing it. so that the energy is uniform per unit area. Okay? Lasers, if you see the beam centroid and it's more intense in the center, then it's not being diffused.
I don't think you have any evidence of that claim, but if you have it, I'm happy to look at it.
What do you mean evidence of that claim? All you have to do is go on to Google, type in laser beam profile, okay, and it will show you. And click Google Images, and there'll be lots of diagrams of Gaussian profiles of laser beams with an equation.
I'll look up that. You look up do lasers diffuse. You look up that, and I'll look up yours.
Lasers can be diffused. Okay,
wonderful, wonderful. So then what is diffusion? Dude,
you're looping, dude.
No.
Okay, you're going to ask ignore repeat. You will be banned for that, dude. I will not play with that. Ask ignore repeat is not going to work, Brown Recluse.
Then why does it work for you?
Ask ignore. Fine.
Okay. You can ask the same question over and over again, but I can't. Again, diffusion, as far as I'm concerned, is scattering.
Ask ignore repeat. So now you're going to straw man what I said. Bye.
All right. I miss you. Goodbye, guys.
Catch you on the flat side.
Love you guys.
It's flat, by the way. You should.
I believe you.
Loser. Piss off. Shut your hole. He should not even be entertained.
Any other Globers ready?
That dude is here is only to obfuscate the conversation, the truth, trying to make sure that no information is passed, that everything is a fucking shit show, that nothing makes sense. His whole purpose is to just muddy water. Which, I don't know how you guys feel about that, but this is how I feel about it. That is contrary, I guess, to our purpose. It's contrary to my purpose. I want people to understand more when they come in here, not understand less.
Yeah, he's a waste of time.
People will, like, say you don't know anything about this topic, and you come in here and you listen to us and him, because he's all over the place, gish galloping, contradicting himself, saying random crap that's unrelated, and then when you say, hey, that's wrong, him just saying, no, I think you're wrong, you don't understand it. As if that's some sort of valid refutation, and then you ask him again, and then you ask him to substantiate what he says, and then he just does the exact same thing again. Random crap, gish gallop, throwing it all together, and then you saying, no, that is wrong too. That doesn't substantiate what I said. Yeah, it does. You don't know what you're talking about. And just doing that over and over and over and over and looping. Anybody that doesn't know about this topic or the issues of this topic or the particulars of what we talk about is going to leave here more confused and more ignorant than when they came in. Now, you guys can do what you want. I think that's contrary to our purpose. I don't think we're trying to have conversations in here that confuse people. Because what's going to happen? They go, oh man, this is just fucking confusing. I don't know what the truth is. I'll just believe the earth is a globe. It's just fucking simpler.
Probably his whole purpose.
Exactly. Exactly. That is the purpose. It's called obscurantism.
That alone says so much about the subject. They got to come here and do that.
It's crazy they even cared to fight that hard. Yeah.
He's been doing it a long time. And there's two others that are part of his little clique, obscurantism clique, that all associate together. JJ Fish, whatever his fucking name is. And there's another one. What the hell's his name? I haven't seen him in a while.
Oh, there's a bunch of them. There's probably about 10 at least of these characters.
Yeah, that's the same shtick, the same song and dance, the gimmicks.
when you guys used to believe in the globe, did you ever like? Dude, I've never done anything like that. You know.
Of course not. Why would anybody do that for any reason on any topic?
Yeah.
Unless you have something to hide. You know, if my girlfriend, if I've been cheating on my girlfriend and she asks me, hey, dude, what'd you do last night? Yeah, I'm going to obscure the truth. I'm going to try and make everything, my rendition of events so confusing that she can't figure out what really happened. Yeah. And I'm not saying it's justified. I'm saying that's a legitimate use of obscurantism, of why you would do that. Why you would do it in relation to this, to like a, an informational topic. There is no reason for that. Other than
it's the difference of trying to affirm your bias or actually searching for the truth. That's the difference.
Yeah. I mean, but no, he's not. He's also trying to hide it from others. Not just him. It's not. This isn't even just about him. It's that he's trying so that people that are listening, either in this chat or on YouTube, also are become more confused.
Yeah, I actually remember he did say that he agreed there was a 6-mile laser that went straight, and he actually said, "Oh yeah," like, and he just like kind of skipped past that, like
he doesn't believe what he's saying.
Yeah,
he doesn't actually believe that lasers don't go straight. He don't believe that.
Yeah.
They don't care to know. That's the thing. There's a whole group of young people who fancy themselves intellectuals because they can quickly GPT a topic and regurgitate it back and then not answer questions, completely divert, and play a whole nuh-uh game, right? They tend to have this argumentation almost in the fashion of my dad can beat up your dad. It's very childish. And it's back and forth, rapid fire, quick talking, fast with the tongue, but never actually answering anything and only Googling through a GPT or Claude or whatever spits them back their answers, and they'll repeat that, regurgitate it, not actually learning what they're talking about because they don't care to know the truth. They're just here to act as though they're an intellectual.
I'm done.
I wouldn't even call them pseudo-intellectuals that think that they're winning some sort of debate online.
Yeah, that's why I said he doesn't even rise to the level of pretender clown.
And then you called him a piece of garbage.
He is garbage, dude. Awesome. That's garbage, dude. I don't like this. I mean, if somebody figured out my I mean, you can call it personality flaw. I don't like dishonesty. There's no point in talking about this topic and being dishonest about it. I don't understand the point of lying, making stuff up, just filling in the blanks, and hey, I don't know the answer to that, so just make something up and say it.
Well, I feel like nowadays the internet is ripe with these kind of individuals. They are children, in my opinion, and they've grown up behind headphones on video games, talking smack to their friends. Now they've got AI to help assist them in what they're doing online, and they care not about the truth. They want to fancy themselves intellectuals, act as though they're some sort of influencer, they're some sort of huge debater when they don't actually understand what they're talking about. If you took away their computer and you sat them in front of somebody face to face, first of all, most people would have to restrain themselves from socking these kids in the face because I don't think they've actually been on the playground and had conversations enough to feel what it's like to get 5 fingers to the face.
Oh, dude. Yeah. So lucky you can't stab people over the internet, dude.
Yeah, he's just not taking it seriously. That's it. That's honestly the only.
I think he does take it seriously.
He does?
Dude, he's been doing this for like a year and a half of this identical, rhetorical gimmick, and has put in a lot of effort into it, to the fact where he's actually researched this topic, and just to have little blurbs, right? Oh, I'll pull one sentence out of this fucking paper and mischaracterize it and just say it, and then people will think because I said this sentence that I have knowledge about this topic. So I'll say the sentence and then claim the other person is wrong as a refutation of what they said, where they don't actually refute. He doesn't refute it with anything of substance. Hey, what you said is incorrect because X, Y, and Z. You just say some random red herring thing that has nothing to do with it, and then say, I don't think you understand it. Right? To give the illusion that somehow they know what they're talking about, that somehow you're on equal footing about the subject, that, you know, in this particular place, the behavior of light, that like he knows as much as we know, and that this is just a disagreement about what the consequences are. No, he knows nothing. Literally nothing.
Oh, okay. So
he knows what to type into Google to have some output from which he's going to read one sentence, and he's going to pick what's the biggest fucking 50-cent word in this paragraph. I'll say that one, and then it'll give people the idea that I know what I'm talking about, because I'm going to say a word, I'm going to say a sentence they don't understand. So I think, oh my God, he's freaking must know what he's talking about. He said diffusion. Because they don't know what diffusion means. They think because he used it, he must know what it means, but he used it in the wrong context, in the wrong application, and has nothing to do with, like I said, if it was diffused, then the intensity of the fucking light would be spread out. That's the point of diffusion. It diffuses it. That's what diffusion is.
Yeah, to be fair, diffusion is a subcategory of scattering, but it's not the same thing. It's not like atmospheric scattering of light.
Yeah,
right?
It's not Rayleigh scattering or Compton scattering or any of that type of scattering.
Exactly.
It's not that.
It's like light being
That's why you
shown
brought up
through
fog, though,
like a
and then
slightly
he had to. You brought up fog, and he had to go back to the same thing, even though you'd already brought up. That's why you almost agreed with the scattering thing, because air can, when there is fog, cause that, right?
Yeah, there's types of scattering, and fog, right, turns the air translucent. But it's not just the air; it's the water vapor that's translucent. But that's a very specific, particular circumstance, right? So we have fog lights, right, in your car or in a truck, fog lights. And even though, like, if there wasn't fog, the beam would be very bright, blinding in your face. But when there is a fog, it diffuses, right? So you see the bright lights, but it's spread out, smeared out.
But I think all of that was just his ultra defensive, like being shown that he's wrong, basically, in that sense. Which was, for me, what was more telling was him thinking that he can corroborate where the light in the sky is, right? And him thinking that was somehow verification, like.
Yeah, well, he's like a usual suspect. I mean, garbage human.
What do you guys think about the north, the Arctic area where all the polarity is like has like a vortex of some kind up in the sky, and it like towers over it?
I've never heard
the
about
polarity
any of
of
that.
what?
It's like a magnetic shield of some sort that like kind of, this is the flat earth theory, is that there's like the polarity shift has made the top
You're
area of
talking
the
about the
dome.
firmament.
Yeah, the dome area, like the top of it has the what do you
Like
call
a giant
the
glass, basically.
electromagnetic whatever.
Yeah, like a giant glass blocking you from going out of space.
Yeah, possibly.
It's better not to make claims that you can't verify. So
no.
whenever you, because then you're believing in a religion. That's why.
It's just a theory. Started after the moon landing.
Oh, you said flat Earth. You said theory. Oh, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, it's a
I thought
theory.
you said it was fact. Continue.
No, not a fact.
It could be that it's just a shift. I think when the moon phase comes in, that there's an actual shift that happens where uh, the black hole like immerses into it and it comes on the outside. So it's like an inside outside, like a funnel.
You mean eclipse?
No, it's like a funnel. It comes out of one side and it shows up in the other side in the daytime. This is essentially like Helheim or the Hell realm.
Too crazy.
In Norse mythology.
Brother, what?
He's explaining
So Helheim is the place of the dead. I think it exists before like time starts or whatever, or it's like part of eternity or one of the realms or something. I don't know.
Helheim.
But, yeah.
Okay, it's the afterlife.
Wait, this is what you believe?
Yeah.
There's a black hole passing through the moon?
No, I don't believe in it. It's just that so in Christian terms, I'm Catholic, so in Christian terms, it's just what do you call like Abraham's bosom in as part of hell. Like that's where it's at. Which is like
what's the best evidence for it?
What's the best evidence for it? Yeah,
for what you just said, yeah.
Probably no one except that one guy, that black metal artist Carl, who like talks about like Norse stuff and talks about like Odin and shit, and no one understands what he's saying on YouTube. That guy will probably have some answers, but GAAHL, two A's and HL.
Okay.
So he's a black metal vocalist, and so this is very similar to the Christian idea of eternity. So it's eternity sourced in being becomes like this amalgamation of realms or whatever.
I gotta be honest with you. I don't know what you just said. I'm not fully comprehending anything you just said.
What is the point? Basically, you cannot get out of the Earth. What is the point of this theory?
No, it's once you get into Helheim realm, like your if you see it, then you know, like you probably died, like you're in an undead state or whatever, and like the aspect or like the outside world, like whatever it is, the dream aspect that holds you just like dissipates into the outside.
Let me get this straight. You can only prove this if you're dead.
Yeah, you can if you're dead.
So you can't talk to dead people, right?
No, but I went through it, so like I'm pretty sure like
you went through this thing.
Yeah, I did. And
you went. You're here talking to us. You're not dead.
Did you die and they brought you back up? Like your heart stopped for a few minutes?
Something like that. Yeah, it was a weird experience. It was sort of like like those movies where you have that like one teenager just like stuck in like a room, and like everything's like black outside. It's sort of like that.
Wait, so you went to hell? That's what you're saying.
Well, it's not hell exactly. So I think there's parts of it. So there's one that's hellfire, and there's one place that is like Abraham's bosom or the netherworld. There's one place that is like regular hell, which is like lost souls kind of thing. So yeah, it's.
But you didn't go to heaven, no.
It's not. It's like a purgatory realm basically, and you just land up here at like when you die or whatever. I don't know where it's placed in like the spectrum of time, but I'd say it's probably like part of eternity, right? So yeah, eternity itself it collides with whatever else.
Right,
so in this realm, you're all connected to the realm anyway at some point.
Wait, so what does this have to do with the ground, the Earth?
Yeah, the flat Earth. How is it relevant to flat Earth?
How is it relevant to flat Earth? Because it's sort of like the part of you that is the part of you attribute to yourself. Like you when you grow up, you're kind of like, I am what I am, and then you have that moment of premonition where you have to like decrease yourself, or whatever stage you go through, like when you're dying, like you have that kind of feeling, that premonition that you're sort of like you're living a life. You're living a life, and you're sort of like not.
Sounds like bullshit, dude. He's asked you what it's got to do with flat Earth and stuff.
Yeah, hold on. So it's just your own suspension of disbelief of yourself. That's basically what creates doesn't create it, but you get tossed into it. So some of us get tossed in earlier. I think I was like the first person or whatever.
It's believing. But if you just go outside, you don't have to believe anything to notice that the Earth is not a sphere if there's no globe. Like if you go outside and you see the Earth, there's no evidence of a globe.
Yeah.
This phenomena you're talking about could happen on either flat or globe. So why don't you talk about something that proves one or the other?
Well, it definitely happens on a kind of flat Earth, I guess, because the only explanation would be...
You guess.
No,
you can't
the
link
only
it to the flat Earth. Wait, stop talking.
No, it's only
you
the
can't
realm
link it to the flat Earth. Again, it's going to talk. You can't link it to the flat Earth. You just said you guess. It's not relevant to the flat Earth. Just admit it, dude, and let's try and talk about the flat Earth. Don't try and cobble your idea into the flat Earth. It's got nothing to do with it.
All right, cool. So that's about it. Like, I'm happy you questioned me on that.
Are you a flat earther?
I'm not like involved. I live in Mumbai. Like this stuff is all foreign to most people here, so I don't bother like thinking about it or anything.
Are you okay? But you don't believe the Earth is a globe, right?
You probably believe it.
I have reason to believe that it's like a disc that changes, that breaks at a certain point.
Someone's stopping.
And what about?
Why do you think it's a disc? Hold on, now I'm intrigued. Why do you think it's a disc?
Because it breaks at a certain point, and then you get the opposite of the realm. Like it's sort of like a frequent mirror reflection realm. It's the same realm, but
we got a disc earther.
Wait, how do you know it breaks? How do you know it breaks?
It breaks because it goes from sun to moon.
That's not the Earth. That's the sky. You mean daylight breaks? You mean what do you mean by what is breaking physically? Like what is breaking?
It's like moving. It's like moving 180 degrees the other side, and then just like or whatever 360 degrees, and then it.
Wait,
just,
how do you know the Earth is moving?
appears.
How do you know the Earth is moving?
It's not the Earth. It's not a sphere. It's like a disc that it just changes. It breaks. Then
It's like a disc that changes and breaks. That doesn't make any sense to me, sir.
Yeah, that doesn't
make sense. It goes through the damn fucking black hole or whatever, and then it comes out the other side.
Oh my god,
this is silly.
This sounds like bullshit to me.
Why are you trolling? That's weird.
I'm actually not trolling.
Did you see it? Do you have evidence of a black hole?
I have evidence that there's nothing like the sun's not like the sun projects itself on like a circumference.
No, I'm asking, do you have evidence of the black hole? Yes or no? Just answer yes or no.
I have evidence of the black hole. Yes.
Okay, post it. Let's see it. Demonstrate it.
I don't have it right now, but I have evidence from what I've learned. That's about it
right now. If I told you Santa Claus was real and you asked me for evidence and I told you I didn't have it right now, would you believe me?
No, I wouldn't.
Oh, okay.
But that's a different story, I guess, out of context.
Or you're just telling us a story right now.
You're telling us a story, yeah.
Okay, I'm out of here. I'll see you guys later. If you meet not Foxy, I'm part of this cult, Christian cult.
Catch you on the flat side.
Yeah, catch you on the flip side or whatever.
The flat side, flat Earth. Get it?
The flip side, get it?
No, not the flip side. The flat side.
Oh yeah, cool.
Yeah, get it.
I get it. Yeah.
All right.
You know your joke's not that good when you have to hold somebody down and make you get it. Do you get it? Do you?
But otherwise, nobody ever. Okay. All right. Is there anyone else that believes the spinning ball space monkey religion globe? Anybody else? Moment of silence. All right. Moment of silence for the globe, guys. Moment of silence.
What's that?
Hello. Do you believe you are on a sphere?
I don't believe. I know.
Okay. What's the best evidence you got that you're on a sphere?
Sorry, you know first-hand personal knowledge. What's that?
Multi-location consistency.
What is that?
Multiple location consistency. Sorry, you said you know. Can you explain how you know?
Okay, so basically, you can have an observation from 1 point or 2 points, and sure, that can work on a flat or a globe Earth. But if you have observations with 3 or more points, and I'm going to go even up to 1,000 points, 1,000 different cities, and let's say far enough apart, like kind of spread apart. So 1,000 different cities at the same time, and matching one observation with all 1,000 observations is only working with the globe model.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Indio. I thought he said he knew. You know the Earth is flat.
Yes.
He said he knows the Earth is a globe.
The globe.
Sorry, my apologies. I've only been up half hour. He knows the Earth is a globe. I do apologise.
And then he started
1,000
talking about
measurements from
1,000
different
people.
cities to what?
So 1,000 different cities. Let's say the sun and moon positions at the same time for all 1,000 cities.
But that's the sky.
So?
But we're asking you how you know the Earth is a sphere.
Okay. How
you understand what knowledge is, don't you?
All 1,000.
No, don't ask me to imagine. So you said you had first-hand knowledge.
You're not going to let me answer or explain. So, how is it, that you can match 1,000 observations with one single observation on a model, but you can't with any
on a model?
Yeah. This isn't knowledge, dude. You just asked us a question. We're asking you how you know because you claimed you know,
how I know
the Earth is a sphere.
How we know is because that we have 1,000 different observations at the same time, which show us that we are on a sphere.
How?
Okay,
because for the positions to be consistent with all 1,000 observations, the sun and moon has to be in a specific position to which that only works if you are on a sphere. If you change that in any shape, way, or form, you will not have the same observations for all 1,000 cities.
And if it's observer dependent.
Absolutely basis claim.
Sure, buddy.
The sky does not determine the floor.
Yeah, sure, buddy.
See, that's a straw man.
Just finding 1,000 people, it's not a straw man. Learn what that word means.
Yes, it's a misrepresentation of the arguments of the person. So saying the sky has nothing to do with the ground, that doesn't address the argument.
You can't prove the shape of the ground by looking at the sky.
That
is a logical impossibility.
That is false.
Okay, so tell me how you can make an inductive inference and reach a deductive conclusion.
What kind of question is that?
Because you know that proof has to be deduced logically, deductively. Now, when you look at the thing that's not the thing, ask me a question, I'm going to answer. So when you look at the thing, when you look at the thing that's not the thing, namely the sky, to reach conclusions about the ground, you're making an inference from looking at something that is not the thing you're concerned about. Okay.
So you're trying to smuggle in that we're making an inference.
Yes, it's an inference. It's not smuggling it in. That's what it is.
Based on what? So what if it's not?
Because you're not looking at the thing in question. You're looking at something that's not the thing.
Okay. So you're telling me that if I'm inside a car, I can't know that I'm inside a car by looking at what's going on outside the windows?
No. Could be in a plane.
Really, it's not. Yeah, that's an
Could be in a truck. Could be riding the back of a bird.
Mm-hmm.
If you're only looking out the windows and you're not doing anything else, you don't know if you're in a train. You don't know it. Yeah, that's true. You could be.
Oh, we don't look at anything on the ground either, huh? We don't compare with the ground. We don't have the observation of like where in perspective and in relation to the ground these things are and etc.
Well, then present that.
No.
Well, then present that.
Okay. For instance, in Sydney, Australia, you will have a sunrise at the same time. In California, you're going to have a sunset.
Okay, and
that's on two. That's just two locations. But at the same time, between that, you're going to be at high noon, and people in Argentina will see the sun and moon positions according to this as well. But if you make the Earth flat, then the people in Argentina would have to look in a different direction to see the sun and moon, where they actually see it, for it to be sun rising and sunsetting for the two other locations. And the more locations you add, the more complications like that are added as well.
First of all, you went back to that. You went back to not looking at the Earth.
Why are you interrupting me? I'm not done speaking.
Because you went back to the first thing, dude. You went back to looking at not the Earth.
No, you're just interrupting me because you don't like the argument I'm making.
Because your argument is the same as your first argument. It's an inductive inference about the sky. And reaching a conclusion about the ground by looking at the sky. Is the sun in the sky? Is the sun in the sky? Is the sun in the sky?
The positions in relation to the ground.
How do you know that?
You look at them.
Oh, okay. You're looking at the positions on the ground.
Yeah, you're on the ground. They're okay. And you see, is the sun at the west or at the east?
You stop looking at the ground.
First question.
Now look back at the ground again.
To the west from where I am.
Now look back at the ground again.
I am on the ground. I'm looking at my ground here, and now I'm looking. Okay, the moon is at the east.
Back to the sky.
At the west. All right.
Back to the sky.
Now apply that on 1,000 different cities at the same time.
Okay, you're still making an inductive inference because you're not looking at the ground.
Did you
You're looking at the sun and assuming there's some geometric relationship between the observers.
I am looking at my ground position. I am looking at the ground now. I'm looking at the ground.
How did you find your ground position?
And in relation, I am on it. I'm here.
Okay, how did you determine what the relative positions of the observers are?
So I determine with the compass where north is. Okay, and I'm looking.
Okay, that won't work.
And I'm looking at the ground.
Okay, that won't work.
Oh, really?
That won't work. Compasses are aligned with the magnetic field.
It won't tell me if where east and west is at the same time.
No, it will not.
Okay, so compasses don't work anymore. Okay.
They work in some places.
I'm going to rest my case on that one. Compasses doesn't work.
Okay, Google magnetic declination. On every military navigation map, it'll have a magnetic declination, which shows you the magnetic north versus the geographic north. You don't know what you're talking about.
No, you're just making red herrings and like.
It's not a red herring.
You're not even addressing anything I'm saying. You're not addressing anything I'm saying.
Directly what you're saying. You said use a compass. I said the compass won't work. You tried to scoff at that, and then I demonstrated that why it won't work.
The compass won't work. Oh, this tool won't work. Oh, your lighter doesn't work
because
your computer doesn't work. Your processor doesn't work. Your brain doesn't work.
Yeah, straw man. So now there's the straw man. This is actual straw man.
Injo, maybe ask him what magnetic declination is.
Yeah, what is magnetic declination? Well, I just explained it to him.
Yeah, I know. I know he didn't listen, but let's see if he knows or it rings a bell in his head. Do you know what magnetic declination is, sir? Huh. I should not. Probably.
Chat.
I mean, it's an angle, but why are you asking me petty semantic questions that have nothing to do with my argument?
But they do, because you said find where you are by using the compass.
Mm-hmm. Compasses work. I'm sorry.
They follow, sir. Compasses follow magnetic field lines, don't they?
Sure.
Okay. Magnetic field lines don't go from straight north to straight south in 180-degree line. Have you ever studied a magnetic field line map? Do you understand that sometimes magnetic field lines can be 90 degrees off of north and south? This is why Injo brought up the correction, the calculation, the declination that you would use on a map, for example, because your compass won't always be pointing the true way that you think it is. You'd have to do a correction. Only by doing the correction will you actually be able to ascertain true north. You understand this, right?
Well, I mean, if my declination is at, let's say, 15 degrees west, my compass...
Okay, so you understand that we are now going to use declination.
If the declination is at my location.
Okay, but as long as we understand that declination is a thing.
Can I speak a sentence, please?
No, because you're not going to turn around to me and start using declination when I'm just trying to get you to agree that it exists.
I never denied that it exists.
Okay, good. So it exists. So we can pass it back to Indio. Stop talking.
Not work.
Dude, excuse me. No, you don't need to explain. We bought this, or Injo brought this information to you.
Ask me a question when you want the answer.
Don't need an answer. I just need you to understand that declination exists and not turn around to me like you already knew it.
Okay, and declination exists, but compasses still work.
If you use them correctly.
Duh. The compass is already wired to, if the declination at my location is 15 degrees west, my compass will point at 15 degrees west of true north. Duh!
You won't know that, though, unless you know what the declination correction is for your location. Duh. Please don't turn around and start educating us about declination, sir.
Petty semantics that have nothing to do with the argument.
Dude, stop that. Okay,
I have to look
your little rhetorical gimmick of claiming things are semantics is not going to work.
Well, I mean,
it's not going to last long. It's not semantics. It's being particular and exact in our language and being rigorous. I know you want to be sloppy, okay, but we're not sloppy thinkers here.
You are, because it is a red herring to shift the topic of conversation away from the original argument and into the semantics of getting your city location, the latitude, the longitude, to get the declination, to make sure that the compass works. How about we say this? If I have a compass and I accounted for declination and I have all the information necessary and my compass is pointing to the right north direction, Therefore, I can have actual sun and moon positions in west, east, south, and north accurately from my ground position. But no, you don't want me. You don't want to ground position. You don't want to let me say this.
You don't know your ground position.
Flat Earth.
No, you don't know your ground position. That's what you're trying to figure out. And you said use the compass. But if you knew the declination at that place, you would already know your position. So then what do you need the compass for?
So, okay, so
you're a fucking idiot.
We do have the ground position. So we do have the ground. So we are using the ground.
Where'd you get that from?
Where'd you get it from? There you go. That's what I was trying to argue.
Where'd you get it from?
We are using our ground position.
Where'd you get it from? Where'd you get it from?
Okay, you get it from by, let's say, I have my city name, and that I can get my latitude and longitude.
Okay, how do you find that?
I have my declination, and with that, etc.
How do you find that?
Semantics. Again, it has nothing to do with the argument.
Not semantics. You're talking about coordinates. And those coordinates, there's a whole system of coordinates called an arbitrary coordinate reference system. You say latitude and longitude, they mean specific things. They're not ready. You're getting banned, okay? Not dealing with this shit, dude. You're a child.
Your whole argument is a red herring.
He doesn't have an argument. He has a bunch of fucking sparging and fucking gimmicks.
We're trying to argue that the sun and the moon is telling him that the earth is curved.
Yeah, that sky does not determine the floor. It's over. GG.
Yeah, but if you take 1,000 measurements.
If I look at my ceiling 1,000 times in a different place and I record my
He said, the funny thing is he started, just take 1,000 observations. Of what? He didn't even say observations of what you're even looking at.
Yeah, that was my first question.
Dude, man, politics is slipping, dude.
Yeah,
the people in here, the last 2 days I've been in here, they're really, like, TikTok is looking good, dude. Like, the people on TikTok are looking like freaking rocket scientists compared to the people that have been in this chat from this server. It's like they can't even follow what you're saying. Now, you can chalk that up to maybe they're not listening. That's a possibility. But I think that you start saying words and they just don't understand them, and they just go blank and go right into narrative mode. And that I don't know how many times today, just today, that it's like, oh, I don't understand what's being said. I'll just say whatever they're saying is a logical fallacy. There has even nothing to do. I'll just say it's semantics. If you know your latitude and longitude, well, how'd you find that? That's semantics. What do you find in the position? What do you just want it for free?
Like the Indian kids with the broken English on the the English server, like, do better than this, you know?
That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. I was saying that this morning. Like, English Hub is making these guys look bad. And that's like high school kids in foreign countries. They can't even speak English. They comprehend more of what you're saying and are more coherent in their responses.
These cats only wish they had the excuse of language barrier.
Look, we're trying to demonstrate the relationship, saying, hey, look at the sky. Okay. How do we know the relationship of positions on the ground in the sky? Look at the compass. Okay, that isn't going to tell you where you are relative to some other person when they look at their compass. Even know the declination, that means you already know their position. And you wouldn't need to look at the compass. How'd you find position in the first place? Oh, use latitude and longitude. Oh, how do you find that? That's semantics. No, that's what we're trying to figure out. We're trying to figure out the Earth, its relationship of these 1,000 observers to each other, so that when they look in the sky, we can draw a conclusion about the direction they're looking, where they're looking at it from, the distance apart from each other, the geometric relationship between them, their lines of sight, and the fucking things in the sky. Now, would that take me a minute and a half to explain that? It's not complicated. It's very simple.
I'm looking for it, but essentially, like I said, it's a correction. So they're both measuring it and they're calculating it out again. But that's
and what are they comparing this correction to in order to know that it's right and or wrong?
You can say that they're just wrapping it around a ball or something, but
that's not what I said. Start listening. What are they comparing it to in order to understand they are right or wrong? They need to compare it to something. We've gone out, we've taken our measurement. You've got your 5-degree angle. Now, what are you going to compare it to know that you're either right or that you're wrong? Exactly.
It's completely a pedagogical mental exercise that has nothing to do with any actual surveying. Nothing to do with it.
He asked me to look up something, so I'm trying to get an actual surveying site.
Okay. Yeah. No worries. Take your time. Just send me the DM after.
Yeah, retroactively find your evidence after you already believe it. You know, if you read any of the surveys that have been done, like the North American Datum or any of them, in the beginning, they tell the procedure for what they do. You could just read that.
Right. So this is the National Geodetic Survey NOAA manual for geodetic leveling. I think this is going to be a good enough resource.
DM it to me. Yeah, DM it to me.
I like how he says he thinks. That's the problem why you're here, boy, because it don't.
2.0, dude. We already dealt with Brown Recluse and this fucking random nonsense obscurantism bullshit. You're literally on here to make people more confused. You're here to prevent information from being transferred.
Should we move on? Just really quick before we move, before we continue with Dylan, is there any other Globers in here? Any new people that believe in the?
You got that geodetic? I bet you it's a fucking website too.
Oh yeah, he just okay. Let me paste it.
So this is the NOAA manual NOS NGS3 geodetic leveling, supersedes Coast and Geodetic Survey Special Publication 239, Manual of Geodetic Leveling, published revised in 2020.
Okay, let me.
This manual furnishes instructions and background information suitable for establishing and maintaining vertical control. It presents general specification and detailed instructions for reconnaissance and benchmark setting, geodetic leveling, water and valley crossing, blah, blah, blah. So this should be totally legitimate.
Could be or is be.
Geodetic leveling, chapter 3.
The only question now, does it have anything to do with what you posted?
Well, that's sort of besides the point. The point is...
How is that besides the point? That's the whole point.
What do you think the point is of our conversation right now? I'm saying geodetic
they do this.
Measures the curvature.
Gemini Flash when they do surveying.
I'm just gonna search Earth curvature, see if it comes up.
So if they're doing this, and then the surveying manual says they're doing something else, then they're not doing what you said.
I'm not saying I can't be wrong or wasn't wrong. My main point is that they measure curvature, and that they
don't.
They correct for it with a calculation.
They do not measure curvature, dude.
Well,
if they measured curvature
with their angle.
If they measured curvature, there'd be no point of needing an oblate ellipsoid. There'd be no point of having the WGS 84 datum.
Okay, so you understand that they don't want the curvature in their elevation maps.
Okay.
Is this kid stupid or what?
Look, dude.
Because this is this
for elevation. For elevation, what you find is for elevation, what you find is the orthometric height, which is a combination of the geoid and the WGS 84 reference ellipsoid. You don't know anything about any of this, dude.
You obviously don't understand it, and I'm trying to explain it to you.
Remember what I was saying earlier about brown recluses, their stick? You literally just did it, dude. As soon as you point out in actual detail that you don't know, you say, I don't understand it.
What do you think I'm saying?
What is the WGS 84?
It sounds like it's a reference ellipsoid. It's a shape of the Earth.
And no, it's not the shape of the Earth.
It's a model of the shape of the Earth, right?
It's a reference ellipsoid, and it's an imaginary mathematical surface that measurements are projected onto. Okay, but it's not done just that way. Because of deflection of the vertical, they use something called the EGM 2003 Earth gravitational model, which is called the geoid, which would be the equipotential surface of gravity if you measure 9.8 meters per second squared. Basically, imaginary mean sea level, even if the water went under mountains and shit. They use a combination of this to get something called the orthometric height, which is the subtraction of one from the other, or the addition, depending on whether the geoid extends above or below the reference ellipsoid. But the reference ellipsoid is used because they don't measure curvature. Because when they do their measurement, they take an actual surveying instrument. The first thing you do is level the instrument. Okay? And because in geodetic surveying, the plumb line is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth because of lumpy gravity, right? And the fact that to map it, to project it, you need the plumb to intersect the reference ellipsoid at 90 degrees, but you have tilted plumb lines. That shit don't work. You don't know what you're talking about. You've imagined geodetic surveying to work one way. It's purely your imagination.
What do you think I'm saying?
I don't think you know what you're saying. That's the problem.
You said that they measure Earth's curvature. They do not.
Well, then why would they consider the reference ellipsoid in order to correct for their measurements?
The reference ellipsoid, for the purpose of that, is to preserve the celestial spherical coordinate system.
If they're just creating elevation maps and there is no curvature, then it wouldn't be
elevation relative to what?
If they're just measuring elevation with planar
relative
survey,
to
what do you mean relative to what? Like
relative
sea level?
To what? Sea
elevation
level.
Relative
That's
to
the
sea
geoid.
Level?
That's the geoid. That's the imaginary equipotential surface of gravity.
So you may disagree with what I'm saying.
You don't have any clue what you're talking about. In arguing about it.
I feel the
You're
same
doing
way
the same shit. You, Brown Recluse, JJ Fish, you come in here and you try to fucking bamboozle people. And I'm fucking sick of it.
It's just my perspective, for sure.
My perspective. Okay, let's use Dylan's personal opinion of how he thinks the world works and not how it actually works. Let's go with that. How do you feel, Dylan? How does Dylan feel the Earth is? Let's ask Dylan, how do you feel the Earth is? Let's just go with that. Let's follow your feelings around.
It's considered a correction if you don't understand that they're measuring they're measuring the curvature and then removing it. Then I don't know what else to tell you, man.
Because they're not doing that.
What do you think they're doing with it?
Assume.
Oh my God, I told you what.
Dylan, why'd you say they assume curvature if they're measuring it? Why'd you earlier you said they were assuming it?
They're doing both, right? They're assuming, just like I said with the refraction, right? You can take an elevation measurement with and If you don't assume refraction, you're going to get an error caused by the refraction.
So they need to assume curvature to measure it? Is that what you're saying?
No, they assume the curvature to cancel the curvature out.
What?
Of they call it spherical exceedance or spherical excess.
Spherical excess. No one's ever met.
Measurement, quote unquote, of the curvature.
Okay,
and
you don't understand what spherical excess is.
Calculation of the curvature of the Earth.
You don't understand what spherical excess is. Spherical excess would be if you had 3 lines of sight and made a triangle. That triangle would internal angles would sum to greater than 180 degrees. This is not a measurement. You couldn't even measure this because lines of sight are straight. And 3 straight lines connected by 3 vertexes make a triangle that's 180 degrees. Spherical excess is not measured. It is made up by projecting a fucking regular planar triangle onto a reference ellipsoid. You ask what it's for, that's what it's for. So they do something called reduction of the horizontal direction. They take their measurements and they reduce them to quote unquote mean sea level. But when they do that reduction, it has to intersect the reference ellipsoid at some angle. And because they think they have tilted verticals and deflection of the vertical and lumpy gravity, for that to be 90 degrees to the surface of the Earth, okay, that means that plumb lines have to be curved. It's way more convoluted than what you're imagining it to be.
The plumb lines intersect.
The plumb lines curve
at the center. Plumb lines do not curve.
If it's an oblate ellipsoid, that's not true, dude.
A plumb line just points down, correct?
Is it perpendicular to the surface of the Earth? Is it a straight line?
It's a straight line.
Not in geodetic surveying.
A plumb line is straight down. It is
not in geodetic surveying.
A plumb line is straight down and it's perpendicular to the.
Yeah, not in geodetic surveying.
I don't know what you're on about.
Plumb lines in geodetic surveying are curved and they don't go straight down. It's called deflection. It's called deflection of the vertical.
Okay. What are we talking about? Deflection of the vertical. What the hell is that?
It's curved plumb lines because of lumpy gravity.
You say because of what? Because of gravity? What?
Lumpy gravity.
Lumpy gravity. Oh my gosh. Indio, you know,
I don't believe this shit. This is your idea.
No, it's the way that you try to interpret it is so.
It's not an interpretation.
It is.
It's not an interpretation.
You're looking. Whatever.
Okay, I'll read from curvature of the plumb line.
Like your pear-shaped Earth.
Deflection of the vertical changes with position along the curved plumb line. Therefore, the deflection of the vertical at the geoid does not necessarily equal that of the Earth's surface, and vice versa. In order to equate these two quantities, the curvature of the plumb line between the geoid and the Earth's surface, WGS 84, is required. This quantity cannot be observed directly because of the presence of topography, so must be estimated using a model of Earth's gravity field within the topographical masses.
Yeah, how much of a deviation
is that? What did I interpret out of that?
You interpreted an extreme level of deviation that makes you think that proves that the Earth is flat when it doesn't.
Dude, what did I interpret out of what I just said?
You interpret that the deviation is so extreme that it somehow proves that the Earth is flat.
Who said extreme? Who said anything about the extremity of it?
What is the deviation? What is the scale of the deviation? 1/8 of an inch?
You will answer questions or you will leave.
There you go.
That is your only choice.
I don't care, dude.
Bye.
I'll see you in 2 days. Fuck you.
No, you won't. Obscurantism. Will not tolerate it anymore. I've had enough. I'm here to fucking hide the truth.
Yeah. Just before we.
Well, hold on. One more thing. I just want to make one last post to just substantiate what I said. This is from Featherstone, WE, 6 Southeast Asian Survey Congress. The use and abuse of vertical deflections. Proceedings of the 6 South Asian Surveyors Congress, Fremantle, November 1999. I'm gonna post the diagram from there.
Okay, I can read this part here from the NOAA manual. It says the sources of error in leveling can be classified into 3 groups: those affecting the line of sight, those affecting the heights observed, and blunders. The line of sight cannot be exactly level because of the effects of the imperfections in the instrument and variations in the human eye, refraction, curvature, and tidal accelerations. The heights observed are not exact because of imperfections, blah, blah, blah. So curvature is considered an error that has to be accounted for when they measure it.
Look, dude, they're not measuring curvature. It's not even possible with the fucking instrument. They measure angles, but those angles have a starting reference position. Okay? And if that vertical line from which they're measuring a dip, because the curvature would be measured as a dip angle, okay? If you're not plumb, if that plumb is not perpendicular to the surface of the earth in the first place, you're not measuring curvature. It's like you don't understand what they're doing. Like it's like I can't. Do you not understand? They take an instrument and level it. That level is not perpendicular to the surface of the earth. Do you understand what that means? It's not straight up and down, dude.
Level is tangent to the surface of the earth, right?
Level is not tangent to the surface of the earth. Horizontal level in geodetic surveying is 90 degrees from the plumb line at the point of the instrument. You guys just make up your own shit. And try to say you're using surveying. You're not.
This is just language that I'm using. Maybe you don't understand what a tangent is. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's my lack of understanding. Yeah, that's what it is.
I just read from you from the manual that curvature is considered an error, is considered something that needs to be corrected.
Welcome to flat Earth, then. I consider it an error.
If it's an error, then it's something that they're measuring, and it needs to be corrected for.
They're correcting it out?
That's what they use the calculation for. That's
okay, what units of measure are they measuring curvature in? That they're getting this erroneous reading?
Whatever height measurement that they're making.
What do you mean whatever? So feet, inches?
Yes.
So they're measuring a height?
Yes.
Okay. And they're like say they go to like 6 feet. And they level the instrument. And when they look through the telescope, their crosshair is looking at 5 feet 11 inches. Is that curvature? Or is that refraction? Or is that the tilted fucking plumb line?
That's the refraction and curvature are both part of the measurement that they make, and that's why they have to correct for those.
How do you know it's not the tilted plumb line?
That's not the accurate height.
How do you know it's not the tilted plumb line?
Well, the plumb lines at point A and point B are going to have a slight angle difference because they're at different positions. But I don't know what you mean by a curved plumb line.
The plumb line is not perpendicular to the surface of the earth. The first thing you do when you set up a theodolite is level it. 90 degrees is the horizontal line from that plumb, even if that plumb is fucking tilted. You just don't get it, dude. You've imagined something and you're so stuck in your imagination, you can't even conceive of the way it actually works. It's crazy, dude. It's like you're in a fucking weird cult, dude.
Ditto.
Okay, you see that diagram I posted? The curvature of a plumb line diagram?
Let me take a look.
That's the first time you looked at it. Unbelievable.
The 1208?
Yeah, that. See that diagram?
I see the diagram.
See all the little squares? So you got dashed lines, and then you got the plumb line, and you got all these little squares. Those indicate 90 degrees.
Yeah.
Now, if I draw a horizontal line off of those plumb lines are not parallel. They're all over the place. So I'm going to draw it out. But you're not getting, dude.
This doesn't seem to be relevant to the.
Oh, yeah. Now it's not relevant.
It doesn't seem to be relevant. Tell me how
it is relevant.
Well, I gave you the document. The curvature is considered an error. They use the reference geometry of the Earth in order to cancel out
the geometry of the Earth. It's an imaginary fucking mathematical surface.
That's
imaginary.
But that's what they're doing.
Who cares? It's not the Earth. They can do all the mental exercises they want. Nobody cares.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, you want supposedly evidence of people measuring the curvature of the Earth, but when
you haven't given any yet. All you've given evidence of is you have no idea what you're talking about. You see all these red lines in the diagram I just posted? All of these are horizontal lines. All of these red lines are horizontal lines, dude.
You keep repeating yourself. What is your point?
So, if I take a theodolite and I measure the vertical, say I'm at the top there, I'm at that top line, and my theodolite's 6 feet off the ground, and I sight in, and like you said, if I sight in at 5 feet 11, that's the curvature of the Earth. No, that's not the curvature of the Earth, because this horizontal line is pointed fucking up. You don't have a vertical that's perpendicular to the surface of the Earth from which to draw the conclusion that dips are curvature or refraction or any other thing.
So you're saying that surveyors can't.
They're saying it.
Elevation?
They're saying it.
That it's impossible to measure accurate heights. This is the technique that people are using to produce elevation maps.
Oh my God!
Are they not producing?
Oh, you're going to straw man. You're going to straw man what I said.
Well, you're talking about your diagram.
Who said anything about measuring accurate heights? When did I say anything about accurate heights? When did I say anything about accurate heights?
That's what we're talking about. That's why I'm saying you're derailing the conversation.
No, it's not what we're talking about, liar.
What do surveyors do?
We're talking about measuring the curve of the Earth. Remember? You tried to straw man me saying that measuring a dip off that horizontal is not the curvature of the Earth. You have a tilted plumb line because your horizontal line is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. And you tried to say, I'm saying they can't measure accurate heights. You are a fucking weasel. Fuck, dude. How many is it going to be today? Lying fucking snakes. Now, despite your best effort, Dylan, people that are listening, they did learn something. I did educate them on how this shit works. I did not let you fucking confuse them with your bullshit. With your fucking fantasy of how geodetic surveying works and how they measure curvature and how they correct for curvature. They don't do any of that shit in reality. Oh, Eskimo. Aren't you the one that posted that 3 picture thing earlier? Something dipped over the horizon? Eskimo Greg?
Yeah, I have nothing to say to you, man.
Yeah, that's from a video game. That was from a video game.
You're retarded.
That was from a video game, Eskimo Greg. Why did you post? Yeah, you better leave. Posted something from a fucking Steam video game
just got
and
bad
said that it
energy,
was the
bro.
curve of
Just
the earth.
Take it easy. Take it easy for a little bit.
I don't need your help, dude. I'm sick of liars, dude. It's just like a parade of liars, one after the other.
Just balance.
Who cares, dude?
A little bit.
So, no. Stop defending liars.
Oh, they left. Man, there's like there's like 3 trolls, one after the other, right there. You know what's crazy? I heard Dylan say they have to assume it and measure it at the same time. He said we assume Earth curvature and we measure it. Like, what the heck?
They fucking admit in surveying they don't measure Earth curve. They admit it. Only retard anti-flat earthers on the internet say they measure Earth curve.
Yeah.
I'm dead serious. I've seen surveying where they said the only thing we actually measure in surveying is the gravitational potential. And that is really all they measure because that's what their instrument measures. They level the instrument. That is the spatial reference. What the Earth, look, the Earth could be gone, right? Or fucking transparent or unseen. And you could take the instrument, right? And set it up. And you could level it. The instrument itself is oriented not relative to the Earth, but it's oriented relative to the gravity vector. Okay? That gravitational vector is what you're measuring. You're not measuring the surface of the Earth. Now, in geodetic surveying, all they do is map the topography relative to the gravitational vector within a celestial sphere coordinate system, namely latitude and longitude. It's 3 mappings. Well, it's 2 mappings and kind of like a filter with the WGS, with the with the gravitational model being the filter. The point is, doesn't work. You guys imagine it works a certain way because it's like, well, I want to measure a fucking ball, and really, this is what I would do. But the Earth's a ball, so this is what they're doing in real life. They're not doing it that way. They're not doing anything. Whatever you imagine they're doing, they're not doing.
I actually had another question. When Dylan was saying like they needed a 90 degrees for the sextant, I was thinking they used the Earth, because in order to get 90 degrees, they need 2 straight lines, right? But the Earth, in their worldview, is curved. So, is it true, Indio, that the tangent or whatever they're using for the 90 degrees, that bottom line, is that a straight line? Because it's on a curved Earth. So how can it be straight?
What do you mean? The only time they're finding 90 degrees is if they use a bubble sextant.
Oh, okay. So are they using the Earth in that case? In that 90 degree thing?
They're using there's a level inside the sextant. It's called a bubble sextant.
Okay. They're not using the surface of the Earth as one of the lines as 90 degrees. Is what I meant.
No.
Okay.
No.
That sounds better actually.
And then you run into the same issue as you do with the because that's what the theodolite uses. A bubble level. I mean, some use prisms now, but it doesn't matter. It's the same thing. It just finds the fucking gravity vector, and and the surveying part just tells you the relationship of the topography to the gravity vector in the celestial sphere. And they take that and they map that to a reference ellipsoid. But they don't map it like a projection. They map it point-wise using curved plumb lines. So it's a mapping function. It's really kind of like a filter. That's the way I think of it. It's almost like a, where they take, imagine like you're ray tracing and you were projecting your ray tracing through a filter that curved the ray trace lines to have certain relationships. That's what they're doing. They're running it through this like filter before they project it onto this reference ellipsoid.
Got it.
You gotta think there's like layers. There's the sky, and then there's the reference ellipsoid, but then there's also the measurements, right? So that's like, there's the sky, there's the actual measurements, there's the reference ellipsoid, and then there's the geoid, right? The geoid is finding, hey, what's the relationship of gravity to the surface of the Earth? It can't straight just use the sky. It doesn't, I mean, I know it's hard for these guys to believe, but it doesn't match up. And that's why they're doing all this. The reason it's this complicated is because it's hard to get a ball from flat measurements.
I have a question for the flat Earth believers.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
So, and this is just me genuinely curious. So, assuming the Earth is flat, like, does everybody, like, in this model, like, live on one side of Earth, or are there people like living on like?
Not a disc. It's not a disc.
Oh, okay. So what is?
There's no outside the Earth, dude. There's no underneath.
Okay. So everybody.
There's no edge. There's no outside. There's no underneath. There's none of those things.
Okay, so could you explain the model then? Because I don't.
Model of what?
Of like a flat Earth.
Yeah, I don't know what that means, dude.
So like
the shape is the overall shape. The overall shape is unknown. The size is unknown. But flat is not a shape. So we're not claiming a shape. We're just claiming that it's not curving, and the size is unknown. And we're not floating in space or anything crazy like that. Especially without we're not in a vacuum without a container.
Okay, so we're all, regardless of the size, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm just trying to get an understanding. We're all like on a plane.
Yes, topographical plane. It's mostly water, right? So
right. So there is a lot of water. So we're all on a plane, and so when we look up, we're all looking at the same sky.
Depending on where you are, if you're close to somebody, you're looking at the same sky.
Well, I mean, if it's like,
look, bro, like if you were in Walmart and you looked up, would you be looking at the same ceiling as somebody on the other side of Walmart?
Well, it depends where I'm looking.
Well, you're not going to, if Walmart's big enough, you're not going to see what's over their head.
I mean, let's just say, I mean, that's a great example. Let's say if the Walmart had 500 feet ceilings that it was just empty, and if anybody looked up at any point, you would wager, unless there were like other things in the way, that you could see like the four corners. Let's assume it's a square Walmart. You would likely be able to see all regardless of where you're standing within Walmart, you'd be able to see all four corners, right?
No.
Why?
Because of perspective.
I mean, again,
you ever draw this before? You know what the horizon is and the vanishing point and all those things?
If there's no obstruction, you would be able to.
Perspective, I said. You know what perspective is?
Yeah, I understand what
You know how you look down a long hallway and they converge to a point?
Right, but we're talking about like a ceiling.
Yeah, the ceiling appears to come down, the floor appears to come up, and the walls appear to close in.
I don't know if maybe you understand what I'm talking about.
Does the floor on a long hall, does the ceiling on a long hallway appear to come down towards the floor?
No, we're talking about like a big warehouse. I mean, it doesn't appear to. I mean, I've been in like giant warehouse buildings.
Okay, but yes, even in a warehouse, the ceiling of the warehouse will appear to come down.
I've never seen that.
It'll converge to a vanishing point. It's perspective. It's how just when you have a 3D world projected onto a 2D surface, that's how it works. That's how images are formed.
You ever seen a deck of clouds in the distance and how a deck of clouds?
Right, but I'm talking about. I mean, in extreme distances, sure, but I'm talking like specifically about like the scenario in which you're like in a Costco. Like, imagine you're in a Costco, right? And there's nothing inside of the building. At any point, wherever you're standing, you'd be able to see all four corners of it. At any point.
No, like he just told you, because of perspective. I mean, depends on how big it is.
The size of the Costco, dude.
Okay, let's say a reasonable Costco within the visible milestone of what humans can see.
Okay, how far do you think humans can see just because of the air? Not curvature.
Well, let's just make it. I mean, we don't have to get ridiculous with it because I don't know the scientific definition of how far humans can see. Again, let's say 500 feet in the air.
I already know where you're going with this.
Let's say 500. No, okay, but I mean, you asked me the question, so.
Why can't I see the end of the Earth? Why can't I see the Mount Everest from China?
That's not what I was going to get to. That's not what I was going to get to at all. So.
How far do you think you should be able to see, dude?
That I would like to discuss what I was talking about.
Okay. I
mean, if you want to, we can. I don't know. I don't know.
Like, listen, most Costco's they're not 100 fucking million square meters.
I know, but it was a thought experiment. It was a thought experiment.
You see the corners of a normal Costco.
It was a thought experiment. I'm just simply asking you to rationalize and think about a Costco that is, let's say, 1,600 square feet, okay? And it is completely empty inside of it. At any point in which you stand in this Costco, if you look up, you would be able to see each of the corners, assuming there is no blockage within, like, there's nothing blinding you, like there's no light obscuring your vision, and there is no, like, tall aisles. Let's assume that it is completely empty. You'd be able to see all four corners, regardless of where you're standing in the Costco. Yes?
Okay, I already told you. It depends on how large the Costco is.
I just gave you I told you 1,500 square feet.
Dude. That's like 20 by 20 or something, dude.
So yes?
Tiny.
So yes?
Yeah, in a 1,600 foot Costco.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like the size of your house.
Okay. So distance and scale matters.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Cool. We have a baseline. I like that. So.
But you have distance, but what it matters, but as far as Costco goes, things like Costco, you have things called distance cues. You have an idea of the size of objects, and because the floor isn't some uniform thing, so you typically made it with tiles. You can see from the orientation of the tiles and how they're getting smaller, how far away things are. So there's other cues we use to judge distance. None of that works for the sky because all the stars look the same distance. So all the distance cues that you would use to look at a floor, you can't use for the sky.
You can. Because why do we see different stars in different hemispheres? Why does the northern hemisphere see different stars?
You don't have a hemisphere.
Southern hemisphere.
You don't have a hemisphere.
I understand. I understand that you don't believe that we do, but
I know we don't.
You could literally go to. I mean, have you ever been to Australia and taken a picture of the night sky and then compared that
Didn't we just do this yesterday?
I've never spoken to you in my life.
Okay, I just did this with somebody else yesterday.
I mean, that's just the biggest, like, that's just like the biggest example of how you can nakedly see with your own eyes that, I mean, if it's not a globe, like and I'm not going to say your model because you haven't given me a model. which is fair. There are different variations of what different flat earthers believe, and that's completely fair. But within the sphere, right, within the globe model, it is explained every single time how that could work, and the flat Earth model does not have an answer for it.
Okay, you're full of shit. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't have a sphere from which there could be a hemisphere.
Okay.
Just don't say magic buzzwords, dude.
That
shit don't work in here. We deal with evidence, okay? So really simple, okay? For the same reason, how far is Australia away from, say, Canada?
I don't know. I'd have to look it up. I don't know that.
Like 15,000 miles or something.
Yeah, I'm assuming you would have to look that up too, right?
Okay. Well, I know UK to Australia is something like 10,000 miles. Okay. So I'm assuming Canada's 5,000 miles further because it's across the Atlantic. So
I don't know. Yeah.
15,000 miles, let's say. Okay. The sky is going to appear to come down and converge into the horizon. In the ground, it is going to appear to ramp up and converge into the horizon. Now, you're not going to see all the stars. The only stars you're going to see over your head are the stars over your head. Stars that are 1,000 miles away, they're not going to look like they're over your head. Why would they look like they're over your head?
If the Earth was somewhat flat, you would. If the Earth was somewhat flat,
that is nonsense. It's nonsense. So if I walk around on a flat Earth, the stars that are over my head in Australia follow me around.
They wouldn't follow you around, but they would look. You would be able to see the same stars. You would be able to see them. They might look skewed. They might look different. But what I'm saying,
why would I see the same stars?
That's what I'm asking you. You wouldn't.
No, I'm asking you. You're making the prediction that on a flat Earth you would see the same stars. Why is that?
You'd be able to. Well, because ultimately you're looking up.
Okay.
And you're presenting the idea or making the notion.
Are all the stars in the sky at zenith?
Are they what? Sorry?
At zenith. Zenith is directly over your head.
Well, I believe in a globe Earth, so
okay.
No.
Zenith exists on a globe Earth too. Are all the stars
but the Earth is rotating
directly over your head?
Some stars are, but at different times during the day.
I can walk out from underneath that star, right?
I mean, you can like walk away and still see the same star.
Yeah, but I can walk out from underneath it so that the star is no longer directly over my head.
Well, I think that's more so the rotation of the Earth that's doing that. But yeah, I mean, like you moving would absolutely add to it.
Oh yes, the star wouldn't be able. That's not exclusive to a fucking globe, dude.
You mean to like a flat?
Yeah, to move around and to have different stars over my head because I moved around.
Right, but
that's not exclusive to a globe.
Maybe I could like explain it a little bit more on a smaller scale. Like if I look up at my
you came with a gotcha and it's fucking dumb, dude.
That's not an I gotcha, bro. I literally was just asking questions. You're just being so like really like I get it. You're very
steel man what I said. Steel man my argument.
I'm not trying to steal you.
Steel man my argument.
Questions. I'm just asking questions.
Steel man my argument. I want to make sure you're listening.
Is anybody actually enjoying this?
I want to make sure you're listening. Steel man my argument.
In what argument? You've made no argument.
Yes, I have.
What
Steel man my argument.
Your argument was that we can move under stars.
That's
literally the only
thing. Stars over my head. That if stars are in one place over one spot, and I said this way back when we were talking about Walmart, that the lights over my head on one side of Walmart are not the same lights that are going to be over my head if I'm on the other side of Walmart.
They're not the same lights, but you can still see the same lights.
If I can walk across, depends on the size of the Walmart, because eventually, because of perspective, they are going to merge into the vanishing point, and they're going to be undifferentiable from the horizon itself.
All right, I got a great answer for you. So throughout times of the day, if you walked through that Walmart and literally took pictures in I don't know, let's say a 10 square foot square, and you literally took a picture. You took a picture.
Just pretend I didn't say it.
I'm literally answering you.
You're answering how the stars don't follow me around over my head.
Well,
That's what you're answering
well,
right
to
now.
be fair, you didn't answer what I said. I literally asked you a question that you never answered from the beginning, and I've just been entertaining this.
What was the question?
Why do we see different stars in the northern and southern hemisphere that you
I did
can't
answer
see
that.
otherwise?
Perspective.
No, you
don't
didn't.
have
You didn't.
hemispheres.
You didn't answer that. You didn't answer.
I said perspective. The sky comes down, the ground ramps up, and they vanish into the horizon, which is the vanishing point.
Okay.
It's called the vanishing point. Take an art class, dude.
Okay, that's great. That's great. But
It's just basic.
there are literally no astronomers that would agree with you.
Who cares?
Oh,
that's how weak your argument is. Now it's an appeal to what. Now it's an appeal to credentials.
An appeal to authority. Yes. Yeah. That's a great fallacy. I also don't go to doctors when I need a medical treatment. I go to somebody that works at Pizza Hut.
And that's a false equivalence.
That I don't think so.
I do.
I think it's close, but not quite. Because if you're going to discount every single astronomer, is there any astronomer that you
the all or nothing
find any
fallacy.
credence into?
So, any more logical fallacies you want to stack on? Any more logical fallacies would you like to stack on?
Would you like to answer my question?
Any more logical fallacies would you like to stack on?
No. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Yeah. Okay. Go try somewhere else with your bullshit, bro. One after the other, fucking dude. It's like literally a fucking parade of fucking speds.
Yeah. All right, next.
And what the most aggravating fucking thing is, like I said before, they are not trying to figure out what the truth is. They are just trying to hide it.
Yeah.
In the case of this guy, he's just trying to quote unquote win the debate.
Another lights in the sky type argument.
Dude, I answered it right off the bat. I walked to the other side of Walmart. There's different lights over there. It's real simple. Walmart's real small. That ain't true. But we're comparing it to the Earth. You're asking me, why does it happen on Earth? Earth isn't the size of Walmart.
They're always looking. Yeah, this one. You know what's crazy? I actually prefer Dylan's argument to this argument because at least Dylan is looking at the Earth, or at least kind of looking at the Earth. You know what I mean? This one, he's just looking up at the sky. So
I don't like Dylan's motives. That's my problem with him.
Yeah. Hello, Nick James and Talon X. Are you guys globe earthers?
I'm Glober.
You believe the Earth is a globe?
I know the Earth is a globe. Knowledge.
Okay. Why do you believe the Earth is a globe?
Well, I don't believe it. I know that the Earth is a globe. It's knowledge.
Oh. Okay. How do you know?
Because there's facts and evidence.
Okay. Name one fact.
It's measured, and there's a picture of it.
Can you post the measurements? Let's see.
I could.
Let's see.
You want to see the?
Let's see the measurement. Yeah, post the measurement in the chat. Let's see it.
Okay. I don't have permission, but I can send it to you.
DM it to me, yeah.
Called the Great Trigonometrical Survey. The direct physical measurement of the surface of the Earth.
Okay, let me see.
You're welcome to post it in the chat.
Got it. Okay.
It's very
All right,
famous.
let me read this 1 sec.
There's a lot of coping and seething that goes on behind due to the Great Trigonometrical Survey.
Let me post a picture.
So I have read the survey.
Yeah, I'm just.
It's just you guys misunderstand what corrections are, what calculations are, what measurements are, especially clipcord. But they're not even in the voice chat. It's so weird how many people you have it.
Did they hang on 1 second. Oh, they use theodolites, right? They use a theodolite?
Yep.
Okay, wait, let me see here.
Towers and survey towers.
Literally remember all this.
Custom instruments.
Wait. Is this the same? Okay, sorry. Theodolite. For the theodolite, are you using? You need 90 degrees, right? Like a 90-degree angle.
Well, they got over 180 degrees. It was a 300. It's about
sorry.
4,000 mile radius, give or take. A little bit less.
Okay, so when they're using the theodolite, they're measuring an angle, so they need
Correct.
2 straight lines. So can you describe what the 2 straight lines are?
Well, you can see they're triangles. It's thousands of straight lines. Do you see the picture, the blue lines on the map? If you look at the blue lines on the map of India.
Let me check. Oh yeah. Let me post that. Yeah.
Right. They use triangulation.
Okay, 1 sec. Let me see.
Yeah, see, I have a little diagram of how triangulation reveals the curve.
Straight lines. Okay.
When the angle is greater than 180. Angle sum.
Is there a physical? Hold on. Let me see the Wikipedia again. I'm trying to look for like a real life physical theodolite demonstration where they.
Hi, YouTube.
Where they did it.
How does that work? That is how they did triangulation.
What do they aim the theodolite at?
A mirror. A point of reference.
They're aiming the theodolite at a mirror?
Yeah. And there's 2 at the other side.
Okay.
On the other side of the line.
I don't see a mirror in here.
They're shining a mirror. That's separate. They just take a mirror. It's just like a 8x10 size mirror. They shine the sunlight at the.
Wait, in your Wikipedia, I don't see any mention of a mirror. Where's the citation for the mirror? Or is that just a default theodolite thing?
Yeah, that's the default.
So there's a mirror inside the theodolite? Is that what you're saying?
No. The theodolite's aimed at the other side, the other point, which has a mirror.
Oh, okay. So they're aiming it somewhere in the distance, and then there's a mirror at
like when you see how triangulations reveal curvature. So they go from point tower to tower. So you have to go theodolite on one side and the mirror on the other, and then you get the measurement.
Is there a physical demonstration where they're aiming it at is there a one instance that shows a real life demonstration where someone has a theodolite, they're pointing it at a mirror in the distance? I just want to see it.
I don't think that's how theodolites work. You know the guy how there's usually one guy on one end. There's always 2 people, one on one side and with the theodolite. The other side's got the little stick, little mirror on it.
Okay, wait, let me see if I can find one.
And that's really elementary use of surveys. You do not know how surveys work? There's 2 people involved. 2 teams.
Look, wait here. How to find the distance? Yeah, I don't remember any mirrors. I mean,
That's
okay,
what I'm
here. You
telling.
see this?
That's what
You see this? Here, wait. Look. You see this in the chat? Is this accurate?
Huh?
I just posted a.
Sure.
First.
That's similar. Sure, that's a similar triangulating. That's a triangulation of a height. That's triangulating height from the horizon or something. I don't know what that is.
Okay, so are they measuring Earth curvature using a mirror? Like, or how does it?
Theodolite.
The theodolite is aimed at a mirror,
right?
And they're measuring. Okay, let me be more specific. How many inches of drop was there in one of the measurements that they took?
What? 8 inches of drop.
Over what distance?
Over thousands of miles. Or over per mile or something? I don't know. The average was 8 inches.
Like, just give me one instance of their measurement and then tell me how much drop was there.
I mean, just the measurements themselves were just angular measurements measuring over 180 degrees.
Okay, can you give me that in inches and feet of drop over distance?
No.
No? What do you mean?
No, why? Why do I need to do that?
You know, it's notorious for bullshit.
Okay.
Well, again, like that's a bullshit question. That's what I'm asking.
Well, I mean,
if you can't explain why you're asking a question, then
because
you
what you
obviously have
said
no
isn't
fucking
true.
idea what you're talking about.
What you said isn't true.
Bro, what in the world is this thing showing here that Joe put in the chat?
I'll leave you guys to it. Indy is too bad faith for me, so
yeah. So tell me,
Indy can just go and run his mouth.
How you have 3 lines of sight with 3 Yeah, you better run away.
Instantly.
He's another one, dude. He's another one.
Yeah. India, is it true? Do they use mirrors? You can use a mirror, right? In a theodolite measurement? That's true, right?
They used to. So Lewis and Clark. The only time I've
never heard of it before.
Maybe a retroreflector.
Oh, you mean off the moon? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. No, well, I mean, they make for the automated theodolites, the ones that do automated measurements. They use retroreflectors to do some of the measurements.
Okay, and they aim the theodolite. They physically put a mirror out in the distance somewhere on the Earth.
Well, it's like the retroreflector that's at the end of a pole. They stick it's like a tripod, right? They just stick it on the ground, and they know the height of the retroreflector, and it'll make lots of measurements, right? It'll do something like, I don't know, 100,000 measurements in a few hours.
Cool.
They do this in like building surveying. I've watched them do it outside my house and shit. And they put up like a 20-story building, and they would come out like pretty much every day. And there was retroreflectors on the building, like on the corners of the building, because they want to know if it's sinking or you know what I mean. And they would come out, and they had a geodetic control point. They take their little automated fucking theodolite, push their buttons, set it up, and then it would just make bunch of automated measurements, and the dude would just sit there and pick his ass until it was done.
Okay, let me ask you this. What are your thoughts on the Great Trigonometrical Survey?
The India one?
Yeah.
Oh my God, the thing's a mess. They don't even have a uniform methodology.
Damn.
Yeah, like depending on which group of surveyors, they kind of each did their own thing.
I was trying to ask.
And they assumed that the Earth was a perfect sphere.
Oh.
So the datum they use is the bezel spheroid.
I was gonna ask him for like a specific instance, you know, like just one point, like a one physical demonstration of one of the measurements that was taken during this. But it's just a Wikipedia thing.
So what they don't understand is that, or haven't heard, even though I've told these guys a bunch of times, they do something called reduction of the horizontal direction. Okay, so they take measurements. So you have 2 points. Now, is your theodolite tilted away from the other theodolite? Is your theodolite at the same level as that theodolite? Because that matters, right? You have one theodolite set at freaking 1,000 feet, and the other one's at sea level. Now, your calculation of that triangle will be different than if it was at the same level. So what they do is called reduction of the horizontal direction. They take